Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Rabbit Demon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mirko, one of the top pro heroes in Japan, otherwise known as Roomie Usajiyama, was patrolling one afternoon. The day had been quiet, with only the occasional drunken argument to break up. Civilians approached her for autographs or pointed out more troublemakers to be separated. As she walked down the street, feeling bored, she reflected on how much she loved fighting, one of the main reasons she became a hero. Her quirk, Rabbit, enhanced her leg strength, making her agile and giving her rabbit ears and a tail. Suddenly, she heard something fall in a nearby alley. She turned to see a teenager about 160 centimeters tall, with shoulder-length hair tipped in red and light pink eyes. He wore oversized clothing with his breaths tied with ropes and a green sweatshirt that had a broken zipper, revealing he wasn't wearing a shirt underneath. He was in worn-out sandals. Their eyes met and he took off, seemingly frightened of her. Roomie quickly gave chase, surprised by his speed, but she caught up within a minute, jumping on him and pinning him to the ground. "Alright kid, what's got you scared of me? I don't bite. Or are you running because I might arrest you?" she asked. The boy struggled against her hold, but it was futile. He let out muffled sounds of frustration and began pounding on her arms to get free. "So you don't want to talk? Fine, then I guess I'll have to bring you in." "Oh, and stop pounding, it won't help," Roomie said. The boy's expression shifted to fear, and he shook his head. He extended his hand, revealing razor-sharp nails, and began writing on the building beside them. Roomie read aloud what he wrote, "Quirk no let talk." "Okay, but you can write, so give me one good reason not to take you in." He quickly scribbled more and she read it again, "Innocent, but Quirk make me arrested. Swear haven't done anything. I sorry, wasted time." "Alright, now I'm curious, what's your quirk, kid?" He shook his head. "Ugh, how about this? Tell me your quirk and I won't take you to the police." The boy contemplated her offer and wrote a short description. Roomie read it, "Demon, but different. I know eat people for power, can't give blood, can't talk. Police arrest all demon." "Wow. Don't you have a home? Parents?" He wrote 4 words, "Mom dead, dad hate dash." Roomie couldn't bear to read those words aloud. Instead, she picked the boy up off the ground. "Alright, given your circumstances, I'll have to take you under my care. Follow me until my patrol's over, then we'll head back to my place. Actually, scratch that, we're getting you some clothes first." The boy nodded and followed her out of the alley. The rest of her patrol went smoothly, with only a couple more drunkards to deal with. Eventually, she took him to a store and bought him some clothes. They received some curious looks, but Roomie brushed them off. She glanced at the boy, who was smiling the most innocent and happy smile she had ever seen. They made it to her apartment in under an hour. Roomie opened the door to show him the guest room. "This is yours now. Go get situated while I make us something to eat. You should shower too. Oh yeah, before I forget, what's your name?" The boy looked around nervously, and Roomie quickly got him a piece of paper and a pen. He scribbled his name down and handed it to her. "Izuku Midoriya, huh? Nice name. Now go. Dinner will be ready soon." He nodded and went into his room with his new clothes. After half an hour he emerged, freshly showered and dressed. He walked into the kitchen to find Roomie struggling with a fire on the stove. Izuku grabbed a pot lid and some baking soda to help. "Are you okay?" he asked with a questioning hum. Roomie smiled, "I'm alright. The fire didn't touch me. The number 5 hero's a lot tougher than that. I'm just going to order a pizza if that's okay with you." Izuku giggled and handed her the phone. She thanked him and placed the order. They ate together and went to sleep that night, with Izuku beginning to change in ways that didn't involve feeding on flesh for power. Roomie woke up to the sound of someone cooking and an amazing smell. She got up and walked out of her room towards the kitchen, where she saw Izuku cooking. He turned and smiled. This was a familiar routine they had created within the first few days. Izuku would often wake up before Roomie to make breakfast for the two of them before she left for hero work. Today was no different. She had recently picked up a case and had to work all week on it, leaving Izuku to his own devices most of the time. She walked over and sat at the table as Izuku gave her a plate of eggs and bacon and sat across from her with his own. "Thanks, Midoriya. You're way better at cooking than me," Roomie said. He nodded and they ate together. Afterward, he saw her out the door and walked over to the couch to relax and watch TV. Later, while he was on his phone, which Roomie had bought him so they could keep in touch, he heard a knock at the door. He got up to answer it, thinking it was something Roomie had ordered, but when he opened the door he was face to face with another hero, the number 10 hero, Ryukyu. "Oh, my apologies. I guess this is the wrong apartment. Do you know where my friend Roomie Usajiyama lives?" she asked. He nodded and pointed inside the apartment. You mean she lives here? But you're here. What's going on?" Ryukyu asked. Izuku took out his phone and showed her the text between him and Roomie to prove they were roommates. He then led her inside, sat her down at the table, and got her some water. "Thank you. What is your name?" she asked. He typed it out on his phone and showed her. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Midoriya. If you don't mind me asking, why don't you talk?" Izuku typed, Quirk dash. "You seem awfully young. How old are you?" "-15, don't ask, personal," he replied. She just nodded, and they kept talking for a few hours until they heard the door open. "I'm back, Midoriya," Roomie yelled. "Ra!" Izuku exclaimed, picking Ryukyu up over his head and carrying her over to the door like a kid with a present. Roomie started laughing, and once she calmed down, she walked over to the couch, and Izuku set Ryukyu down. "So, I see you've met Midoriya," Roomie said. "Yes. I was confused when I saw him. I almost thought I had the wrong apartment," Ryukyu replied. They continued talking for a while, but then Ryukyu had to leave, leaving Roomie and Izuku alone. She suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Midoriya." "Ah," he responded. "What do you want to be? Like just an ordinary citizen or a hero or something else?" Izuku pulled out his phone. "Hero dash." She nodded. "Well, the entrance exam for UA High is next month, so I'll help you train. I know you want to prove a demon doesn't have to be bad, so I won't give you a recommendation. Get ready for a challenge, Midoriya." Izuku nodded, his face full of excitement and determination. "My agency has a full gym inside and a couple of sparring rooms. We'll use those. Now let's get some food, huh?" Izuku got up and walked into the kitchen as Roomie turned on the TV. After a few minutes, she heard Izuku yelp, something fall, and then fire. She immediately turned around to see a pillar of pink flames rising from a knife Izuku had dropped, which had his blood on it. She also saw Izuku backing away from the fire, which died down on its own. She walked over and picked up the knife. "Midoriya, you know how demon quirks usually get special abilities after eating people?" Izuku nodded as she walked over and grabbed his hand. "Trust me." She then slid the knife through his palm and took it back. Out, watching as the cut quickly closed. She took a step back and held up the knife. "I need you to focus on the blood that's on this knife and try whatever you just did." He nodded and focused. He could feel the blood as if it were still a part of him that could be used. It felt like a new muscle. He tried to flex it, and when he did, the knife ignited in Roomie's hand, but it didn't burn her. She looked at it and even touched the flames directly. Wow. Flames that don't burn. Wait, no, that wouldn't make any sense, but what else could it be? She noticed Izuku typing on his phone. Maybe only hurt those who want. That's a good idea, we'll have to check tomorrow. For now, we can just eat leftovers. She reached into the fridge, pulled out some leftover food from the day before, and heated it up. Roomie trained Izuku for a whole month for the UA entrance exam, and she didn't hold back. Because of his regenerative ability, she was able to go as hard as she wanted. She never hurt him too badly, but a few bones were broken daily. He was just glad she wasn't kicking limbs off, and because of her training, Izuku quickly picked up a kick-focused fighting style. Now he was standing in front of the gates, admiring the buildings around him. He walked towards the hero course testing building and sat down once he got inside. Suddenly, a blonde guy sat next to him. Izuku didn't pay him any mind until he spoke up. Deku? Is that you? At the mention of his old nickname, Izuku looked over and recognized the boy as his old friend, Katsuki Bakugo. He wrote on a blank paper he had with him. Izuku, Kaken. Been a while. Can't talk cause Quirk. Bakugo, yeah, it has been, hasn't it? Like 3 years, right? What happened? Izuku looked down, saddened by the memory, but wrote on the paper again. Izuku, Dad threw out after Mom died. But don't worry. Have great friend who takes care. Bakugo put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and nodded. Present Mike then started talking. Partway through, Izuku asked Bakugo to clarify something and started writing on that paper again. Suddenly, someone with blue hair and glasses spoke up, directing attention to Izuku and Bakugo. And you too. You've been talking and passing notes this whole time. If you can't focus and take this seriously, then get out. Bakugo stood up to defend them. Bakugo, yelling, well, excuse me. My friend here was confused and asked me something. And the notes? He needs to write. He can't speak because of his quirk, so maybe next time you decide to comment, think about why it's happening. He sat down, and the boy apologized to them. Present Mike continued the description of the exam. When he finished, everyone got up and walked towards the grounds they were assigned. Bakugo, you and your friend should come over for dinner tonight. We haven't moved, so you know where we live. See you there, Death. He then branched off from Izuku and went to his assigned exam area. Izuku was the last one to make it to his area and arrived just as the gates were opening. He quickly ran inside, managing to get to the front of the crowd before most were inside, and started taking out robots. After a while, he estimated he had around 80 points when he suddenly felt a big rumble and heard destruction. When he looked towards the sounds, he saw the gigantic zero-pointer. He was about to run when he heard a girl cry out. He turned and saw a brown-haired girl trapped under rubble. He ran towards her and started moving the debris off. He picked her up and started running as the zero-pointer grew closer. Soon, Present Mike ended the exam. Thank you. I thought I was going to die. What's your name? Izuku bent down and started scraping his nails along the asphalt. Izuku Midoriya? Thank you, Midoriya. I'm Achiko Uraraka. I hope we see each other in class. Izuku nodded and put her down for Recovery Girl to heal. He then went back to the apartment to tell Roomie about dinner. He opened the door and walked inside, where she greeted him as he walked straight to a whiteboard she installed and started writing. Izuku, met old friend. Invited to dinner at Bakugo's house. Tonight. He then walked to his room to get ready as she read the message. She sighed, knowing he would probably drag her anyway, and went to get ready too. It took a while to get there, but they reached the Bakugo household. They got out of the car, and Izuku knocked on the door. A commotion could be heard when he did so. Mitsuki, yelling, get down here, brat. Your friends are here. Katsuki, yelling, I know, I heard the knock. Footsteps could be heard as Katsuki opened the door, and his face went from annoyance to shock as he saw Roomie. He let them in and led them to the living room. Katsuki, so you're the friend who's been taking care of Deku? How long have you known him? Roomie, I've known him for about a month and a half. Yes, I know how long he's been alone. Katsuki nodded before calling out. Katsuki, yelling, old hag. Dead. Get in here, you'll want to meet them. A minute later, both parents walked into the room, and their faces lit up with shock and joy. Mitsuki ran over to hug Izuku. Mitsuki, oh my god, Izuku. It's been so long. Where have you been? Are you all right? Roomie, ahem. Definitely not the highest-ranking female hero sitting on your couch. Izuku laughed a little and patted her shoulder after Mitsuki released him. Masaru, sorry, we're just relieved he's okay. Izuku, would you like me to make you some katsudon? I know fish wasn't exactly your favorite. Izuku, excited, rah. Mitsuki and Masaru looked at him confused. Roomie then spoke up. Roomie? His quirk took away his speech. He's very excited about your katsudon. They nodded in understanding. Masaru went to the kitchen to make Izuku's food while everyone else started talking. As soon as Masaru was done, he called everyone over to the table and set their food in front of them. They started eating, but then Roomie heard a sound she was now familiar with. Izuku was only able to use sounds, but that just meant he was easier to read. There was one sound he always made when getting ready to use exploding blood, as Roomie called it, even though it was just fire. She heard the nearly inaudible grunt and turned to see a few drops of blood fall into the bowl. She realized he was trying to heat it back up, but they sank, meaning the room was about to become a Katsudon splash zone. Roomie, Midoriya. Don't you da? He ignited the blood, and everyone got covered in his food. The bowl was also spouting pink flames, which died down after a minute. Mitsuki got everyone towels to dry off with. Izuku. Roomie, that's what happens when you use it on food, Midoriya. I tried to warn you. Mitsuki, was that his quirk? How does fire blood have anything to do with speech, and where did the cut go? Roomie looked over to Izuku, who nodded, letting her tell them about his quirk. Roomie, it's because of what his quirk is. As you know, there are different types of quirks: emitter, transformation, and mutation. But recently, a new type has been emerging. Masaru, yeah, demon types, right? Roomie, exactly. They're all largely the same, with few differences. One commonality is that they need to consume human flesh to get stronger. Now, Midoriya here has a demon type, but he's different. He doesn't need to eat people, and there isn't even an urge to do so. He gained what people are calling a blood demon art overnight. The advantage of not needing human meat to power up comes with the drawback of no speech. The Bakugos looked at Izuku, amazed. Katsuki walked over to him and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Katsuki, let's be heroes together, Deku. Izuku nodded and smiled. They talked for a few hours before Izuku and Roomie headed back to their apartment. Roomie, if I see anything about UA being on fire with pink flames, I will personally kick your butt, Midoriya. Izuku, She shoved him out the door and walked with him to the train station before parting ways. He got on the train and rode it to the next stop. After getting off, he walked a couple of miles before arriving at UA. Izuku excitedly ran inside and found the door of Class 1A, the class he would be with for the next 3 years. He opened the door to find Bakugo being reprimanded by the guy with glasses from the exam, who turned to face him and rushed over. I apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam. Your performance saving that girl proves you're far superior to me when it comes to being a hero. Let us restart. I am Tenya Ida. Who are you? Izuku, Ida, oh right. Sorry, I'll learn it later then. Suddenly, another voice was heard, this one feminine. Uraraka? Oh, it's you, Midoriya. Nice to see you made it. Izuku nodded as he watched a bumpy, yellow sleeping bag worm its way into the room and stand up. If you're here to make friends, I suggest you leave. I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. You will call me Mr. Aizawa. Now, take these P uniforms and meet me outside. He placed a box of uniforms on the front podium and left. The class got up, grabbed their uniforms, and went to the locker rooms. Once outside, Aizawa explained the tests he was making them do instead of normal orientation. When Ashido said it would be fun, Aizawa added a condition that the last place would be expelled and explained how life was unfair when Uraraka complained. He called Bakugo up to throw a ball using a strong explosion, and he sent it over 700 meters. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Izuku lined up, as did Ashido, who had pink sparks of lightning around her and was secreting acid from her shoes. Aizawa started the timer, and they both took off, with Ashido beating Izuku by half a second. Izuku performed well in the other tests, usually coming in third or fourth, even securing first in the toe touch due to his flexibility. Soon he was up last for the ball throw. He stepped up to the circle and grabbed a ball. Aizawa spoke up just before he threw it. Aizawa, Midoriya, I want you to use this exploding blood ability I was told you can do for this test, okay? Izuku nodded, used one of his fingernails to puncture his index finger, drawing some blood, and smeared it all over his hand. He then got back into position and started his throw. Just before the ball left his hand, he ignited the blood, engulfing his hand in pink fire, and launched the ball. Izuku, Ra. He looked over to Aizawa to see he achieved 693.7 meters with the blood. He smiled and walked over to a surprised class, though one student, the girl with the frog quirk, looked at him curiously and approached him. Hi. I'm Tsu Azui, Kero, but my friends call me Tsu, and I usually speak what's on my mind. Izuku nodded and tilted his head to ask what she needed. Azui, I was wondering what your quirk is. At first, I thought it was super strength, but now I don't know. Kero dash. Izuku, He crouched down and wrote in the dirt. Izuku, find out later. Quirk doesn't let me talk. Nice to meet you, Azui. Azui, alright. Nice to meet you too, Midoriya. Kero dash. She then walked back to where she was before as Aizawa revealed the scores and announced that he wasn't going to expel anyone. He ordered them to go inside and talk until lunch. Once they were in the classroom, Ashido suggested that everyone introduce themselves. Eventually, it was Izuku's turn. He looked over to Bakugo, who nodded and followed him to the whiteboard. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya. My quirk isn't super strength or fire blood. It's part of the new quirk type, demon. Though it's different than normal, I don't need to eat people. The fire blood was my blood demon art called exploding blood. We think the reason I can't talk is that I don't need human meat, so a trade-off happened. Speech for power. Izuku turned around and saw mostly amazed faces. Some appeared weirded out, but none looked fearful or disgusted, so Izuku was happy. Then the lunch bell rang, and they all went to the cafeteria. Izuku was waiting when Lunch Rush walked over to him. Eller, you're the Midoriya kid, right? Izuku nodded, and Lunch Rush handed him a bowl of katsudon. Eller, a little rabbit told me you liked katsudon. Have a good day. Izuku smiled and sat down at an empty table. Azui and Bakugo soon joined him. Bakugo asked, Where'd you get the katsudon, Deku? I didn't see any on the menu. Izuku took out his phone and replied, He just gave it to me. Bakugo nodded as Azui spoke up. Azui asked, How do you two know each other? Bakugo replied, Our parents were friends, which made us friends. We were practically family. Azui inquired, Were? What happened? Katsuki paused and then spoke in a quiet voice, None of your business. Besides, it's Izuku's story to tell, not mine. Azui apologized, Sorry, I must have struck a chord. I can leave if you want. Izuku quickly shook his head, signaling for her to stay. They talked a bit more, and just before lunch ended, Izuku slid a piece of paper over to her. Izuku wrote, Want to come over? You'll love my roommate, I promise. Address. Bakugo saw the paper too. I'll come over too, I want to see what kind of place that woman has you living in. Izuku whipped his head around and smacked Bakugo on the head. Oh. Fine, sorry for almost scaring her off, Bakugo said. Izuku replied. Azui laughed and said, Sure, I'll come over. Oh, and call me Tsu, both of you. Izuku smiled, then the bell rang for them to leave, and he practically ran back to the classroom. The first day of school ended, and Izuku was waiting by the gates for his two friends. Bakugo and Tsu showed up after a few minutes, and they started walking. They soon made it to the station and got on. After a half-hour ride, they got off, and Izuku led them to the apartment. He heard the shower running, meaning Roomie had come back early. Loudly, Izuku called, Ra? Okay. I got your text, by the way. Just watch some TV or something, Midoriya. Roomie shouted back. He brought them over to the couch, where he got an idea. Izuku ran to his room and came back with an old card game called Uno. He placed it down and looked up the rules on his phone. Tsu said, It looks interesting, Midoriya. By the way, what's with all the Mirko merchandise around here? Just then, Roomie came out, covered in bandages and some stitches above her eye. Tsu looked at her in shock, her eyes wide. Your roommate is Mirko? Tsu exclaimed. Izuku nodded as he ran over to her, worried about her injuries, adjusting the clearly haphazardly placed bandages she had put on herself. Yes, we are roommates. Midoriya, I'm okay. I'll be able to go back out there and kick butt next week, Roomie assured him. Izuku calmed down and dragged her over to the table he set up for Uno. Uno? Haven't played this in ages. Get ready for the emotional trauma of a lifetime. Roomie declared. The three teenagers exchanged nervous looks as Roomie dealt the cards. To say they were upset would be an understatement. Roomie, who had actually played the game and didn't expect to lose at all, kicked the table across the room. Bakugo burned some of the cards, Izuku sulked in a corner, and Tsu left before any of that happened, saying she needed to cook for her siblings. Suddenly, a knock came from the door, and a voice called out. Roomie? Midoriya? It's open, they both yelled. Ryukyu opened the door to find the mess they had made. She walked over to Izuku and tapped him on the shoulder. Uno? She asked. He just nodded and got up. He helped her pick up after the group, dragging the table back to where it was and pulling Bakugo off the floor, where he had passed out from rage. Ryukyu left after a while, realizing it wasn't the perfect time to be there. Roomie had also begun drinking at one point and had passed out. Izuku picked her up and took her to her room. He placed her on her bed and was about to leave when he heard her talking in her sleep. He turned to find her crying. No. Don't go, please. Rabbit strong, I can kick bad guy, but I promise. Mommy, please don't go. Come back. She suddenly sat straight up, tears running down her face. Izuku murmured. She shook her head. No. I'm not okay, Midoriya. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder, then sat down on the bed and hugged her tightly. He comforted. She hugged him back. You should be getting to your room, Midoriya. I'll be fine, but you have school to tackle tomorrow. Instead of getting up, Izuku leaned sideways and pulled her down to the bed. He then pulled the covers over himself and a surprised Roomie. He said. I guess this works. Thank you, Midoriya, she replied. Instead of an answer, she just heard his light breathing as sleep took hold of him. She chuckled a little before falling asleep alongside him. The next morning, Roomie woke up feeling heavier than normal. She looked down to find Izuku now on top of her. She smiled and started to shake him to wake him up. Midoriya. Dumbass Uno player. When that didn't work, she used the last thing she could think of. Cute demon boy. Time to get up. This seemed to get through to him as his eyes slowly opened, revealing his pink irises. He replied. We've gotta go, dipstick. Well, you do. I'm stuck in this apartment for the next week. The boy groaned. I know my bed is comfy. How about this? You get up now and you can sleep here again. Izuku jolted up, his face redder than her eyes, and rushed to his room to get ready immediately. Roomie laughed to herself as she heard the door close behind Izuku when he left. She got up and walked out, noticing a plate of food he had left for her. Sitting down to eat, she began to think out loud. Didn't feel that bad though. Having someone there. Would he be interested in me? No, Roomie, bad thoughts. He's a high schooler. But he's cute and nice, plus those eyes. No, stop, control yourself. But Midoriya is. Well, Midoriya. Plus those muscles he hides under that baggy clothing. What are you doing to me? After finishing her meal, she laid down on the couch, preparing for a boring day, when a knock came at the door. It was Ryukyu. Roomie opened the door and led her over to the couch. I wanted to talk about this yesterday, but you were busy. Are you sure it's wise to let Midoriya live here? Don't get me wrong, he's a good kid, but we don't even know what he feeds on for power. Plus, he's a 15-year-old teenager. Who knows what goes through his mind? Ryukyu said, I understand your concerns, but if you're worried about either of us being stuck in an apartment together, you should be more worried about him. I have a rabbit quirk, and luckily, it hasn't acted up yet, Roomie replied. Except it already has, Roomie. I passed him on the way here. He had your scent all over him. That wasn't my quirk. He slept in my bed last night. I had a nightmare, and he hugged me to calm me. It was nice. He's in high school, Ryukyu started, but Roomie raised her hand to stop her. I already went through that whole argument with myself. Don't need it again. Ryukyu sighed. Just do what you think is best for you and him, okay? Roomie nodded as Ryukyu left the apartment. Izuku entered the apartment and walked over to the couch where Roomie was sitting. He sat down and laid his head on her lap. Oh, So you think just because I wasn't mad this morning, you can do things like this? Roomie teased. He sat up, murmuring an apology, which made her laugh. She pulled him back down to her lap. I never said it wasn't okay. They sat there for a while, watching TV, and Roomie started running her fingers through his hair. Izuku responded. You like this? She asked. He nodded, and she continued. After a few minutes, he sat up and touched one of her ears. Her foot suddenly slammed into the floor, startling him. Oh, sorry, Midoriya. My ears are sensitive, she explained. After an hour, Roomie turned off the TV, made Izuku sit up, and faced him. All right, Midoriya. We need to have a talk. He replied. About us. I enjoyed your company last night. It helped me sleep. It felt nice to have you there when I woke up too. Izuku's face turned a little red. You know me, Midoriya. When it comes to feelings, I'm not that good at it. He nodded and hugged her back. I know this might make things awkward, but do you think you would go out with me? Izuku immediately broke the hug and started nodding. He pulled out a piece of paper and began writing. I know we haven't known each other very long, but I like you. I really do. You're the first person who showed me kindness despite being a demon type. I was hoping to ask at some point, but now I don't. Smiley face. Also, just call me Izuku, thank you. Izuku then leaned in and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. Roomie beamed and pulled him in for a hug. They were so focused on each other that they didn't hear the door open or footsteps approaching until it was too late. Ahem, Ryukyu said. They both turned to look at her, who appeared unamused as she sat next to them on the couch. So, Roomie, you gonna explain? Izuku said yes. That's all. Now the only way this day could get better is if I got a call saying I could get back out there, kicking criminal, but 5 days early. Rah! Izuku cheered. I understand that, Roomie, but why? Midoriya's a high schooler, and you're 27. You do know we don't care about that, right? Roomie replied, pulling Izuku in tighter. Fine, you two win. But if something does happen, just know I warned you. Ryukyu then left the apartment to go patrol. Roomie leaned back and pulled Izuku down with her. So, what do you want to do? I just asked you out, what should our date be? Izuku pulled out his phone and started typing, showing her that he searched for a movie. I've been wanting to see that. Sure, we can go now, there's a showing in half an hour. Come on. She dragged Izuku out the door and down to the nearby mall, which had a theater. They made it in time and bought a couple of tickets. The movie was a full 3 hours long. As they walked out of the theater, Izuku spotted a familiar head of pink hair. Ashido was walking by with Hagakure and Kaminari when Izuku remembered they had agreed to hang out that day. He hid behind a pillar as they passed. Roomie asked, what was that about Izuku? He pulled out his phone and typed, classmates. Pink 1 chatty, might spill to school if she thinks we're on a date. Then let's go before they come back, Roomie replied. They made their way back to the entrance, careful not to catch Ashido's attention. Just as they were about to leave, Ashido called out to Izuku and ran over. Hey, it's Midoriya. What ya doing here? She exclaimed, noticing Roomie standing next to him. Oh my god. You didn't tell me you knew Mirko. Hi, I'm a big fan. It's nice to meet one of Midoriya's classmates. Sadly, I'm injured right now and can't kick butt until next week, Roomie said. Ashido seemed to overlook Roomie's near slip of Izuku's first name, caught up in her excitement. After a few minutes of chatting, Izuku and Roomie managed to leave and returned safely to the apartment. Izuku cooked for them, and they enjoyed their meal before heading to bed. Roomie let him sleep in her bed again, and he cuddled up next to her as she held him tight. They both fell asleep that night, ready for any challenges ahead. The next day, Izuku sat at his desk, lost in thought about Roomie. They had grown closer over the week, and while it felt fast, he didn't mind. He was eager to share the details of their upcoming hero lesson, their first practical training. Suddenly, All Might burst through the door, announcing his arrival. Izuku was too busy daydreaming to pay full attention until All Might calmed down. Now then, today we will be doing combat training. But what is a hero without their gear? He declared, pressing a button on the podium that revealed numbered cases from the wall. Now go change into the suits you submitted to UA, and meet me at Ground B. Izuku stood and reached for his case at the top of the wall, but it was out of his reach. Tsu jumped up and grabbed it for him, and he nodded in thanks as they left for the locker room. In the locker room, Izuku noticed a hole in the wall leading to the girls' locker room and decided to put a bead of blood inside just in case. Before anyone finished changing, he heard Minetta's voice. Guys, look, our predecessors left us a holy grail. There's a peephole into the ladies' room. Ida interjected, Minetta, I suggest you stop this. UA students should not be doing things this vulgar. Minetta ignored him and continued his rant about the girls. Fed up with his remarks, Izuku ignited the blood he had placed in the hole, leaving a burn mark on Minetta's face. Minetta turned to see Izuku's intense gaze, his pink eyes narrowing. Why, you know what, Ida? You're right. Too vulgar for us first years. Minetta stammered, quickly returning to his case to change. Izuku kept an eye on him until he left, then followed the rest of the class. Tsu and Bakugo approached him. Great hero suit, Midoriya. And the girls are thankful for you stopping Minetta, Tsu said. Bakugo added, of course I would tell them. You deserve the thanks, Deku. I like the getup, by the way. Izuku smiled as they walked over to the rest of the class. All Might explained the day's activity. They would be fighting over a bomb in teams of 2 indoors. He drew lots to choose the teams, and Izuku was paired with Uraraka. Team A shall be the heroes. Team D are the villains. You both have 5 minutes to plan and strategize. Use it wisely, now go. All Might announced. The 2 teams moved toward the building with the villains going inside. So, Midoriya, got any plans? Uraraka asked. Izuku bent down and began writing in the concrete with his nails. Bakugo will come for me. You try for the bomb. I'll join after dealing with Bakugo. All right. Uraraka replied. After a few minutes, All Might announced the start of the trial, and they headed inside. Izuku and Uraraka reached the 2nd floor and were about to round a corner when Bakugo rocketed around it, tackling Izuku and letting Uraraka go ahead. Let's see just how strong you are, Deku. I won't let just anybody be number 2. Bakugo challenged. Izuku growled and pushed Bakugo off, sending him down the hall. Once they both recovered, they charged at each other. Izuku aimed a kick at Bakugo's chest, but Bakugo dodged with an explosion, narrowly avoiding the blow. Izuku's momentum carried him forward, and Bakugo hit him with an explosion from behind, sending him crashing into the wall. As blood leaked from Izuku's injury, he ignited it, pulling himself out of the wall and kicking the flaming debris toward Bakugo. Explosions echoed as Bakugo was forced to dodge, allowing Izuku to close the distance and pin him to the ground. Before he could get up, Bakugo felt something warm start to fall and spread on him. He looked up and saw Izuku dragging his nails through his arm, drenching Bakugo in blood. Ah! Izuku exclaimed. Good plan, I can't move without you igniting this, can I? Bakugo replied. Izuku nodded in confirmation and walked off. He then heard Uraraka over their radio. Midoriya. I found the bomb on the 5th floor, but Ida's spotted me, she said. Bakugo grunted a response and quickly made his way to Uraraka's location. He walked into the room to find Ida running around with the bomb while Uraraka struggled to get close. Bakugo lunged at Ida, kicking him in the side and sending him flying, shattering his armor. Ida got up and started running at Izuku, engines roaring. Izuku blocked a kick Ida threw, which cracked his arm a little. Ida backed off and aimed for Uraraka, who was almost at the bomb. Izuku rushed in to block another bone-cracking kick. His bones healed almost instantly, but he knew Uraraka's wouldn't. Uraraka then touched the bomb, and Izuku wrote in the concrete. Make weaker kicks. Both ones I blocked cracked my bones. None of our classmates can heal like me, he communicated. Ida quickly apologized as they returned to the viewing area, and everyone except the 2 teams and Tsu looked at Izuku strangely. Izuku tilted his head in confusion as Bakugo and Tsu walked over. They're a bit creeped out by the blood-drenched thing, Bakugo explained. Izuku ignited the blood, and since he didn't see Bakugo as his opponent, the pink flames didn't burn him. Instead, they left his suit looking as if it hadn't been drenched in blood just moments before. The rest of the matches went by. Some were interesting, others not, but Izuku enjoyed watching them all. After school, Izuku walked into the apartment and sat next to Roomie on the couch. "How'd it go?" Roomie asked. Izuku replied, nodding. Roomie laughed. "So you had fun kicking butt?" Izuku nodded and pulled out his phone. "How's hero work?" he texted. "You wouldn't believe it, but my second day back, and I'm already getting called in for a big drag bust. Those troublemakers didn't know what hit them," Roomie said, grinning. Izuku giggled and gave her a kiss. "I'm still getting used to that." "Who'd you fight anyway?" she asked. "Bakugo and Ida. I was teamed up with Uraraka," he texted back. "Oh, you bored with me already? Is she a replacement?" Roomie teased. Her teasing caused Izuku to panic and hug her tightly. What she didn't expect were the wet spots she felt coming from him. He was crying. She quickly hugged him back. Whoa. I was kidding, I know you'd never do that, Izuku, she reassured him. He looked up at her with tear-filled eyes. She responded by giving him a kiss, which cheered him right up. He described the whole match to her on his phone, and she said she was proud of him. After dinner, he fell asleep with her on the couch. His power grew with each passing day, but was it growing fast enough for the danger right around the corner? Only time would tell. Izuku was sitting on a bus with the rest of his classmates, all in their hero suits. They were going to an off-campus facility for rescue training. As they rode, Sue started talking. "Bakugo, about your quirk," she said. "What is it, Kermit?" Bakugo replied. "Is your explosive sweat only on your hands?" Sue asked. "No, it's all over. I only use my hands because I can direct them better." "Why?" Bakugo responded. "I was just thinking it might be better if you flew using your feet, leaving your hands free for attacking all the time," Sue suggested. Bakugo grunted and looked at his hands. "I've been using my hands for so long that I never thought of using anywhere else." "That's a good idea." The conversation quickly spread and turned into a talk about everyone's quirks. Bakugo and Sue had to speak for Izuku. Eventually, the bus stopped, and Aizawa ordered them to get off. When they did, 13, the rescue hero, was standing there, waiting for them. She quickly led them inside, calling the building the USJ, and talked about how dangerous quirks could be, no matter how they're used. Suddenly, a giant purple, misty portal opened in the center of the building, and many thugs began walking out of it. One man in particular caught both Izuku's and Bakugo's eyes. He was relatively tall, with short messy black hair, a face adorned with small freckles, wearing a tan trench coat, and breathing a small, yet intimidating fireball. Hisashi Midoriya was in the building. Izuku and Bakugo didn't even notice the man covered in hands or the giant beast standing next to him. "Cool. They even have fake villains for us to fight off," Kirishima exclaimed. "Get out of here. Those aren't fake, we're being attacked." Aizawa shouted. Bakugo said, "Me and Izuku can't. I can't tell you what, but something personal is here, and we have to take care of it." Aizawa replied, "Not like I could stop you two while fighting. Just make it quick." He put his goggles on and leapt down to the main group, but Izuku and Bakugo watched Hisashi walk into the fire zone. They snuck off to the side, careful not to be seen, and made their way inside. Izuku claimed a building while Bakugo flew up. They started looking around and spotted Hisashi walking up the road toward them, not having seen them yet. Izuku stood on the edge as Bakugo landed next to him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Izuku nodded, meaning he was okay. Izuku, loudly, "Ugh." Hisashi froze and looked to the building where the two teens stood. His smile immediately turned into a frown as his eyes locked with Izuku's. Izuku jumped down and landed in front of the man, Bakugo joining him quickly. Hisashi, well. If it isn't the demon brat, come to take my life too? Shouldn't be too hard. After all, your mother died because of you. If she just hadn't loved you, she wouldn't have stepped between you and that gunman. Oh well, can't change the past, but I can ensure no one else I love ever dies because of you, Izuku. Get out of the way, Katsuki. Bakugo stepped up to the man. Bakugo, no. Izuku is my best friend. I won't let you hurt him. And don't say it's for my or my parents' sake. We would give our lives for him, Just like Aunt Inko, just like you should too, you sad excuse of a father. Hisashi, suit yourself. Demons don't deserve love, and those that give it to them will be dragged down to hell with them. Bakugo, the devil's gonna have his hands full once he drags down our class. We're all in this together. You mess with one of us, the rest will rise to face you. Hisashi, I don't see any of your classmates. Suddenly, Hisashi was hit into a building by a tail. Ojiro stepped towards the two. Ojiro, who was that guy? Bakugo, Izuku's father. It's a long story, one you might hear in the future, but not now. Go find the rest of the class. I assume you were all scattered. We'll deal with Dad of the Year. Ojiro nodded and ran off as Hisashi pulled himself up from where he landed. Hisashi, Demon brats. That was cheap. Bakugo, heroes don't need to fight fair, but if you insist, go get him, Izuku. Call out if you need help. Izuku nodded and rushed at Hisashi. The grown man was quick. He dodged a kick from Izuku and backed off. He breathed in and created a carpet of fire when he breathed back out. Izuku was pushed back, and his arms were charred. He looked at Hisashi, growled, and kicked a nearby wall to pieces. Hisashi looked confused as Izuku ripped into his arm and started pouring blood onto the rubble. Izuku picked up a blood-covered rock and threw it at Hisashi, who tilted his head to avoid it, but Izuku ignited it just as he moved. Stunned by the pink flames, Hisashi failed to dodge the flaming rubble Izuku kicked at him. Once he was out of rubble, Hisashi regained his composure long enough to see Izuku rush and kick him in the side, launching him inside a building. By the time Izuku got there, Hisashi was gone. A crash could be heard as well as All Might yelling, "Plus Ultra." When they left the fire zone and rejoined the class, Tsu ran up to them and hugged them, crying. "Tsu, I didn't know where you went. Thank God you two are all right." Izuku patted her back and she let them go. Izuku walked outside and was immediately pulled around a corner by Roomie, who hugged him tightly. "Roomie, why didn't you call me or text me, dumbass? I could have lost you." Izuku hugged her tightly back. "Izuku, Roomie, just let me know if this kind of thing ever happens again, okay?" Izuku nodded, and they separated, walking back around the corner. They then heard a collective gasp from 16 teenagers. They turned to see Class 1, well, the ones who didn't know about Izuku knowing Roomie, staring at them. Izuku locked eyes with Bakugo, then Tsu, and then Mina, who all nodded, knowing they'd be the ones to explain. He and Roomie then left and went back to the apartment, where they relaxed with each other for the rest of the day. It was late, and as Izuku walked past Roomie's room to go to his own, he heard soft crying. He put his ear to the door and listened, as Roomie had another nightmare. "Roomie," muffled, "Aizu, please no. I don't want you to go, not now. I can't be alone after just getting you. Please, Aizu, I'm not strong enough to handle this. Please, don't go, not like Mom." She stopped as she woke up. Izuku rushed in and hugged her without giving her any time to think. He pulled her close to his chest, calming her down. "Roomie, guess the punishment can wait, just a few nights." She pulled the covers back up, and they fell asleep. They had all trained for 2 weeks for this day, the day of the UA Sports Festival. After the USJ incident, they were given a few days off, and when they came back, Aizawa told them that the festival was in 2 weeks and that hero lessons were postponed for them to train. Izuku was in his PE uniform, in a small waiting room with the rest of the class. As they were waiting, Todoroki walked over to Ashido. "Todoroki, Ashido, it's pretty clear you're one of the strongest people in this class, which is why I will defeat you, with my ice only. Those of you who came here hoping to be friends and team up will lose. We're competing against each other today. This is a declaration of war." Izuku walked over and smacked Todoroki on top of the head. "Izuku, Ra. Bakugo, he wants you to stop being rude, icy hot." Todoroki just gave them both a cold glare and walked back to his seat. Present Mike started talking after a minute, which was their cue to go, so they walked out of the room and into the middle of the giant arena where they would be competing. Present Mike introduced all the classes, and Midnight walked onto the platform in front of the students. "Midnight, Would the first-year representative Izuku Midoriya please walk up here and give us a speech? Izuku immediately looked worried, but Bakugo and Tsu put their hands on. Looking over the wall. Monoma, what? Ms. Mirko, why are you over there with the Class A losers? Especially when they have that demon with them. Usually, Roomie would make a quick, humorous comeback, but the way he called Izuku a demon didn't sit right with her. Roomie, well, just so you know, I have seen what these guys have had to fight. They're not losers. This demon right here has a name. It's Izuku Midoriya, and you better remember that. She jumped onto the wall, bent down, and looked Monoma in the eyes. Roomie, because the next time you say demon like that, you won't be leaving a hospital bed for a long time. I will not tolerate you insulting my roommate like that. She kicked him off the wall and hopped back down to Izuku's side. He looked at her, thankful, and she smiled, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, causing 1A to gasp. Roomie, oh please. You all already knew this would happen. And no spilling. I'll know. They nodded and sat down. The second round started, and Izuku was up against Tokoyami. The two students walked down to the concrete fighting area. Tokoyami, a demon made of darkness against a demon embraced by light. May the best man win, Midoriya. Izuku nodded as Midnight began the match. Despite being mute, he never lost his love for analyzing quirks, and he already knew Dark Shadow's only weakness, light. He dug into his skin, spraying blood towards Dark Shadow, which Tokoyami sent back at him. He ignited the blood, causing the shadow monster to shrink. Izuku got in close and shoved Tokoyami out of the ring. He helped him up, and they both nodded at each other before walking back. Izuku continued to watch until his next match came up against Bakugo. They both stood up, looked at each other, nodded, and walked off. When they reached the platform, they nodded again, confirming an unspoken plan that would be remembered for years. Midnight began the match, and the two boys walked to the center. The crowd looked confused, expecting a battle, not what appeared to be a contest of will. Their hopes were quickly shattered as the two teens struck combative poses, fists in the center. Before anyone could theorize, their hands started going up and down. Bakugo, shoot! The hands stopped, Izuku with a fist and Bakugo with a flat hand. Bakugo, paper beats rock. Izuku nodded, turned around, and walked off the platform, forfeiting the match. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Izuku walked back to the stands with Bakugo, finding Roomie laughing as they returned. She walked over and hugged Izuku. Roomie, oh my god. That was amazing, Aizu. Great plan. Bakugo, we've been preparing for that moment since we first watched the festival when we were 6. The rock, paper, scissors match that all of Japan will remember for years. He and Izuku shared a fist bump, but Bakugo had to go back to fight Todoroki. A while later, Izuku stood on the third-place podium instead of Ida, who had to leave due to family reasons. All Might appeared to hand out the medals and walked over to Izuku, placing the third-place medal around his neck. Midnight handed him a microphone, likely to address his earlier match. All Might, young Midoriya, may I ask why you and Bakugo didn't fight in the semifinals? Izuku nodded and wrote his answer on the podium. All Might, you two were planning that since you were 6, huh? Oh, and your mom wouldn't want to see you two hurt each other. What wholesome and noble reasons, young Midoriya. Izuku nodded as All Might moved on, looking to the sky and wondering if she would be proud of him. He recalled her last words, spoken with love and hope. Inko, remember, Izuku. I will always love you no matter what. Become a great hero, be true to yourself. Get an appealing wife or a handsome husband, I don't care, as long as you're happy. Don't fight with Katsuki, he's a good kid, even if he's a little hot-headed. Live a good life, Izuku. Goodbye, I love you. He decided she would be proud. He was getting closer to being a hero, and he and Bakugo were the best of friends. She would likely approve of Roomie, despite the age difference. After the sports festival, Izuku and Roomie returned to the apartment. She noticed he seemed distant during the drive, so once they sat down, she asked him about it. Roomie, Hey Izuku. What's up? You were pretty quiet in the car, more than usual. He frowned slightly and pulled out his phone. Izuku was thinking of Mom. I think she'd be proud of me. I'm so close to being a hero, and I've got our appealing girlfriend, Dash. Roomie smiled and hugged him. Roomie, I'm sure she is Aizu. Izuku hesitated before asking, Izuku, could we visit her grave? Dash. Roomie, sure we could. Let's go. They got back in the car, and after an hour of driving, they arrived at a cemetery. Izuku stepped out and walked in, the loose sleeves of his jacket flowing with the wind. Roomie followed him to the back, where he stopped and kneeled next to a gravestone marked Inko Midoriya. Izuku made soft sounds, trying to express his feelings. After a moment he burst into tears. Roomie rushed over and hugged him, trying to calm him down. Once he quieted, she spoke. Roomie, hey Mrs. Midoriya. You might know me from TV, but I'm Roomie Usajiyama, Izuku's girlfriend, and the pro hero Mirko. I hope you're proud of him. He misses you a lot, and I know you loved him. Hisashi is part of a new group called the League of Villains. Me, Izuku, and that Bakugo kid will take him down, I swear. Suddenly, clapping echoed from behind them. Hisashi, wonderful. Truly appealing. Though that last part, yeah. I wouldn't lie to a dead person, pretty disrespectful if you ask me. Roomie, what do you want, you? Hisashi, not a fight, I'll say that. Izuku could beat me alone, so could you. I'm not foolish enough to try anything. Just wandered over here to mourn, that's all, though it seems I'll have to clean up. Out of nowhere, a branch from a nearby tree broke off and flew into his face. A gust of wind swept through the area, and all three of them swore they heard a feminine voice within it. Wind, don't touch. Be sturdy. The same branch then lifted off the ground and struck the back of his head. Another, gentler yet fierce voice could be heard. Wind, can't believe. Someone like you. Roomie glanced behind the man and thought she saw two figures. One a woman in her late 20s wearing a black, sleeveless bodysuit and a white cape, clearly a hero, and the other a smaller woman in her mid-30s with green hair in a bun, looking angry. They smiled at her before drifting away. Roomie and Izuku left before Hisashi could recover. Once in the car, Roomie received a text, and her expression soured. Izuku, Roomie, not only are we meeting your mom's ghost apparently, but you're meeting my dad. He heard about you from Ryuko and wants to meet you. Apparently, he has a surprise for me too. Izuku took out his phone. Izuku, can't be too bad. Roomie chuckled. Roomie, we'll see Aizu. We'll see. She started the car and pulled out, leaving the cemetery behind. It took 2 hours to reach Roomie's dad's house, located outside the city. They arrived to find an unfamiliar car in the driveway. Izuku rang the doorbell and her father answered, frowning. Oriboku, hi, you must be Midoriya. I've heard a lot about you. Nice job in the festival, don't worry, I haven't told anyone. I'm Oriboku Usajiyama, just call me. Oh yes, sorry. Just write either Oriboku or Dad, either one. Roomie, alright Dad, what's with the frown? Ordinarily, you'd be all over us. Does it? Familiar piece of fabric. He'd seen it in pictures his mom used to have, of her and her mom. He pulled it out, revealing a white cape connected with yellow beads. Underneath it lay a red cloth, held together with a gold-colored clasp with a wing-like design. He kept going through the box, finding the rest of his grandmother's hero costume within it. Torino, keep it safe, Midoriya. I trust you to do that. Now sit tight, you'll like where we're going. Izuku, Ashido noticed tears welling up in his eyes as he smiled. Ashido, he's really thankful for it. Torino, you're welcome, kid. Izuku stayed quiet throughout the ride, silently shifting through the costume before coming across a picture. It was of his grandma, Nana Shimura, a little girl with green hair who was most likely his mother, and an older boy with black hair. He put it back in the small pocket by the chest, just big enough for the picture. She clearly wanted her family to be close to her, But the pocket was nearly invisible, meaning it was probably a secret even to Torino. After an hour, Torino stopped the car outside a hero agency, one that had been kept in operation even after its hero died. Izuku looked at the name, Paragon Hero Agency. He looked up the hero name but couldn't find anything on them. Torino got out of the car, and Izuku put the hero costume back in the box and followed him. Torino, I saw you look Paragon up. You won't find anything. She was never that popular, always staying under the radar, for reasons I'm about to tell you. Everyone involved already knows I'm about to tell you, so don't worry. But first, welcome to Nana Shimura's hero agency, kid. As they walked inside, Izuku saw that even though the lights were on, the agency hadn't been used in decades. Nearly everything but the electrical system was outdated. He walked over to the front desk and saw 3 letters. One addressed to his mother Inko, one addressed to a man named Kotaru, and finally, one addressed to a grandchild. He picked up and read the one to his mother. Nana, dear Inko. My appealing baby girl, I know you might hate me for what I did, and I understand if you do, I probably deserve it. I can't tell you why I did what I did, but a friend of mine, a hero by the name Gran Torino, can. I needed to protect you and your brother. I'm sorry I had to give you 2 up. I just couldn't live with myself if you were in danger. Just know, I never stopped loving you with all my heart. Love, Mom. Izuku was tearing up at the letter. He put it in the box, along with the one for Kotaru, to hopefully give it to his child if he had one. He then opened the one addressed to a grandchild. Nana, dear my grandchild. If you're reading this, then my worst nightmares have come true and one or both of my children, your parent, are gone. You may not even know who I am and vice versa, but I'm sure you've grown into a fine young man or woman. I hope either Inko or Kotaru were good parents while they were alive. I don't know you, but know that I write this with all the love in my heart. Just know that Grandma Nana is proud of you, no matter what you are. Torino walked over as Izuku put the letter in his pocket instead of the box. She was a fine woman and an even better friend. Now you'll be here, training by yourself and learning from the records kept here on how to run an agency. I'll stop in every day to check on you. Now sit down. Izuku complied as Torino pulled up a chair for himself. It's time you learned about One for All. Izuku was in the agency's training room. It had been a few days since the internship started. He had learned a lot about running an agency, but that wasn't as important to him as what else he discovered. The letters at the front desk hadn't been the only ones Nana left behind. Over the last few days, he had continuously found letters addressed to his mother, Kotaru, or a grandchild. He also learned from Gran Torino that he had told Roomie about One for All. Was it the smartest decision? Not really. But Gran Torino knew Izuku would need someone to talk to about it besides him, All Might, and Ashido. Izuku had looked up the address of the agency and found it was on the outskirts of Hosu, where Ida was with Manuel. He was kicking a training dummy when he heard Gran Torino and Ashido walk in. Ah! Izuku exclaimed. Figured. We're about to do some patrolling here in Hosu. Wanna join us? Torino asked. Izuku quickly nodded but held up his finger, signaling them to wait as he ran over with his phone. Can I test out a new move I've been trying? I call it exploding blood bullets. Ooh, sounds cool, Midori. Ashido replied. Sure, why not? I'll stand over there, use it on me, Torino said. Izuku nodded, and they both walked over, facing each other. He bit his tongue, filling his mouth with blood and letting it trickle down his throat. Then he flexed his enhanced muscles, sending the blood flying in a concentrated blob towards Gran Torino. He ignited it, and the elderly hero barely dodged. Holy! What speed! That's great, kid. Keep working on that until you can perfect it. Now let's go patrol, put your hero costume on. Izuku nodded and ran towards the room he was using. As he changed, his eyes gravitated towards the box with Nana's costume in it. He wouldn't wear it. Not only was it tailored to his grandmother's frame, but he preferred looser clothing. Yet something within still called out to him. He walked over and opened it, digging through until he found 2 pieces, the appealing clean white cape and the elegant red waistcloth. He put the cape back, deciding he wasn't fit to wear it just yet, and wrapped the red cloth around his waist. He clipped it on, the golden wing design on the clasp blending perfectly with his own costume, as if he was meant to wear it. When he walked out, Gran Torino immediately noticed the cloth, smiled, and said nothing, clearly feeling the same connection Izuku felt. They headed out to patrol. About an hour into their patrol, they heard explosions and screams. Izuku also heard another sound, wings flapping, too big for a bird but too small to be Ryukyu. He looked up and his eyes widened, a Nomu barreling straight for them. Unable to move fast enough, he bit his tongue and fired a blood bullet. The pink flames hit the Nomu in the eyes, causing it to fly out of control. Nice shot. We have to take care of this. I give you kids my full permission to use your quirks to fight these things, any villains you come across, and save whoever you can. Torino encouraged. Izuku suddenly heard a noise farther away but still relatively close, the sound of metal on flesh, a teenage boy yelling, and a man monologuing. Ah! Izuku exclaimed. What? Don't tell me you need to do something. Fine, but be safe. Nan'll rise from the dead and kill me if you die, Torino said. Izuku nodded and ran towards the sound, hopping from wall to wall, much like Roomie would. He rounded a corner and saw the man known as Stain standing over a seemingly paralyzed Ida. Ra! Izuku shouted, delivering a swift kick that knocked Stain away from Ida. However, Stain managed to bring up one of his swords, cutting Izuku's foot off at the ankle. Izuku quickly regenerated his foot as Stain recovered. Another worthless fake. Here to end my cleansing, Stain sneered. Izuku replied. Oh, I recognize you. You're the demon kid from the sports festival. I like you, your motives are true, but you're horrible at hiding the truth. Leave and you will be spared. You're already done for if you don't leave. Can paralyze you with his sword somehow. Go. This is my responsibility, Ida urged. Izuku protested. Suit yourself. Prepare to die, Stain threatened, bringing his sword to his mouth and starting to lick Izuku's blood. Connecting Ida's warning with Stain's actions, Izuku ignited the blood before Stain could swallow any of it, causing his sword and mouth to burst into flames, illuminating the dark alley in pink light. Izuku rushed over, kicked Stain in the side, breaking a few ribs and cracking others. As Stain hit the wall, Izuku poured blood all over him, ensuring he wouldn't move. He then messaged Gran Torino. Took down Stain. He sent, along with a picture of the unconscious villain. What? Where are you? Torino replied. Wherever this is, Izuku responded, sending a map screenshot. After a few minutes, Torino and a few other pros arrived. Stain was tied up by a light pole while Native spoke with Izuku, who was feeling anxious about the situation. Ida, feeling down about himself, was also present. Both Ida and Native were rushed to the hospital for treatment, and the police chief arrived to speak with Izuku directly. Young man, I've been informed that you took down Stain, the chief asked. Izuku felt a wave of fear wash over him. Although he was on the hero's side, he knew that the detectives could twist the story into something sinister. Izuku stammered, unsure of how to respond. The chief noticed the boy's confusion and fear. Just then Roomie landed next to them. Back off. He doesn't like cops. Roomie exclaimed. Ms. Mirko, could you explain why? The chief inquired. Isn't it obvious? He's a demon type. You arrest them on sight every day. The only reason they're not shot in the streets is because they regenerate. You expect that fear to just disappear? Roomie replied, frustration evident in her voice. I apologize. I'm new to this position and have been focused on ending demon discrimination, but it's a slow process, the chief admitted. Roomie sighed. All right, but let me talk to him, okay? The chief nodded, and she led Izuku into an alley, away from prying eyes. I know this is silly, but are you okay, Aizu? Not hurt, right? She asked, concern in her voice. Izuku shook his head, relieved. Roomie hugged him tightly. Oh, thank goodness. Now, what happened? Other than Stain getting taken down by a mute high schooler. Izuku giggled and pulled out his phone, texting her the details so she could relay them to the chief. Good job, babe. A deed like this deserves a reward, don't you think? Roomie said, a playful smile on her face. He looked at her, puzzled, and she leaned in, kissing him softly before whispering, "My Quirk's acting up. I'm coming over tonight, and you're not sleeping." Izuku nodded, his face turning red. Roomie chuckled and walked away, leaving him to rush back to the agency after texting Gran Torino not to come over. At the station, Izuku stood with Ashido and Gran Torino, holding his suitcase in one hand and his hero costume case in the other. Roomie had safely taken Nana's costume back to the apartment. Now, he and Ashido were waiting for the train to UA. "Good luck, both of you. Ashido, Toshinori made the right call picking you. Keep improving. Midoriya, keep Nana's costume safe like you promised, and please wear the cape. After taking down someone like Stain, you deserve it. I think she'd be proud of you," Torino encouraged. The train arrived, and they quickly boarded. Izuku pulled out his phone to text Roomie. "Hey Roomie," he typed. "Yeah, Aizu," she replied. "Could you bring Grandma's cape to UA? Torino said I deserve to wear it after beating Stain and saving people. I'll see you there. Love you Heartsuit," Roomie responded. "Love you too, Roomie Heartsuit," he texted back, putting his phone away as he felt Ashido's gaze on him. Izuku asked. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you and Mirko meet?" Ashido inquired. Izuku pulled his phone back out. "I was homeless for a while and saw a commotion about a top pro. I ran because I didn't want to be arrested, but she followed me. I told her about my situation as a homeless demon type, and she took me in." Ashido hugged him after reading his message. They continued talking until the train stopped, and they got off, walking toward UA where they met Roomie at the gate. "Hey Aizu. Here's her cape. Your costume will look amazing with it, I'm sure. And thank you again for helping me with my problem the other day," Roomie said, noticing Izuku's face turn red. He replied. Roomie chuckled. I know. Now get in there. I bet Eraserhead's going to make you fight or something. Go kick butt." They shared a quick kiss, and Izuku handed her his suitcase to take home before both students went inside. As they entered the classroom, they noticed their classmates giving them curious looks. "Ah," Izuku said, confused. Suddenly, Tsu and Bakugo rushed over. "You crazy nerd. Why'd you fight the hero killer alone?" Bakugo exclaimed. "Yeah. You had us all worried." Tsu added. Ashido chimed in. "He's fine, look at him. He's never been better. Besides, he already got a talking to from Mirko." Izuku quickly smacked her on the head to quiet her, but it was too late. A certain purple-haired student had overheard and rushed toward him. "How was it? Did she crush your head between?" Mineta started, but Izuku, thoroughly disgusted, kicked him across the room. Bakugo patted Izuku on the shoulder. "Good job." Just then, an annoyed voice came from the door. "As bored as I am, I don't wish to listen to your guys' personal lives." "Shut up and sit down," Aizawa said. Izuku panicked, realizing Aizawa had heard. He knew how serious the man was, and if he thought he and Roomie were not a good match, it could jeopardize both their careers. He quickly sat at his desk, gripping the cape for comfort. Aizawa noticed Izuku's nervousness. "No, I won't report you too, but please get better at hiding it. Nizu already suspects something," Aizawa warned. "Now these internships were meant to help you all learn and improve, and that has happened, some more than others. On that note, you will all be competing in a few races. You will race to a fake civilian somewhere within Ground Gamma. All Might take it from here." Aizawa slipped into his sleeping bag and crawled into a corner as All Might made his way into the room. As the giant man entered, Izuku hid the cape, wanting it to be a surprise. "All right. Go put on your costumes and meet me at Ground Gamma. I'm excited to see your improvement." All Might stopped Izuku before he could leave. "I'm sure Nana would be proud, young Midoriya." Izuku nodded and All Might let him go. A few minutes later, All Might was standing in front of the class, waiting for Izuku. "Does anyone know where young Midoriya is?" Ashido replied. "He has a little extra on his costume. He should be here any minute now." Just then, someone could be heard running down the dark hallway towards them. All Might's eyes widened as he watched Izuku jump through the doorway, his MSDR's waistcloth and cape flowing through the air. "Ah! Now that young Midoriya is here, We can begin. Now we will split you into groups of 5. Come draw lots. Izuku was put into a group with Ida, Siro, Ojiro, and Ashido. All Might jumped to a random area within ground gamma and set off a distress signal, marking the start. Izuku took off faster than everyone else. Ashido caught up to him and almost passed him, but he used a technique to distract her. She dissolved the distraction, but it slowed her down, causing her to hit a pipe. Izuku made it to All Might first, and the man announced his victory. The cape and cloth look good on your costume, young Midoriya. Izuku just nodded and waited for his classmates. Once the others arrived, they returned to the group. What was the move you used on Mina, Midoriya? Hagakure asked. He calls it exploding blood bullets. From what I know, he bites his tongue, lets the blood flow down his throat, and then forces it out, Ashido explained. Wow. Amazing! Hagakure exclaimed. The rest of the day went by rather fast. Izuku walked into the apartment, set his stuff down, and walked into the living room. He laid his head on Roomie's lap, waking her from a nap. Oh hey Aizu. How was it? Ah. Good huh? Well, how about to celebrate a good first day back, we go out? Izuku nodded. They went out to dinner later that night. Roomie had gotten a reservation at a nice restaurant. When they were seated, they ordered some drinks. Midoriya? Why are you here? A feminine voice called. You're Yaoyorozu, right? We're on a date tonight. Why are you here? Roomie asked. Oh, how lovely. I hope you two have fun. I'm here for dinner with my family, Yaoyorozu replied. Just then, a man and a woman walked up behind her, clearly her parents. The man was Kazuma Yaoyorozu, the owner of the Yaoyorozu Corporation, and the woman was his wife, a famous model named Fubuki Yaoyorozu. Oh, you're that Midoriya kid. Nice to meet you, Kazuma said. Ah. Izuku replied. We're Momo's parents. Oh, Mirko, how are you? Fubuki asked. I'm doing great, Roomie said, clearly a bit annoyed at the interruption. Izuku subtly showed his phone screen to Momo, indicating Roomie's irritation. Mother, father, let's go. I'm getting hungry, Momo suggested. They nodded and bid farewell to the couple. The rest of the night went smoothly, and Roomie and Izuku went to sleep satisfied with their date. Izuku opened his eyes to a dark room. He looked around and found his phone, turning it on to check the time. As he did, he noticed the date, Christmas. He jumped out of bed, got dressed, and ran down to the common space of the dorms. Once he was down, he sat next to Tsu and Bakugo to eat breakfast that Sato was making. Izuku picked out a generous helping of pancakes, bacon, and breakfast sausages. Even Aizawa joined in on the breakfast. After they finished eating, Togata showed up with Eri in a Santa suit. They included the small girl in their mystery gift exchange. Siro attached his tape to each present and gave each end to a different person. When Izuku pulled his, he got a 13 figure that Uraraka had bought. After thanking each other for the gifts, they left the dorms to see family, but Bakugo dragged Izuku off toward his house. Izuku tried to text Roomie, but she wouldn't answer. The small smirk on Bakugo's face told him it was a surprise. They reached the Bakugo household within the hour, and Mitsuki answered the door to let them in. She led Izuku and Katsuki into the living room and sat them down. She came back with a couple of presents and gave one to each of them. Izuku opened his to find a custom-made zip-up sweatshirt with enlarged sleeves. After getting his gift, Masaru led him up to a guest room, pushed him inside, and closed the door with a smirk. When Izuku turned the light on, something on the bed caught his eye. A lumpy present was laid out and seemed to be moving. Before he could open it, he heard the front door open and close, as well as a car leaving. He shrugged it off and pulled on the wrapping paper, revealing a brown thigh. Now suspecting what, or rather who, was underneath, he kept going until a fully unwrapped Roomie remained on the bed, wearing a Christmas-themed version of her hero suit with a bow on one of her ears. Roomie, I'm your present, Aizu. Izuku, ah. He hugged her tightly and laughed a little. She gave him a kiss and whispered into his ear. Roomie, whispering, now how about you finish unwrapping me and play with your present, For hours later, the Bakugos came home to a quiet house. They walked up to the guest room and peeked in. It was a mess, though it looked like an attempt had been made to clean up. The dresser was on the floor, the bed was in a completely different corner, and the lamp was missing. They could even swear there were scorch marks on the floor. They spied the couple together on the bed, in deep sleep, huge smiles on their faces. They closed the door and went to their own rooms for the night. When the Bakugos woke up, they were greeted by an amazing smell. They walked downstairs to find a full breakfast and a note from Izuku. Izuku, thank you for lending us the room. Enjoy the breakfast I made. The Bakugos sat down and enjoyed the best breakfast they'd ever had. One last Christmas present. A week had passed since the internships ended, and now the class was standing in front of Aizawa outside the training grounds, ready for the practical portion of their final exams. Aizawa, before we start, do any of you know what you're going to be doing? Ashido bounced up and down, hand waving through the air. Aizawa, Ashido, go ahead. Ashido, Kendo said we'd be fighting robots like in the entrance exams. Ordinarily, you'd be correct, Miss Ashido. The owner of the new voice crawled his way out of Aizawa's capture tool, revealing Nizu himself. Nizu, behold! It's me, the principal. Now, like I said, usually you would fight robots, but that would be inefficient considering this class experience. So instead, you'll be fighting us, the staff of UA. As he finished, other faculty members walked out, revealing themselves. Aizawa, now you all may be thinking, this is unfair, right? Normally I'd say life itself is unfair, but this would be overboard even for me. Nizu, which is why Miss Hatsum from the support course made us these nifty little weights that force us to carry around half our body weight. Carrying on, you will be split into teams of 2, your partners having been chosen for specific reasons. Now for the teams and opponents. Nizu listed off the names, but Izuku noticed he wasn't paired with Bakugo or Tsu. Eventually, the small rodent made it to the last team. Nizu, and finally, Mina Ashido and Izuku Midoriya versus me. The booming voice of All Might could be heard as he landed between the students and other teachers. All Might, you two shall battle me for your final exam. After that, Nizu ordered the first 4 pairs to their areas and let the others strategize or watch. Izuku and Ashido chose to strategize, though it was more like Izuku dragged her to a waiting room. He sat down across from her, and they began. Ashido, so, Midori, any ideas? Izuku took out his phone to write. Izuku, other than distracting him, none. While yes, I can regenerate almost instantly, there's no way I'm faster than him. Same speed maybe, but not faster. Ashido, I agree. Maybe if I supercharge my acid making with OFA, you can push me real fast, and our combined speed can rush past him. Izuku, that might work. I can also constantly leak blood so he doesn't want to come close. We will have to go around because he might go for a more direct approach. Ashido stood up and held up her hand, waiting for a high five, which Izuku quickly reciprocated. Half an hour later, they were called down to the city training ground. Once they reached it, Ashido charged OFA to her max percentage and started excreting acid from her feet. Izuku dragged his nails through his arms and focused on not regenerating. The buzzer went off, and so did they. Instead of heading straight, Izuku pushed Ashido 3 streets to the side before heading down. They then heard a giant crash as an airwave destroyed the main street that they would have been on if they had gone straight, followed by All Might landing and yelling in confusion. All Might, yelling, "Where did you go, heroes?" Running away. Izuku went faster to get out of range before Ashido could yell back a remark that would get them caught. However, that wouldn't matter as All Might started tracking Izuku's blood trail. He could hear the giant man coming because of his footsteps and the sound of him spitting to get the boy's blood off his face, so he ignited his blood and let his arms regenerate. Izuku, ah! He pushed his legs harder, but just before they crossed the exit, All Might appeared. Izuku pulled out something not even Ashido knew he had come up with. He quickly wiped some leftover blood on her back, grabbed her tightly, fell backward so she was facing up, let go, and ignited it. The force of the flames sent the girl upwards, over the symbol of peace and through the exit. Then Present Mic's voice came over the speakers. Present Mic, Midoriya and Ashido claim victory over All Might. With that, Izuku and All Might walked around the corner to Ashido, and All Might deflated. All Might, phew, that was a workout with these weights on you too. Good job, especially you, young Midoriya, with that booster thing you did. You got a name for it. Izuku thought for a moment before pulling his phone out, deciding to pay one last bit of homage to his grandmother. Izuku, Shimura's flight. All Might, I like it, though her quirk was float, not fly. Izuku, and the move is a boost, not flying either. All Might. Touché. Ashido, whatever it was amazing. It felt so cool to do that, I wish I could actually float. They all chuckled before heading to where they needed to be. Later, Izuku walked into the apartment to see Roomie rushing toward him. When they stood up, Izuku looked past her to see another hero, the number 3 Hero Hawks, wearing a slightly annoyed expression. Roomie said, "Oh hey Aizu. Welcome back. I can talk later, but I need to take care of Hawks over there." Izuku giggled at the nickname. Hawks asked, "Who's the kid? Your little brother or something, Bugs?" Roomie replied, "He's my roommate, thank you very much, and a good friend too." Suddenly, Izuku felt a feather scratch his cheek before returning to Hawks. He placed his hand on Roomie's shoulder before she could get mad, looked her in the eyes, and she nodded, understanding his plan. He ignited the small amount of blood Hawks had taken with the feather. Roomie said, "And that's why you don't mess with Aizu." She walked over and put him out with a blanket she picked up. The fire didn't reach his body, but it did burn a few feathers. Hawks remarked, "Now I recognize you, you're the UA demon." He said demon, with such venom that it seemed personal. Roomie bent down and looked into Hawk's eyes with a fierce intensity, a look Izuku affectionately named Murder Rabbit. In a quiet voice, Roomie warned, "I hear you say demon like that towards Aizu one more time, and I swear you'll wish I let one of those Nomu things tear you apart. Out of our apartment now." Hawks quickly got up and ran out, leaving an angry Roomie and a saddened Izuku. Roomie snapped out of her anger when she heard something hit the floor and a soft sob from Izuku. She hugged him and brought him over to the couch, letting him cry into her shoulder. Roomie comforted him, saying, "It's okay, he doesn't know you. He's just a quirkist. You know there are plenty of people out there who won't care about your quirk. I love you, Izuku, and your friends care about you. Now show me how your exam went." He looked up at her, a small smile forming as he wiped the final tears from his face. Izuku gave her a quick kiss and pulled out his phone, showing her a video of his exam. Roomie exclaimed, "Amazing job, Aizu. I didn't think you two would be able to win against All Might himself. Now let's get us some dinner. I'll order, so just relax." Izuku nodded enthusiastically. They went to bed a while after they ate, and just as Izuku was about to fall asleep, Roomie started having another nightmare. Roomie cried out, "Get away. No please, he doesn't deserve this. Leave my Aizu alone. Puffs, stop. Kamui, let me go. Please." "No, Aizu." She opened her eyes, tears flowing down her face, but they didn't get far as Izuku wiped them away and hugged her. Roomie said, "Thanks, Aizu. Guess we're even for today, huh?" She chuckled, and they shared a brief kiss before settling back down for the night. The next day, the class walked off the bus, arriving at the summer training camp UA required their first-year hero students to attend. This year, the location was changed to avoid villain attacks. Izuku sent Roomie a text saying he wouldn't be available for a few days due to the lack of service. When he looked up, he saw 2 heroes he recognized, Mandalay and Pixie Bob of the Wild Wild Pussycats, striking their famous pose. Mandalay announced, "Now that introductions are over, welcome to your training camp. Well, you aren't there yet. See that building off in the distance? That's the camp." Everyone looked into the distance where she pointed, just barely able to see the WWP building. Pixie Bob added, "We own this whole forest, so use your quirks as you see fit." Everyone except Izuku, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima looked confused. Kirishima shouted, "Get back on the bus." Izuku grabbed Sue and Bakugo and jumped toward the bus as Pixie Bob touched the ground to shift it. While the rest of the class was thrown off the cliff, Izuku and his friends landed on top of the bus. Pixie Bob exclaimed, "That's not fair." Aizawa replied, Neither is life. Midoriya, you three can come with us. You'd get through this challenge too easily. Izuku smiled and jumped down with Tsu and Bakugo. They walked over to the car and got in, though a little boy with them glared at the three, particularly at Izuku. He shook it off, assuming the boy was just put off by his eyes, as not many had pink irises. They reached the camp after an hour and went inside to eat lunch. The students then met the other two pussycats, Ragdoll and Tiger, as they walked into the room. Ragdoll asked, "So why are these three already here?" Aizawa explained, they avoided Pixie Bob's trap and would make the others get here too fast. Ragdoll suggested, "Okay then. Well, how about a quick sparring session with us to pass the time?" Izuku, Bakugo, and Tsu responded, "Hell yeah, sure. Karo dash." Tiger said, "Let's see what you three are made of." They followed the pussycats into their training room and got ready to fight. Izuku bit his tongue, preparing a blood bullet. Bakugo took off his shoes, readying a technique he developed during his internship, and Tsu crouched down, ready to leap. The buzzer sounded, and so did the match. Izuku spat out his blood bullet, Bakugo shot off using explosions on his feet, and Tsu leapt up to the ceiling. Bakugo yelled, "Kamikaze style." Izuku ignited the blood bullet as it passed by Tiger, knocking him back. Bakugo slammed into Pixie Bob, and Tsu whipped Mandalay with her tongue before leaping at Ragdoll and kicking her. The pussycats then struck back, with Tiger sending an extended fist into Bakugo's back, slamming him into the ground hard enough to knock him out. Mandalay distracted Tsu with telepathic messages while Ragdoll pinned her down, and Pixie Bob buried Izuku using the dirt covering the training room. Bakugo woke up in his room, realizing it was night. He had likely missed dinner, but that didn't matter. He was still digesting the large lunch he had. As he rolled over in bed, he recalled an odd interaction from his internship with Best Jeanist. Kamui Woods and MT Lady had assisted in a bank robbery, where the criminal possessed a demon-type quirk. Kamui Woods remarked, "Another monster behind bars, just like they should be. Why they're allowed to live is something I'll never understand." Emilady added, "I know, right? And they take attention away, making us get less pay." Bakugo glanced at Best Jeanist, who wore a disgusted expression, not directed at the criminal, but at the two heroes before them. "Never turn out like them, Bakugo," Jeanist advised. "I wouldn't. That's not how heroes act. Midoriya, the demon type in my class, is my best friend. He's like family. My parents and our class would never turn out like them. You have my word." Best Jeanist placed a hand on his shoulder, affirming his belief in the young hero in training. Bakugo sighed, knowing that with every incident their class faced, the public would judge Izuku, but he and everyone close to him would always defend him, ensuring the young demon would become an amazing hero. Heat, fire, screams, those were all Izuku could feel, see and hear. What happened? This was supposed to be a safe place, somewhere villains couldn't find. Why did they attack when everyone was split up? Where was Koda, his hideout? Those thoughts raced through Izuku's mind as he stood in the clearing. Tiger and Mandalay were holding their own for now, but Pixie Bob was down, and Ragdoll was somewhere in the forest. He ran over to Mandalay and started writing in the dirt. "Izuku, know where Koda might be. Going to make sure he's okay." Mandalay quickly responded telepathically, "Okay, make sure you both come back safe." He nodded and ran off towards the cliff Koda called his secret hideout. He had discovered the area a few days earlier when he noticed Koda walk off without food. Thank goodness he remembered where it was. When he arrived, he saw Koda in front of a large cloaked man with a mask. The man took off the mask, and Izuku heard Koda yell in fear. "Koda, why you're the demon who killed my parents?" Izuku understood why Koda didn't like him. He knew Izuku was a demon, like the one who had taken his parents. Izuku sped up, determined not to let this man harm another family. He noticed the man extend his arm, muscle fibers emerging from his skin. Just as the man was about to strike Koda, Izuku pushed the boy out of the way, taking the blow himself and slamming hard into the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his spine and a rib puncturing his heart. Muscular sneered, "Oh, would you look at that? A hero brat saved your life, but it won't do him any good." He won't be able to get up and stop me anymore. He approached Kota, raising his bloody fist, but then heard a shout. Izuku, Ra! Muscular turned to see Izuku standing there, the only sign of his injury being the blood on his shirt. Suddenly he felt an intense burning pain in his right hand. Looking down, he saw his hand engulfed in pink flames. Muscular cursed, "Oh, damn it. Regeneration, pink blood flames, green hair. Yeah, you're the kid the boss wants me to bring in. All that fire? That's your father's doing." Izuku remained silent, determination in his eyes. Muscular continued, "Oh right, you don't talk. Too bad I can't kill you, but I'm sure you'll give me a good fight." He lunged at Izuku, who raised his arms in defense, but Muscular overpowered him, tearing off his arms and throwing him toward Kota. What surprised Muscular was how quickly Izuku began to regenerate. Muscular exclaimed, "How? I've killed and eaten dozens, and I can't regenerate anywhere near that fast." Izuku started writing in the stone next to Kota. "Izuku, run, find Mr. Aizawa, get him over here. I'll hold him off." Kota hesitated. Why should I trust a demon? Ignoring the venom in the child's voice, Izuku wrote back. "Izuku, you don't have to, but I trust you to have enough common sense to leave while two demons are fighting." Kota looked at Izuku, nodded, and started running. Muscular lunged after him, but Izuku intercepted the punch, struggling to hold it back. Muscular looked into Izuku's pink eyes and saw the determination of a hero. Izuku growled. Grr. Kota watched in amazement as Izuku saved him again before continuing to run. Muscular sneered, "So be it. I'll just have to settle for beating you into paste and letting you regenerate for the boss." He punched Izuku with his other hand, sending him crashing into a nearby rock. Izuku stood up, ripping his arm open and preparing his favorite move, flaming rubble. He ignited the blood on the broken rocks and began kicking them at Muscular, who shrugged them off. However, Izuku noticed that his flames were slowing Muscular's regeneration. Digging his nails into his chest, Izuku covered his hands in blood, ignited them, and charged at Muscular. "Izuku, Ra!" Muscular barely flinched at Izuku's rapid assault. Not even the anti-regenerative flames seemed to faze him. He seemed to have finally had enough when he grabbed Izuku's head and knocked him out. When Izuku came to, he was being dragged by Muscular through a warp gate. He could see Bakugo, Tsu, and Ashido trying to get to him, but he was pulled through and the gate closed. Muscular bent down and picked him back up. Muscular, "Nah, still nap time, little man." He knocked Izuku out again, and it all went black. Izuku awoke once again, bound to a chair with chains and weighted cuffs around his hands. He could feel the last of his spinal cord stitching itself back together. He looked up to find he was in a bar, and the League of Villains were all staring at him. "Muscular, would you look at that? The little pipsqueak is awake." "Hisashi, still don't know why you didn't just get rid of him." "Shigaraki, silence, burnout. We need him, Esther believes he's special." "Spinner, he shares Stain's beliefs about true heroes, he shouldn't be harmed." "Toga, he looks so cute. Can I cut him please?" "Shigaraki, not right now." "Twice. His eyes are freaky. I love them." "Compress, I wish I could have been the one to bring him in. It would have been fun to mess with his classmates." "Dabi, either way, this better have been worth it. I heard he has fire, I wonder how hot it is." "Magna. His nails looked so sharp. He could slice right through my item." "Kurogyri, enough talk. Tamura Shigaraki, shall we begin?" Shigaraki simply nodded and pulled his chair up to Izuku's to face him. "Shigaraki, we've seen you fight, and we've seen how you treat your comrades. But we've also seen how society treats you, like garbage. Here's my proposal. Join us, and get back at this broken society. I promise your little friends won't be harmed as long as they stay out of our way." Izuku shook his head. "Izuku, Shigaraki, compress, get these restraints off our guest. He'll be more agreeable if we treat him as an equal." "Compress, why me? Why not have twice do it?" "Dabi, stop complaining and get it over with." "Compress, fine." The masked man walked over and removed Izuku's restraints. He jumped back as soon as he was done, expecting an attack, but nothing happened. Izuku rubbed and rolled his wrists, balling his hands up multiple times. Hisashi was the only one who noticed him wipe a small bead of something from his mouth, but he shrugged it off. Suddenly, the TV turned on, showing Aizawa at a press conference. Shigaraki, let's see what they have to say. At the press conference, Aizawa was prepared for every statement that could be thrown his way. Aizawa, I take full responsibility for the incident and the injured students. I gave them my permission to use their quirks in self-defense. I should have been more alert during the night. A reporter raised their hand, and Aizawa nodded towards them. Reporter 1, Sir. What about the missing student, Izuku Midoriya? Is it possible he betrayed you? This caused Aizawa to become very annoyed. Aizawa, he went off on his own to protect a child no one else knew about. I don't know everything, but from what the child said, Izuku put the kid's life over his own, even taking multiple bone-shattering punches to protect him. So no, he didn't betray us. I've known Midoriya for a few months, and as his teacher, I can proudly say this. Izuku Midoriya is a true hero. He would never betray us for any reason. But I have a question for you. Was that question based on the fact he has a demon-type quirk? Because if it was, leave. I will not tolerate such a logical bias. He looked the reporter in the eyes and watched the man walk out of the room. Another reporter raised their hand. Reporter 2, how is the search for the League of Villains coming, sir? Aizawa, other heroes and the police are currently following multiple leads. Back at the bar, Shigaraki looked towards Izuku to see the boy smiling. Just as he was about to speak, a knock was heard. Mario's Pizza. Toloi for crusty lips? The villains all looked at the door confused. Then the wall burst inward, All Might flying in. All Might, there's nowhere to run now, villains. Kamui, preemptive binding, lacquer chain prison. As Kamui Woods dove in, he bound up the villains and shot Izuku a hate-filled glare. Dabi was about to burn the wood, but a blur, soon identified as Gran Torino, knocked him out. Edge shot slipped through the gaps of the door. Edge shot, apologies for the mess, the door was locked. He unlocked and opened it, revealing multiple heavily armed police officers. He quickly incapacitated Kurogiri, cutting off their escape. Hisashi was about to start burning the wood himself when something wet, warm, and red was spat at his face. He wiped the blood from his eyes, looked up, and saw a grinning Izuku. Hisashi, DMNU. It should have been you who died that day. Izuku. Just as the heroes were finishing up, Izuku suddenly felt sick, like something was forcing its way up his throat. When it made it to the top, Izuku's mouth became full of gray mud, which quickly enveloped him. When he could see again, he was on unfamiliar ground. He looked around to see a few collapsed buildings, both Best Jeanist and E-Lady unconscious, the former having a hole the size of a plate in his torso. Finally, he gazed upward and saw the man who brought him there. In a black suit and a metal helmet, floating in the air, was All for One. Their eyes met, but that didn't last long as the symbol of evil was sent back by a kick, the foot covered in metal, resembling a rabbit's paw. Mirko was on the scene, and she wasn't happy. She looked down at the new arrival, first relieved, then angry. Izuku glanced behind him to see the rest of the league there. He leapt backwards towards Roomie, landing next to her. Roomie asked, "You good, Aizu?" Izuku nodded. "Good, because we aren't getting out of here without a fight. You can take Bargain Bin Vader, I'll handle these guys." Izuku nodded, and they split off from each other. All for One slowly floated back up. "So they sent a child to fight me. How insulting. Let's see just how strong you are," he taunted. Izuku retaliated with a blood bullet, but it was deflected by an air wave. All for One fired a stronger blast, creating a hole in Izuku's chest, which healed almost instantly. Izuku charged at All for One, managing to get close, but was pinned in the air with rivet stab. "I'm curious, how would this work on your, what do they call it?" "Oh yeah, blood demon art. Forced quirk activation," All for One declared. Instantly, Izuku felt his body burning as his blood ignited under All for One's command. As he burned, he felt himself losing consciousness. Just before everything went black, he saw Roomie take down Muscular and move on. A fast-moving object, red, blue, and yellow, collided with All for One. Izuku started to awaken as his insides regenerated from the burns. He opened his eyes to find All Might in his skinny form, standing over an unconscious All for One. All Might nodded at him, indicating victory. Izuku looked to his left and saw a conscious but exhausted Roomie sitting a few feet away. "Ah," he murmured. "Yeah, I won. Who do you think I am?" Roomie replied. Izuku smiled and chuckled, and she followed suit. After a few minutes, Kamui Woods and Hawks arrived, and Ni Lady woke up. Ambulances showed up to load injured civilians and heroes, but All Might refused to leave, opting to stay a while longer. As Izuku was about to stand up, he was pinned to a nearby wall by Hawk's feathers. "Hey! What the?" Roomie exclaimed. Kamui Woods bound her arms and legs, attempting to cover her mouth, but he gave up when she kept moving. "We're here to do something that should have been done long ago," Kamui said. "Demons like him shouldn't be allowed to live," Hawks added, summoning one of his larger feathers and placing it to Izuku's throat. All Might rushed over. "Stop this! He is my student and my teacher's grandson. I will not allow this to go on." Empty Lady approached. "What are you going to do? You're powerless now, everyone knows that. I will ensure you get arrested for murder and accomplice to murder. If those don't stick, I will have your hero licenses revoked," All Might declared. "We all know there are too many demon haters for that to happen." "Hawks, slay this demon," Lady insisted. Roomie started thrashing as a newscopter returned to capture the new conflict. "No, don't. I can't lose him. Let Aizu go, please," she yelled, tears streaming down her face. "Aizu!" Kamui and Hawks echoed. "Let him go. He doesn't deserve this. He didn't do anything to you. I'll kill you if you touch him." Roomie shouted. Hawks smirked. "You're rather attached to him, even for a roommate. Is something else going on between you and this monster, Mirko?" Roomie looked at Izuku, who nodded, ready. "Let him go. You touch my Aizu, and I swear you won't live to see the day." "Not after I just got him back," Hawks replied. "So that's why you wouldn't say yes. You were busy with this thing. What? Jealous that the thing you despise is a better choice than you?" Roomie shot back. "Disgusting, dating a demon. You should die after him," Kamui said, using his quirk to spear her leg, pinning her to the ground. The pain caused her to scream, tears running down her face. Izuku, hearing Roomie scream, stopped thrashing. The others noticed his sudden silence, and he began breathing hard, almost hyperventilating. He grit his teeth, a soft yet menacing laugh escaping his mouth. Flashbacks of the mistreatment he had endured over the years filled his mind. The heroes watched in fear as Izuku grew in size, black, crack-like marks appearing around his eyes, and a long white horn sprouting from his forehead. The feathers holding him up couldn't support his new size, and he fell a few inches to the ground. The smile on his face was not one of joy, but of deranged, angry glee. He disappeared and punched Kamui Woods in the stomach, sending him flying. He then turned to Empty Lady, who activated her quirk and tried to step on him. He jumped up and knocked her out with a kick to the head. When he landed, he slowly turned to look at Hawks, who had summoned a second large feather. Hawks was used to flying and fighting at high speeds, so he could keep up with Izuku, who charged at him. Hawks sliced at Izuku with feathers, but they were immediately burned. Finally, Hawks landed a few solid hits, cutting Izuku's limbs and head off. Hawks, good riddance, no demon type can survive decapitation. He turned to walk away but heard Izuku still breathing. When he turned around, he saw something that scared him to his core. Hawks, how? Izuku's limbs and head were floating, held to his body by masses of blood. Hawks, how did it congeal so fast? Izuku started laughing as he used the congealed blood to pull his body back together. Once he was whole again, he used Hawk's confusion to knock him out with a single punch to the head. As his fight was over, Roomie looked to him and saw him drooling, staring at Hawk's unconscious body. She quickly picked up a piece of rebar, launching herself towards him, putting the bar in his mouth and holding his head back. "Roomie, Aizu!" You're better than this. Remember why you wanted to be a hero. He kept fighting against her, and she could tell the bar wouldn't last much longer. He reached up with his hand and she grasped it in hers. Roomie, would your mother be proud of you if you hurt someone? Would Nana want you to wear her cape? You wanted to be a hero to prove demons aren't all bad. Be a hero, Aizu. Let go. This seemed to resonate within his mind, as he stopped struggling. In his mind, he found himself being held by two people, his mother, Inko, and his grandmother, Nana. They looked at him with sympathetic smiles. Inko, my little boy, you're so strong, stronger than even I thought you could be. I'm so proud of you, and tell Roomie I approve of her. Nana, you're a good kid. I'm glad you're my grandson. Granny Nana will always be by your side, Izuku. Together they said, we love you, Izu. Now go. Roomie and your friends need you. With that, he woke up in Roomie's arms. He started crying as he shrunk back down, his horn and black marks disappearing. He then hugged her tightly, which she reciprocated. After a few minutes, Izuku calmed down and got up, helping Roomie walk. As they finally exited the crater made by the fight, they noticed the crowd that had surrounded it. Roomie spotted a news camera, dragged Izuku over to it, and gave him a kiss, live on the news. The next few days would be quite a ride. Roomie had just kissed Izuku on live TV after he had knocked out two heroes and nearly harmed the number 3 hero, Hawks, who had attacked them first. Suddenly, the crowd behind the cameraman erupted with mixed reactions, many awed at the couple, but just as many yelled and called them names. A reporter walked over and asked them a question. Reporter, what just happened? Roomie, those heroes tried to hurt Izuku for being a demon type. They hurt me and he got upset. As would you if you watched your significant other get hurt. Reporter, I see. Now just one more question. What will you two do about the storm this relationship will cause? They both shrugged. Roomie, we'll figure it out. Izuku, Reporter, good luck. I personally hope you guys can make it through. You look cute together. Roomie, thank you. Now come on Aizu, let's go. They both jumped away and started running back to the apartment. A news copter started following them, but they managed to lose it after a while. Once they reached the apartment, Roomie immediately pulled Izuku in for a kiss. Roomie, I'm just glad you're okay. Izuku, Roomie, it's been a while, and my quirk's acting up again. Izuku nodded, picked her up, and carried her to their room. A few days passed, with constant messages and interview requests from news stations coming in, but they were being ignored. Izuku and Roomie were relaxing on the couch when they heard a knock on the door. Izuku got up to answer it, finding All Might, Aizawa, and Nizu on the other side. He let them in and led them over to the couch. Roomie, who is it, Aizu? Izuku, She looked up as he sat down and saw their guests. She sat up as they sat across from them. Nizu, thank you for letting us in. Now, we're here to discuss a couple of things. I'll let Aizawa and All Might begin. Aizawa, thank you, sir. Because of the attacks this year's Hero Corps students have experienced, UA has decided to become a boarding school. The dorm system is being implemented as we speak and is required for students to live in. Roomie, if I can't be there, then I don't think Izuku is going. Nizu, which brings us to my next point. You and Midoriya are in a relationship. Normally, I'd be quick to shut this down, but what I saw during that scuffle intrigued me. You, Mirko, normally cool-headed, freaked when Midoriya was in danger, and you, Midoriya, when she was hurt, you transformed in a way that was concerning. You incapacitated 2 strong heroes and nearly harmed Hawks just because they hurt Mirko. Roomie, yes, but he didn't. I kept him back long enough to calm him. She noticed Izuku's guilt-ridden face, so she put her hand over his. Nizu, that's why I'm going to let this slide. You're clearly the only one able to keep him calm when he gets upset, which is also why I want you to move into the dorms too. We'll even give you 2 the same room. Izuku's face lit up. Izuku, Ra? Nizu, yes really. Izuku hugged Roomie in excitement. Roomie, thank you Nizu. The 3 guests left after a while, leaving Izuku and Roomie to their own devices. Izuku was cooking a few minutes after they left when Roomie came up behind him and hugged him, resting her head on his shoulder. Roomie, always thought it would be me receiving this, but this feels right. Anyway, just know that even if you did manage to get to that winged villain, I'd still love you, Aizu. Izuku, They shared a soft kiss before she let him get back to cooking. They ate and went to sleep that night, closer than ever. The alarm went off, and Izuku reached over to turn it off. Roomie slowly stirred, letting him know she was awake as well. He looked up from her chest to see her smiling down at him. She yawned and started talking. Roomie, last few hours here, Aizu. All our boxes were taken yesterday, so how about we just stay right here for a bit? Izuku nodded and laid his head down, still looking at her. Roomie, are they really that comfy? Izuku, She laughed a little and they just stayed in bed. Late, that's what they were. They fell back to sleep and were now an hour late. They sprinted through the UA gates and down a new path that led to the dorms. After a few minutes, they found the one with a giant 1A on the front. Roomie, finally. Let's go. Shie and Izuku walked up the steps and opened the doors to find an unamused Aizawa. Aizawa, you're late? Roomie, we know. Aizawa sighed and led them inside. Aizawa, your room is on the 4th floor. All your boxes should be in there. Go unpack. They nodded and went up to their room to find a lot of boxes. Roomie, packed more than I thought. Doesn't matter, let's do this. Izuku, A few hours later, Izuku and Roomie appeared in the common space after everyone else. They sat on one of the couches, exhausted, and everyone looked at them. Roomie, fine. Ask away. Just make it quick. The room exploded with questions until Ida and Yaoyorozu calmed the rest down. They started with a question from Shoji. Shoji, what? Yarashi away. Aizawa was about to have the class follow him when he heard a familiar voice. Joke, yo Eraser. Remember me? Ms. Joke. Aizawa, unfortunately yes, I do. She pulled out a pack of gum, offering a piece to Aizawa. Aizawa, no thanks, it's probably a shock trap. She shrugged and glanced at his class, locking eyes with Izuku before walking over. Joke, so you're the kid who tamed the rabbit? Great job with that fight against Hawks and those others. Izuku smiled. Izuku, Just then, one of her students, a boy with black hair, approached and extended his hand to Izuku. Shindo, I'm Yo Shindo, nice to meet you Midoriya, right? Not very often you meet a demon nowadays. Izuku took his hand but noticed the disdain in his eyes and the way he emphasized, demon. Suddenly, his arm began to vibrate violently, but instead of letting go, he gripped tighter, making Shindo release his hand. Shindo, see you later. Izuku could tell Shindo's smile was forced but shrugged it off. Aizawa finally led the class inside to the main hall, where Izuku noticed many HPSC officials present. He walked up to Aizawa and pulled his sleeve. When Aizawa turned, he could see how nervous Izuku was. Sighing, he decided to take care of it. It's okay Midoriya, Aizawa reassured him. They wouldn't dare do anything here, not with the country's most popular first years present. This seemed to calm Izuku a little, and he held back for a few seconds for Bakugo and Tsu to catch up. They then stopped moving and a tired-looking man appeared on stage. Hello everyone. I'm Yakumaru Mera of the Hero Public Safety Commission, here to oversee this exam. The first portion will consist of you all wearing these targets while the other examinees throw special magnetic ball to set them off. Once all 3 of your targets are lit up, you are out of the exam. To pass, you must eliminate 2 people. You don't have to hit 6 targets, as only the last target will count as an elimination. HPSC members will now distribute targets and ball. Oh, and don't put the targets in unreachable or inappropriate areas, or you will be disqualified. Eventually, 2 men approached Izuku, Bakugo, and Tsu, one with a box of targets and the other with a box of ball. They handed Bakugo and Tsu their targets and ball but walked away before Izuku received any. Brah. Izuku looked around frantically, but no one was heading his direction. He tapped Bakugo's shoulder. What is it, Izuku? Bakugo turned to see that Izuku didn't have any and got angry. Using his boots, he started to hover above everyone else. Alright, who's the one who didn't give my friend his targets and ball? And who is your friend? Mera asked, yawning. Izuku Midoriya. And if he doesn't get to participate, then neither will 1A. So choose. Give him the targets and ball, or explain to the public why their favorite UA class walked out before the exam started. Yeah, the rest of Class 1A shouted in agreement. Midoriya? Eh? You mean the demon kid? He should have gotten them. Who skipped him? Mera said, yawning again. A man in a black suit raised his hand. Why, Mr. Garancia? Mera asked. Because he shouldn't be here. He's dangerous. He critically injured 3 heroes. Garancia yelled. And as we all know, it was to protect Mirko, who had been exhausted from the previous battle and was attacked by those heroes. Any better arguments on why he shouldn't be here? Mera asked. Garancia shook his head. Then leave. We have no use for someone so close-minded. The man was about to argue, but 2 others skirted him out. A woman wearing the same attire brought Izuku his targets and ball. I apologize for him. Good luck, she said with a smile before walking away. Izuku started putting on his targets just as Bakugo landed beside him. He hugged Bakugo quickly before letting go. With that out of the way, we can now begin. You can work in teams or alone if you wish. Good luck, Mera announced. The room then unfolded, revealing they were in the middle of the exam stadium. All the classes sprinted outwards, and the exam began. Class 1A rushed out from the now open room and into the giant stadium. Bakugo grabbed hold of Izuku and Tsu before flying off. We'll be sitting ducks with everyone else. We need to make sure all 3 of us pass. Bakugo insisted. After a minute, Bakugo landed on top of a building in a city area. All 3 walked to the edge of the roof to survey the area. I wonder how well the others are doing, Tsu said. They'll be fine, Bakugo replied. Izuku pointed down at a group of 4 students from a lower-ranking hero school. Perfect. Izuku, use the blood WHP to capture 2 of them. Me and Tsu will take the other 2. With that, the 3 jumped off the building. Izuku tore into his arms and created his blood WHPS, landing first and wrapping the WHPS around 2 of the students. They called out, but before their classmates could react, Bakugo and Tsu landed on them. Wait, you UA students. Come on, man, one of the captured students exclaimed. Izuku walked up and tagged both students he captured before letting them go and allowing his WHPS to fall to the ground. Good, now go to the waiting area. We'll catch up, Bakugo instructed. Bakugo and Tsu tagged the students they were on as Izuku walked away. Mera's voice was then heard over the speakers. The first student has passed the first portion. Izuku smiled to himself as he made his way to the waiting area. When he arrived, the same woman from earlier approached him with a small cylinder in her hand. Hi again. I'm just going to take your targets off, she said. Izuku nodded and she did so. He then noticed her ID badge and crouched down to write on the floor. Thank you, Ms. Jorkaki, he wrote. You're welcome, Midoriya. But please refrain from messing with the floor. I can bring you a notebook and pen if you want, she replied. Ah, Izuku said, and she nodded before walking off. A few minutes later, she returned with a small blue notebook and a pen, handing them to him before continuing to assist other students. Izuku walked over to a nearby table with food, picked up a wrapped sandwich, and sat down against the wall to eat. A few minutes later, Izuku took his last bite and watched as Bakugo and Tsu walked in. He stood up and approached them, writing in his notebook. Izuku, you guys passed. Did you see any of the others? Bakugo, yeah, actually. Ears, 3D printer, squid, tape dispenser, and Slimer got trapped in a building by another school. Tsu sighed. Tsu, Kero, Jiraiya, Yamamo, Shoji, Siro, and Mino were able to beat them though. But they still need more, so they'll be a bit longer. Kero dash. Bakugo, he knew. Tsu giggled and kissed his cheek, making the blonde boy blush as he grumbled and sat by a nearby wall. She soon joined him, and Izuku walked over to a small group of students to give them some time to themselves. Izuku, Ra. They turned to face him and he waved, a smile on his face. Of the group of 5, 2 smiled and waved back. The other 3 looked at him and their classmates with disdain, which saddened Izuku. He frowned and walked away, finding a chair to sit down and wait for the rest of the students. A few minutes later, one student from the group approached him with an apologetic smile. Hey, sorry about them. You're Midoriya, right? The demon kid dating Mirko? Izuku smiled and nodded. Oh right. You don't know my name, sorry. I'm Tatami Nakagame. Izuku pulled out his notebook. Izuku, nice to meet you, Nakagame. She tilted her head. In confusion. Nakagame, why don't you talk? Izuku, as a trade-off for not needing human flesh, my quirk took my words. I can still make noise and I do know how to talk. My vocal cords are just incapable of making words. Nakagame, oh I see. Pretty cool. I love the shade of pink your eyes are, by the way. Izuku, thanks. Shindo, hey, Tommy, why are you talking to the demon? Nakagame, because he's cool. Fireblood, demon form, dating a pro, kicking 3 pros' butts. You can't tell me that's not the definition of badass. Shindo, tease whatever. He's just another demon type, just waiting to gain people's trust so he can eat them. Nakagame, he doesn't eat people. His quirk doesn't let him talk as an exchange for not needing to eat people. Shindo, tell that to Hawks. She was about to argue when Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder. He stepped in front of her and showed Shindo the notebook. Izuku, you're right, I almost did eat Hawks. But if someone hurt the ones you cared about, you'd resort to eating them too if you were mad enough. I've faced countless amounts of discrimination and violence. My mother was killed protecting me, so excuse me if I was letting off a little steam. Shindo, yeah right. Keep making excuses. Come on, let's go. He turned and started walking away. Nakagame, no. Shindo turned back to face her, anger growing on his face. Shindo, what did you just say? He walked back up to her. Nakagame, I said no. I don't have to do as you say. It was clear Shindo's anger was getting the best of him. Shindo, yelling, my but you don't. You're my girl, you have to do what I say. Come with me. He reached to grab her arm, but she used her quirk to pull it into her body. In response, he raised his other hand, about to strike her when a big gloved hand caught his and a grenade-shaped gauntlet was put to his head. Tsu, stop this. Don't you want to be a hero? Karo dash. Bakugo, walk away and you live. Shindo, yelling, and why are you two here? Bakugo, yelling, what does it look like, dumbass? We're stepping up to protect. That's a hero's job. Tsu, besides. Karo, if Midoriya stepped in, it would have caused more damage for him. Both, now leave. Shindo ripped his hand from Tsu's grasp and walked away, grumbling the whole time. Bakugo lowered his gauntlet, and they both faced Nakagame and Izuku. Bakugo, you good, Izuku? He nodded. Nakagame, thank you, both of you. I'm Tatami Nakagame. That was Yo Shindo, my now ex-boyfriend. Tsu, no need to thank us. Karo, any aspiring hero would do that. Nakagame, I assume you're both friends of Midoriya's? Bakugo, please, he's basically my cousin. Nakagame looked between the two. Nakagame, but you look nothing alike. Bakugo groaned. Bakugo, I said basically. We're not blood related, our moms were really good friends. The name's Katsuki Bakugo. Tsu, and I'm Tsu Azui. Karo dash. Izuku pulled out the notebook once again. Izuku, they're dating. Nakagame, oh. Anyway, I better go. I want to stick around my class to make sure Shindo can't do something. You 3 have fun preparing. Hope we all pass. She smiled and waved as she ran off towards her class, at least the ones that passed the first portion. Izuku, Bakugo, and Tsu were left by themselves as they waited for the rest of their classmates to arrive. As they were walking, Izuku spotted a blonde girl in the distance. Her hero costume was a black tracksuit and a yellow haori with white triangles. They made eye contact, and Izuku immediately regretted it as she sprinted over. Midoriya. Hi. I'm Zenika Agatsuma. Please let me date you. Izuku, Ra? He started backing up. He glanced to the side just to see Bakugo and Tsu trying not to laugh and gave them a glare. Agatsuma, oh, look at those eyes. You're so handsome. Izuku then turned and started running, though the girl's lightning quirk let her keep up easily. It wasn't until she took a metal rabbit's foot to the stomach that she stopped. Izuku then hid behind Roomie, who had just arrived. Roomie, stay away from him. Agatsuma got back up. Agatsuma, yelling, and who are you? Both Roomie's and Izuku's faces went deadpan. Roomie, really? You know who he is but not me? I'm Mirko, number 5 hero, his girlfriend. Roomie leaned forward and glared at Agatsuma. The blonde girl's gaze then landed on Izuku, who was still hiding behind Roomie and nodding. Agatsuma, I guess it's a competition then. He will be mine. Mark my words. The girl walked away with a huff. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and came out from behind Roomie. He then pulled out his notebook. Izuku, thanks. She wouldn't leave me alone. Roomie chuckled. Roomie, I saw. Guess you got yourself your first crazy fan babe. Get ready, 'cause there's gonna be a lot more where that came from. Izuku, yay. Why are you here? Roomie sighed. Roomie, the HUC members wouldn't let you near them without me here. While you're popular, people are scared of you too. Izuku, HUC, Roomie, yeah, HUC. The Help Us company, they train people to act injured and in trouble for heroes to practice. They're also a part of the exam. Did you really think the exam would be only fighting? Huh. Izuku, bet you did too. She looked away and grumbled. Mara, all passing participants have now gathered. Izuku looked around to see the whole class had passed. He grabbed Roomie's wrist and pulled her over with him. All the students who passed the first portion of the exam turned to face the tired man on the stage. Mara, now that I have your attention, I can describe the second portion of this exam. As you all know, there's more to being a hero than fighting. You must also save citizens. It was then explosions could be heard going off. Mara, that is what you will be doing. HUC members have been trapped underneath rubble and on the other side of fallen bridges. This portion will be graded on a demerit system, meaning you will lose points with no hope of gaining them back. If you score below a 50, then you will fail. Now go. The room then opened up once more to reveal the areas the students were just in, now destroyed. Izuku and Roomie immediately took off, everyone else following after them. A large number went to the city environment, so Izuku, and by extension Roomie, went to the factory. They stopped and stood on a roof. After a few seconds, they both heard a sound. They looked at each other, nodded, and ran towards it. When they reached it, they found their way blocked by a large pipe that was too heavy for them to move, even together. Izuku, Ra. HUC member, yelling, help me. Please. Izuku, He was looking for a way around the pipe but couldn't find one. He began to panic when he remembered something. Back during the Kamino Ward battle, he grew in size when he demonized. Maybe he could shrink. He began to focus, remembering the feeling of how he grew. It felt like expanding his gut, but all over, so what if he Esidian instead? As he did so, he could feel himself getting shorter and shorter, his hero costume feeling heavier as it didn't shrink with him. Once he was finished, he was only 3 feet 7 inches. 109.2 centimeters. He walked over to the pipe and was now able to squeeze under. Roomie, woo. Go Izuku. He sent a smile her way as he disappeared behind the pipe. He approached the HUC member, who looked up at him. HUC member, oh, it's the demon. The disdain in her voice was thick, but Izuku shrugged it off. He had an exam to pass after all. Izuku, He took out a roll of bandages he had in his costume and wrapped up a few fake cuts. He then picked up the HUC member and carried her back out, sliding her underneath the pipe while Roomie dragged her out the rest of the way. Roomie, you're all right in our hands. Izuku heard her as he crawled back out and could tell she was forcing it. Izuku grew back. placed his hand on her shoulder, and gave her a smile. He then picked up the HUC member, and they took off, though the member was clearly unhappy being carried by Izuku. Eventually, they made it to the evacuation center other students had set up and passed the HUC member to another student. Roomie, good job. Now let's get some more of these goo dash. She was then blasted away with a torrent of wind. Izuku and a few others looked towards the source to find Yarashi. He then turned his gaze to Izuku, an angry look on his face. Yarashi, yelling, "Get away from him, Mirko. He's dangerous." Izuku, realizing a fight near the evacuation center wasn't good, turned and ran. Yarashi and a few others gave chase. As Izuku ran, he could see Roomie, Agatsuma, and Bakugo starting to catch up to them. Once they were far enough away from any other students and HUC members, Izuku stopped and turned around to face his pursuers. Izuku, yelling, "Ra!" Yarashi landed, Shindo ran up beside him, and a few others Izuku didn't know appeared. "Shindo, there's nowhere to go now, demon. None of your friends are here to help you." Agatsuma, yelling, "Actually we are." A flash of lightning blitzed through some of the group, and a white blur bowled through the others. Then Bakugo landed in front of the still-standing Yarashi. Roomie landed next to Izuku, and Agatsuma stood in the middle. "Bakugo, you better be able to tell us why you're chasing Izuku." Yarashi, yelling, "Why?" "Because he's a demon type. He's probably using you all to look innocent." Bakugo sighed. "Bakugo, not the right answer, wind for brains." He raised his palm to Yarashi. Bakugo, yelling, "Blast away." He sent the most powerful yet non-lethal explosion to the other boy's chest, knocking him out and sending him flying. Bakugo, "Lightning Girl, take care of the rest." Agatsuma nodded and charged forward using her quirk. The rest were out in mere seconds. However, Izuku noticed something was off. Roomie usually dove headfirst into battle, but she hesitated this time. He pulled her aside and took out his notebook. "Izuku, what's going on? You seem hesitant to fight." Roomie looked surprised that he noticed but quickly regained her composure and sighed. "Roomie, I'll tell you back in our room, okay? It's a bit personal." Izuku nodded. "Izuku, okay." Mara announced, "All HUC members have been rescued. Please return to the locker rooms, change, and follow your teacher." Izuku and Roomie walked towards where the others were heading. Once they reached the hall again, now in their school uniforms, Mara walked on stage and stood at the microphone. "Mara, I hope you all understand why we had to streamline the numbers this year. With the fall of All Might and rising crime rates, we need the best of the best to have their licenses. But do not fret, there's still the next exam, which will be held with the previous regulations." He pressed a button, and a hologram of those who passed appeared above him. Izuku searched for his name but noticed an empty slot instead. "Mara, these are those who passed. A paper detailing your performances will be passed around shortly. Now if you don't mind, I'm going to find a corner to sleep in." With that, he left the stage, and men and women in suits began distributing papers. Ms. Jorkaki approached Izuku and handed him his paper, which showed 50 out of 100 points, leaving him confused. Izuku, Ms. Jorkaki, "Yes, you passed, Midoriya. After the incident during the second portion, we thought it best to hide your name. Don't worry, you'll still get your license. The HUC member you rescued and the Hero Commission spectators took all your points, but after seeing your intelligence in leading the fight away from civilians, Mara personally cut the deduction in half." She smiled and continued down the row. Tears began to roll down Izuku's face as he looked at the paper. He turned to Roomie, who gave him a loving smile and placed her hand on his shoulder. After a few minutes, Mara spoke again. "Mara, now, those of you who passed, we will now be taking your photo for the licenses. Please follow Mr. Hiroti. The rest of you may either stay here to socialize or go to your buses." Izuku walked over to the man Mara pointed out, feeling confident with his classmates around him. After half an hour, all the pictures were done, and the licenses were printed. Izuku walked out of the building, holding his hero costume case in one hand and his hero license in the other. Roomie joined him. "Roomie, you excited?" He nodded. "Roomie, you should be. You finally get to do actual hero work instead of breaking the law. Your insistence on doing the right thing is pretty impressive. Izuku blushed and smiled, pulling out his notebook. Izuku, yeah, I can finally work with you. Roomie's smile wavered for a moment before intensifying. Roomie, not really, Aizu. Izuku looked saddened. Izuku, why not? Roomie, don't worry, you'll like the reason, I promise. She ruffled his hair and stood up. Roomie, now let's go. We've waited long enough. Izuku stood up and started walking towards the bus when she stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. Roomie, nah. You have your license now, which means we can both legally run faster than the bus. Last one there has to do the dishes. With that, she took off, leaving Izuku in the dust. He smiled, crouched down, and took off after her. They raced back to UA, sometimes with Izuku in the lead and other times Roomie. Once they reached the path to Heights Alliance, they both kicked it up a notch. Roomie ran on all fours, and Izuku used exploding blood for propulsion. The 1A dorm building needed new front doors. After cleaning up a bit, Izuku sat on the bed while Roomie stood in front of him, holding something behind her back. Izuku, Roomie, so, Izuku. This is about why I didn't fight and why you won't be able to work with me. Izuku pulled out his phone. Izuku, what is it? Are you okay? Is it some kind of injury? She smiled and shook her head at his worried questions. Roomie, I'm fine, Izuku. You know how well I can handle things. This is different. I said it was personal earlier, and that's true, but it also affects both of us. Izuku, what is it? She walked forward, bent down, took his phone, set it down, and gave him a kiss, placing the object she was holding in his hand. She stood back up, a smile on her face. Izuku, coming out of his surprise, looked down and saw a small white stick in his hand with 2 vertical red lines. He looked up at her, then back down, alternating his gaze. Finally, he stopped in front of her, tears of joy sliding down his cheeks. Aizu. Roomie nodded and stepped forward. Yes, I'm P'Arjun and T. You're going to be a dad. He lunged forward and wrapped his arms around her in a hug, which she gladly returned. The next step of their relationship had just begun. Izuku and Roomie were both in Recovery Girl's office one morning. Aizawa had allowed Izuku to skip part of class due to the visit concerning Roomie's PR'Y, giving him one of his famous grins while telling him. Now Roomie was sitting on a bed with a small yet noticeable bump on her stomach. Izuku stood next to her, both facing Recovery Girl. Okay, I have some good news and more good news, Recovery Girl said. Really? Izuku asked. His excitement palpable. Yes. The first thing is that you're having twins, Usajiyama. Roomie looked shocked and then turned to Izuku, giving him a big kiss on the cheek. He giggled with a large smile on his face. The next is that due to your rabbit quirk and the regenerative capabilities of Midoriya's cells, these 2 babies will be ready to come out in just 2 months. It seems they require you to eat less, otherwise, you'd be spending almost all your time eating. Other than that, they appear healthy. Izuku's smile widened as he looked at Roomie's belly, his pink eyes expressing just how excited he was. Roomie grabbed his hand and placed it on the bump. We're gonna do great, Aizu. We're gonna hit these kids with good parenting so hard they won't even know what hit them. She smiled and gave him a kiss. Suddenly, the door was kicked in, revealing a muscular, blonde-haired upperclassman. Are you Midoriya? He asked. Izuku nodded. I'm Mirio Togata, and we're gonna fight. Well, you're gonna be with the rest of your class, but it still counts. Mirko, wanna join? She shook her head. Not now, Roomie said. Well, now, come on Midoriya. Togata grabbed Izuku by the wrist and dragged him out. Just before he left, Izuku waved goodbye to Roomie, who smiled and waved back. Recovery Girl spoke up again. You really love him, don't you? Yeah. So? Roomie replied. Recovery Girl chuckled and shook her head. Oh, nothing. Just that you beat every guy who asked you out when you were here. I should know, I had to heal them all. Well, they weren't good enough. And he is? Yes. Recovery Girl just shook her head. I suggest you get back to your room now. Remember to take it easy. Yeah, I know. Thanks for this, recovery girl. If I went to a normal hospital, the whole country would know before a doctor saw me. It's no problem. Now go. Roomie nodded and left. The class wasn't doing well at all. Over half had already been defeated by their upperclassman, Mirko Togata. Izuku stood in the center, having figured out Togata's tactic, strike and retreat. Togata could slip into the floor for his retreat and phase through his opponent's guards. So Izuku devised a counter-strategy. Izuku dripped blood onto himself, using it to ignite his attacks. Off to the side, some classmates watched. What's he doing? Is he crazy? Edo asked. No, he's being smart. He can ignite his blood, so he's using Togata's strategy against him, Todoroki explained. Oh, that's why I recognize him. He's that demon boy, right? Why wasn't he in class? Hato questioned. Yes, he's the one with the demon-type quirk. I don't know why he wasn't here earlier, though, Todoroki replied. Amajiki added, Hato, just watch. If you had been paying attention, you'd see that Midoriya's the first one to figure out Mirio's quirk. Alright, fine. Hato huffed. Back in the fight, it had gotten worse. Now only 2 students were left standing, Izuku being one of them. Curiously, Togata hadn't gone for him yet, but Izuku would approach him if he wouldn't. Togata exited near Bakugo and was about to strike, but then he heard something. Ra! Just then, Izuku rocketed over, using his natural speed and some blood on the bottom of his feet for propulsion. He caught Togata's hand, covering it in blood, and ignited it, causing Togata to lose focus. Once that happened, he received an explosion to the chest, launching him back. Kamikaze style, Bell Rush. Bakugo yelled, using both hands and feet to move at near the speed of sound, though he couldn't control it well. With this burst of speed, he blitzed Togata to deliver a punch, but the older boy had already recovered and activated his quirk. Whoa! Pretty fast. Not fast enough, though, Togata exclaimed. He was distracted, allowing Izuku to wrap him in a blood WHP and launch him into the air. Oh! Fun! Togata said. AP shot. Bakugo yelled, but Togata turned his head permeable as Bakugo's ranged attack went through it. Nice aim. Let's finish this. Togata said, diving into the floor and popping up by Bakugo, kicking him down and knocking him out. He then looked at Izuku, smiled and raised his hand. I give up. But why? Edo asked. Simple, he'd beat me. Not only has he set up the perfect defense against me, the only way to stop him is to snap his neck, which I don't want to do. He walked over and shook Izuku's hand. The class then collectively walked into the locker rooms to change, though Izuku spent an extra half-hour getting as much blood out as possible in the shower. Just a few hours after the class fought Togata, they walked into the dorms. All of them, minus Izuku, collapsed onto nearby pieces of furniture, still feeling the effects of the upperclassmen's blows. Instead, Izuku walked over to where Roomie was, shrunk, and hopped into her lap. Roomie, well now, who do you think you are? My kids aren't due for 2 more months. Who do you think you're fooling, babe? Izuku pouted. Izuku, Ra. He pulled out his phone. Izuku, practice makes perfect, Roomie. She chuckled. Roomie, you're right, but I'd rather my boyfriend not look like more of a brat than he already is. Especially not with some on the way. Bakugo, what? Actual. Heck. The couple whipped their heads around to look at the blonde boy, whose body was quickly becoming purple from how hard he was kicked into the floor earlier that day. Roomie, you heard nothing. Izuku shot Bakugo a small glare, which conveyed the same message. Bakugo, you know, I think I was just hearing things. Roomie, DMN right you were. We'll talk later though. Izuku, He hopped off Roomie's lap and grew back to his normal size. Then Izuku's phone started going off. He pulled it out, revealing the caller to be Nizu. He put it on speaker and set it down. Nizu, thank you for answering, Midoriya. I've been trying to call Mirko for the past 10 minutes, but it seems she's blocked every number I've used. Roomie, because I don't like you calling me, you little rat. Nizu chuckled from the other end of the phone before continuing. Nizu, either way, The reason I called is that I just received a call from a very upset Ryukyu complaining that you moved without telling her again. Roomie, well then if she wants me to tell her, she should start looking at her texts within the week. Nizu, what matters is that my window is open, and I just heard a large wing flap and a gust of wind flew in. I'd prepare for a visit from our draconian friend. Goodbye. As he hung up, a loud thud was heard outside as Ryukyu landed. A second later, a very upset Ryukyu walked inside. Her gaze landed on Roomie and Izuku, and she started walking over. Once she reached them, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, put her hands on their shoulders, and started shaking them. Ryukyu, yelling, "Do you two know how worried I've been? It's been nearly a month. When I saw the news, I freaked out, but you didn't answer your door when I came. I thought you wanted space, but I come back 2 weeks later and you've moved here? Why didn't you tell me?" She stopped shaking them, and Roomie spoke up. Roomie, well, I would have texted you, but you check your phone as often as a fish walks on land. Izuku, ah. Roomie, yeah, what he said too. Ryukyu pinched her nose and was about to say something when she noticed something. There was a certain smell in the air, Roomie was more relaxed, and there was a small bump on her stomach. Ryukyu, oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. She grabbed their wrists and dragged them outside where no one else was. Once they were far enough away, she spoke up again. Ryukyu, you're PRGNT. Really? Roomie, yep. Ryukyu sighed and shook her head. Ryukyu, why are we even friends again? Roomie wrapped her arm around the Dragoon hero's neck. Roomie, because you love me, Ryuko. You know it. Izuku chuckled, which just made Ryukyu turn on him. Ryukyu, don't think you're in the clear either, Midoriya. You got her PRGNT. Do you know what this could do to her career? Izuku nodded and pointed at Roomie. Roomie, you know I couldn't care less about my career. I'm keeping them, and you can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm only going to be PRGNT for 2 months. Mine and Izuku's quirks basically make it so it's a lot faster. I'll be kicking butt in like, what, for months? Ryukyu, but why? Roomie, because I want this. Izuku is the first guy I've genuinely liked since high school, and he's the first I've loved. This isn't just my choice, it's ours. We've both agreed to keep these kids. Ryukyu stopped. Ryukyu, kids? Multiple? Roomie nodded and smiled. Izuku walked over with his phone. Izuku, we're having twins. Ryukyu looked away and started mumbling. Ryukyu, mumbling, they're having twins, just twins. She's your best friend, Ryuko, you need to be supportive. She turned back around and placed her hands on Roomie's shoulders. Ryukyu, Roomie, are you sure you're ready? Roomie nodded. Roomie, I am Ryuko. More ready than I've ever been for anything before in my life. Ryukyu nodded, then moved on to Izuku. Ryukyu, Midoriya. I know you believe you're ready, I'll believe you. Protect her and those kids, okay? Izuku saluted her. Izuku, Ra. Ryukyu nodded and smiled. Ryukyu, good. Text me if anything happens, I'll come immediately. I promise I'll check my phone more. She gave Roomie a hug before stepping back, transforming and flying off. Roomie smiled. She and Izuku now had the support of her best friend. The future looked bright for once, and it was a nice change of pace. The next morning, the class was sitting in the common space before class. Izuku and Roomie were next to each other eating breakfast. It was a regular morning until Aizawa walked over to the class. Aizawa, all right. As you all know, well, except Midoriya as he wasn't in class, you are all eligible to do work studies with pro heroes. Uraraka and Azui, Hato wishes to introduce you to Ryukyu. Kirishima, Amajiki wants you to meet Fat Gum. And Midoriya and Ashido, Togata thinks Sir Night Eye would be a good place for the two of you. Izuku looked at Roomie worriedly. While Night Eye wasn't exactly hostile towards demon types, he definitely wasn't sympathetic towards them. He was one of the heroes who publicly criticized their relationship, deeming it unprofessional and wrong. Roomie asked, are you sure? You know his opinions. Aizawa sighed. No, I'm not. But Night Eye is well respected. He wouldn't let his personal feelings interfere. Will you go? Izuku nodded. Then I'm going too. I won't let him go alone, especially if Night Eye can't keep his opinions to himself. Aizawa nodded, then turned to Ashido. And you? Yes, I will, she replied. Alright. You're all excused for the day then. The big three are waiting by the main gates for you all. The rest of you, get to class. He walked out of the building, and Izuku, Roomie, and the other students followed him. After a few minutes, they arrived at the gates, where Togata and Hado waved at them while Amajiki looked away nervously. The group of 4 heading to Night Eye's agency was the first to get off the train. They waved to their friends as they left the platform and stepped into the streets. So, Mirko, Togata began. What? Roomie replied. You and Midoriya. How'd that happen? Roomie shrugged. Just did. I took him in and we grew closer. Eventually, feelings came and bam. Relationship. Togata nodded. Why? She felt a bit suspicious of the blonde third year. While he didn't seem the type to judge, she had learned not to trust simple outward appearances. Just curious. I was shocked when I heard it first. Mirko, I work best alone. Mirko, getting a boyfriend, let alone a student? But you two seem happy, so I won't judge. Ashido chimed in. Yeah, you should have seen the way she told the class. She just walked into our section at the sports festival and kissed him. This made Togata chuckle before he stopped walking. We're here. The other 3 stopped and looked at the building. It appeared to be an ordinary office building, fitting Night Eye's businesslike theme. Let's go, Togata said, opening the door and leading the group inside. After checking in with the receptionist, they ascended the nearby spiral staircase. They walked a little down a hallway before stopping at a door. He likes humor, so if you can make him laugh, you're golden, Togata advised. He opened the door, revealing one of the sidekicks, Bubble Girl, and another work-study student, both in a rather unusual predicament. Upon closer inspection, the student was Agatsuma. Izuku exclaimed. You said it, Izuku, Roomie replied. At the mention of his name, the blonde girl broke free of the machine and rushed towards him, only to sidestep and faceplant into the wall. Night Eye, who they had just noticed, looked towards them. Thinking quickly, Izuku shrunk and started running around in his oversized clothes, trying to coax a laugh out of the man. As Togata helped Bubble Girl and explained the situation, Night Eye spoke. Only someone as immature as you would find that entertaining. Izuku pouted, returning to his normal size before walking back over to Roomie and Ashido. After a few minutes, Night Eye had Togata and the other 2 already working for him leave, much to Agatsuma's dismay. Now, the 3 guests stood in front of his desk while he sat behind it. First things first, I'd like to apologize for what you saw. Bubble Girl simply didn't have enough energy in her report. Now on to business. Why should I take you 2 on as work studies when I already have 2 perfectly fine sidekicks? Ashido replied, more manpower is always a perk. Plus, you'd have 2 of the most popular students in Japan. You would also be the first hero to take on a demon type. Night Eye nodded, acknowledging her reasoning. I would have to pay you and be in charge of further training while you're here. I simply don't see why either of you would be worth my time, let alone both. And you, Mirko, why are you here? Roomie responded, we both know why. Your stance on demon types has always been publicly neutral, and the fact that you've criticized and shamed our relationship. I came as security to ensure your opinions stayed to yourself. Night Eye considered this. I see. Well, I've decided I'll take Midoriya since you walked in. He will make a great asset to this agency. He stamped Izuku's paper, which he then put away. Ashido, however, will have to prove herself. Why? Ashido asked. Simple. I don't believe you're worthy of your power. At this, Izuku growled, surprising Night Eye. Roomie then spoke up, knowing what Izuku was thinking. Not worthy? Do you know what she's done with it? She's saved many lives. She fought at Hosu, defended both her classmates and the pussycats at the training camp. I don't know anyone else who that power should have been given to. Night Eye looked shocked for a moment. What are you saying? That All Might made the right choice. And I suggest you accept that. I can tell you wanted Golden Boy out there to have it. Well, he doesn't. Come on, Izuku, let's go back. Izuku nodded, and with that, they left. Night Eye was now very annoyed. Izuku and Ashido stood in Night Eye's office, waiting with Togata, Agatsuma, and Bubble Girl for their first patrol to start. Night Eye then entered the room and walked over to his desk, papers in hand. Now to begin. Since we have 2 new work-study students, we'll be doing patrols today. Bubble Girl and I will be following a lead on an investigation we've been conducting, so the veteran work-study students will be showing the rookies the ropes. Agatsuma exclaimed, "Oh, please have Izuku come with me." Izuku started shaking his head. "Why should I?" Night Eye asked. "We're close and work well together." Agatsuma replied. "You are from 2 separate schools, and you're clearly trying to get with him. So no, he will be going with Togata. Ashido, you will join Agatsuma here. Now, please introduce yourselves with your hero names so you know them." Izuku pulled out his phone and typed his name out. "The Demon of Light, Deku Dash." Togata responded, "Wow. I like it. I'm Lemillion, the hero who will save 1,000,000 lives." Ashido then turned to Agatsuma. "I'm Pinky." "That's it?" Agatsuma asked. "Ms. Midnight wouldn't allow Alien Queen," Ashido explained. "That sounds so much cooler. Either way, I'm taking on my grandpa's hero name of Thunder Hashira. Now that that's out of the way, let's go." Night Eye stood up and passed everyone a picture of a man in a bird mask. "If you see this man, do not engage, do not make yourselves known, and call for me and Bubble Girl." They nodded and left the building, starting their patrol. Somewhere deep underground, a man in a hood ran over to a door and pushed it open. "Boss." Inside the room he opened was an office. Behind the desk sat a man in a bird mask, going over a large amount of paperwork. "Yes." Overhaul replied. "It's Eri." "She's gone," the man exclaimed, an angered look appearing on Overhaul's face. "What?" he yelled, standing up and running out the door, slamming it behind him. Overhaul thought, "I won't let her get away. She may be a demon, but her art is too important to let slip from our hands." Izuku and Togata were perched on top of a building, keeping an eye out. Izuku then pulled out his phone to type. "Why are we up here, Thush? It's a better view. Normally I wouldn't do this so I could hear nearby trouble better, but your hearing eliminates that need. How do you think Pinky's doing?" Togata asked. "Hopefully finding a way to keep Agatsuma off me," Izuku typed back. "Oh yeah, that. Why does she like you so much?" Togata inquired. Izuku shrugged. "No clue. I think she said it when we met at the exams, but I wasn't listening." Ashido felt something hit her leg and bounce off. When she looked down, she saw a little girl with a horn on her head. She bent down. "Hey there. Are you okay?" She held out her hand, but instead of taking it, the girl hugged her tightly. "Whoa there. It's all right. I'm Pinky, who are you?" Ashido asked. Before the girl could answer, footsteps were heard ahead of them, coming from the alley the girl came from. "Eri, what did I tell you about running off to bug heroes?" Overhaul said, causing Ashido's and Agatsuma's eyes to widen. He was the one man they specifically weren't supposed to be near, and he wasn't even 10 feet away. "I'm really sorry, ladies, she's just so inspired by you female heroes. She wants to be one when she grows up," Overhaul continued. "Oh, we're not heroes yet. Just students in work studies. But it is nice to know we look the part, Pinky?" Agatsuma said. "Why yeah." Ashido added. "What are you nervous about?" Overhaul asked. "Oh right. It's her first day of work studies. She barely even has her license." Agatsuma exclaimed. Ashido was confused. Why was Agatsuma saying all of this? Then it clicked. The weaker they sounded, the less of a threat he would see them as, and the more likely they would leave alive. "She must have taken quite the tumble, huh?" Ashido noted, observing how dirty the girl's dress was. However, the girl's smell told Ashido that she hadn't just gotten dirty from a fall. Overhaul chuckled. "Well, you know children always clumsy. Thank God she's a demon type because she didn't look too pretty after it. Fell off the roof. Trust me, I have no clue how she got up there." He turned around and started walking. "Come on, Eri, time to go back. But the girl didn't budge. Whispering, Ashido said, "It's okay, go. We'll find you and we will save you. Okay? You have my word." She flashed the girl a confident smile. Then Agatsuma placed her hand on the girl's shoulder. Suddenly, a small mouse-shaped tracker was added to the girl's dress. Whispering, Agatsuma said, "Keep this little guy safe, and we absolutely will find you." The girl nodded, a hint of hope in her eyes, and ran off towards her father. They then called their encounter in. Izuku walked into his and Roomie's shared dorm room and slammed the door in anger. Roomie, who was sitting and drinking tea, the only thing other than juice or water that Recovery Girl would let her drink, spun around in time to see Izuku flop onto their bed and start screaming into a pillow. "Izuku? What happened? Was Night Eye being difficult?" Roomie asked. Izuku sat up and shook his head. He pulled out his notebook and started writing. "I'm not supposed to tell you, dash." Roomie placed her hand on his shoulder. "If it makes you that mad, then forget confidentiality. Tell me." Izuku sighed and wrote again. "A Yakuza boss named Kai Chisaki, or Overhaul, has a young daughter named Eri. It's suspected she's at least being neglected, but her reactions suggest something more physical. Like she knew the consequences for the people around her would be her fault. That's how Ashido described it. She's feeling guilty about letting her go, dash." Roomie responded, "Oh. Is there anything else?" Izuku nodded. "She's a demon type. Meaning he can do anything to her, and it won't even leave a mark. DMN him." Roomie took the notebook from Izuku and placed it off to the side. She turned his head to face her. "Izuku, you're the most capable fighter in your class. Your regeneration and exploding blood make you a more dangerous opponent than the big three themselves." Izuku looked at her, confused. "What I'm trying to say is that, at UA, you're the best at kicking butt. So whenever he gets caught and a fight happens, you're going to show the country just how good you are, okay? You and Ashido are going to save that girl, and you're going to show that BSTRD why you don't mess with demon types. You got that?" A small smile grew on his face, and he nodded. She then gave him a kiss. "Good. Now get some rest, okay? I'll have someone bring up dinner for us." He nodded again and laid down as she got off the bed and left the room. A week after Ashido's encounter with Eri and Overhaul, Izuku was coming down from his and Roomie's room when he felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out to find a message from Night Eye. "Midoriya, you are needed today. Also, as much as I find your relationship unprofessional, Mirko is also required as there are people we are meeting with who are afraid of you. Ashido and Togata are coming in as well." Izuku hummed, contemplating what could be happening as he walked over to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Roomie then came downstairs and walked over to the table. He noticed how her bump had grown. It was large enough that only baggy clothing could hide it, and considering there were twins, they were lucky it wasn't any bigger yet. When she walked over, he showed her the text. "Ah." Roomie took a moment to read it. "Of course this has to happen now. At least it wasn't later when we can't hide this. Make breakfast, then we'll head out. Rah." He proceeded to make pancakes for them, as well as some tea since she had taken to it after Recovery Girl banned coffee. After eating, they were on their way. Once they reached the gates, they noticed Ashido, Kirishima, Tsu, and Uraraka ahead of them. Loudly, "Rah." They turned around to see him and Roomie coming up behind them. The two soon caught up. "Hey, there you are. We were just talking. Turns out we all got called in today," Kirishima said. "Yeah. Very bizarre. We were even given the same address," Tsu added. "Come on guys, we don't want to be late," Uraraka urged. They all nodded in agreement and left UA for the day. The group walked into the Night Eye agency, where the meeting would take place. They noticed the big three walk into a conference room. Hato noticed them and waved them in. Once they did, they saw the room was full of heroes. Izuku and Roomie recognized Ryukyu, who gave them a small nod of acknowledgement. Roomie also spotted Fat Gum, who, despite being annoying, was friendly whenever they crossed paths. They took their seats, and Night Eye began the meeting. "Welcome, fellow heroes. As you know, you are here because of a mass team-up request my agency submitted through the Hero Network." Izuku noticed Uraraka and Tsu asking Ryukyu what the Hero Network was. What you don't know is why, Night Eye continued, clicking a remote to turn on a projector showing a slide of Overhaul. This is a man by the name of Kai Chisaki, though he appears to prefer his alias, Overhaul. We believe he and his organization, the Shie Hassaikai, have been dealing with illegal quirk-based drags. Drags that can deactivate quirks, maybe even erase them. The room filled with murmurs, which quickly quieted down. Then a hero spoke up. Where is the evidence? Right now we have no solid proof, Rocklock. Night Eye replied. So we're running off assumptions here? Rocklock challenged. Night Eye shook his head. Not exactly. Both Red Riot and Sun Eater have come into contact with the drag in question. Oh no. Amajiki, are you okay? Hato exclaimed. He nodded. It came back a few hours later. That is why you are here, Eraserhead. Do you know anything? Izuku noticed Aizawa, who shook his head. No, I don't know anything. From the reports, Sunny Eater's quirk genes were damaged directly. All mine does is stop them from activating, nothing more. Where is this going? Rocklock asked. I'm getting to it. Red Riot was able to use his quirk to deflect one of the bullets, allowing the police to analyze the contents. What they found were human blood and skin cells. The room filled with murmurs again, but Izuku knew. He gripped the table hard enough to dent it, though Roomie calmed him before anyone noticed. There is one more detail. Chisaki has a young daughter named Eri. The slide changed to a picture taken from a camera near where Ashido and Agatsuma met Eri. Pinky and Thunder Hashira came into contact with her. They described her as small, frail, and dirty, covered in bloody bandages. The next detail makes this confusing. She's a demon type. The room exploded with outrage at the situation, some realizing Overhaul was using her for the bullets, while others were concerned about having to save a demon. I don't get it, what's going on? Kirishima asked. And why are there kids here? Rocklock added. We can't afford to just stop and keep explaining things to them. Newsflash, kid, the guy's using his daughter to make the bullets. Night Eye said firmly. They are licensed work-study students and they are to be treated as official sidekicks. Then another voice spoke up. Why is the demon here? He shouldn't be allowed. A few others yelled in agreement. Night Eye replied, You are welcome to leave if you wish, but he is not leaving this meeting. The hero stood up and turned to leave, but before he could, he activated his quirk, greatly enhancing his strength. He leapt towards Izuku to strike him, but before he could, a powerful kick met the side of his head. Roomie warned, You dare do that again, and I won't pull my kick next time. Another hero, siding with the first, tried to charge at Izuku, but Ryukyu intervened. This is not the smartest choice. One last hero attempted to attack, only to be stopped by one of Night Eye's weighted stamps, which knocked him out. May we please continue this meeting? Night Eye asked. After the meeting, Izuku sat outside, feeling the weight of the situation. Roomie approached him from behind. It'll be okay. You'll beat him, I know you will. She sat down beside him, taking his hand and placing it on her stomach. You'll beat him and be the best father to these two that you can. Izuku smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of determination. He was ready, now came the wait. Izuku, Ashido, Tsu, Uraraka, and Kirishima stood outside what they had come to understand was the Yakuza's headquarters. Izuku noticed fearful looks directed at him, but he couldn't help it. Roomie's PRDY was progressing, and her belly was now too prominent to hide, even with his baggy clothing. There was only one more month before the twins would be born. As they approached the large gate, a police officer knocked 3 times. Open up. We have a warrant. Suddenly, the gate was smashed open, revealing a large man wearing a bird mask. What are so many people doing out here this early in the morning? He didn't wait for an answer before launching an attack. Just then, Ryukyu, in her dragon form, caught his large fist. Everyone, go on ahead. Ryukyu Agency will handle this. Just focus on the mission. With a few nods of acknowledgement, everyone except a small group of officers rushed onto the property. Many members of the organization charged at them, but they were quickly subdued by the heroes and police, allowing Night Eye Agency, Fatgum Agency, and around 30 officers to storm the rest of the compound. They reached a small shelf in a hallway where Night Eye pressed tiles in a combination to open a secret door. As it swung open, 3 thugs rushed out, but Bubble Girl and Centipeder apprehended them. "Go, we've got these 3, Bubble Girl said. "Follow me," Night Eye urged, leading the way down the stairs with the others close behind. Once in the basement, they encountered a wall. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Rocklock asked. "Yes. I am certain," Night Eye replied. Suddenly, Togata appeared, sticking his head through the wall before pulling it back. "It's thin, we can break it." Kirishima charged forward alongside Ashido, and together they broke through. They pressed on, but after a few more minutes of running, they faced another wall. Togata kept running, determined to save Eri. "Break it!" Night Eye shouted. Suddenly, a hole opened beneath them and they fell into another room. They looked around and noticed 3 people, one skinny, blonde, and wearing a bird mask, another tall and bald with a basic face mask, and the third skinny with a sack over his head. Aizawa identified them. These guys must be Setsuno, Hojo, and Tabe. Amajiki stepped forward. "Allow me." He transformed his arm into tentacles as Aizawa erased their quirks and knocked out Tabe to prevent him from using his abilities. "I can hold them off, you all go," Amajiki said. Suddenly, his tentacles were cut, and a new, feminine voice echoed. As expected of such ugly creatures, to be beaten by even uglier humans. "I should end you all here." The heroes and police saw the source of the cuts, obi belts coming from above. Izuku rushed forward, deflecting them but losing an arm in the process, which quickly regenerated. The culprit stepped into the light, revealing herself. "Night, be careful, she's highly dangerous." Daki ignored Night Eye and focused on Izuku. "HM. The brat who thinks he's better than the rest of us. He's much uglier in real life." Without warning, she sent her belts at the crowd again, but Izuku and Tamaki defended against them. "Allow us to take them, you all need to catch up to Mirio," Aizawa instructed. "Let's go." The group left Izuku and Amajiki to confront the 3 shy Hassaikai members and the dangerous Daki. As Daki jumped down, Izuku bent down and wrote a message in the concrete for Amajiki. "Leave her to me. Fight them." "All right," Amajiki replied, turning his attention to the 3 men. Daki sent her belts at Izuku, who dodged them. Once the attack ended, he charged forward, attempting to close the distance, but her belts were too fast, pushing him back to where he started. Daki giggled. "Even the most hideous of creatures can have skill, I guess. But you're still no match for my beauty." She unleashed a flurry of attacks towards Izuku, not allowing him a moment to recover. Eventually, one of her strikes caught him, slamming him into a wall and covering him in debris. Daki began to gloat. "I don't see how you managed to beat anyone. I can tell you haven't eaten anyone. I guess you've just been lucky. Maybe my next meal will be some cooked rabbit." The implication struck Izuku hard. It was a threat to Roomie's life. Normally, he wouldn't be overly concerned. She could handle herself, but not now. Not while she was P'Argent in tea. This realization ignited his anger, and he transformed into a familiar form. He stood up, and Daki exclaimed, "How? I cut you in half. That should take longer to regenerate even for me." She noticed the fierce look in his eyes just before he launched forward at incredible speed, kicking her in the ribs and sending her crashing into a wall. Before she could recover, he wrapped his blood WTS around her and tossed her into the air. Igniting blood on his feet, he rocketed upward and kicked her down into the ground. Through the dust, she sent belts at him, but his claws sliced through them effortlessly. He charged forward and decapitated her before igniting the blood that covered her. Amidst the flames, a single word rang out. "Brother!" Izuku turned to see the inferno dying down, revealing a humanoid figure emerging from Daki's back. Realizing this new threat could spell trouble, he rushed to decapitate it, barely avoiding being struck himself as he passed. Now behind the 2 demon types, he felt something fall from him. Turning, he noticed Nana's cape on the floor, the beads scattered around. My, you can't even manage to reattach your own head, a new voice taunted. He bullied me. He was too strong and he fought me anyway. Daki stammered. Don't worry, Big Brother will handle him. Oh, and your face, you really should take better care of your appealing face. Izuku turned to see an emaciated man crouching beside the newly healed Daki. Without wasting any time, he charged again, only for his strike to be blocked by sickles made of blood. The man pushed him back, and Izuku finally got a clear look at him. Are you the one who mutilated my dear sister? The man asked. Ra! Izuku shouted in response. Do you believe I'm not worth talking to? Well, no matter. He yelled, I'll make you pay for what you did, or my name isn't Jitaro. Izuku noticed blood exit Jitaro's body, shooting towards him. He attempted to swat it away, but it cut clean through his arm. Quickly he hopped backward, trying to gain distance, but more blood slashes came his way. He dodged all three, but then Jitaro locked eyes with him and pointed a finger in his direction. The first slash cut Izuku in half, and the second severed his left arm as he fell. He managed to avoid the third by springboarding with his remaining arm. By the time he landed, he had regenerated his arm and legs. Izuku barely had time to breathe before an obi belt nearly took his head off. He glanced back at the siblings. Daki was now perched on her brother's shoulder. They were dangerous apart, but together, nothing short of a top hero could stop them. He looked around and saw Amajiki had ended his fight, though he seemed too exhausted to continue. Izuku narrowly evaded another blood slash and cut through another obi belt with his claws. His anger had run its course, and he reverted to his regular form. He turned and ran in the opposite direction of Amajiki, hoping to keep him out of Jitaro's line of sight. Jitaro decided to close the distance, whispering something to Daki before she took off in the direction of the other heroes and remaining police. Izuku bit his tongue and spat a blood bullet at Jitaro, who evaded it. Izuku ignited it mid-flight, stunning Jitaro for just a moment. That second was all Izuku needed to rush in and swipe at Jitaro's neck with his claw-like nails, which cracked upon impact. The momentum from the charge threw Izuku past Jitaro, who stood and laughed. You really thought my neck would be soft enough to cut with only your nails? Before Izuku could respond, Jitaro charged at him faster than before, driving his sickles through Izuku's chest. Good luck with that poison. Not even your regeneration speed can keep up with it. Though, I do happen to like all things disgusting and ugly. I'm willing to spare you. How's about it, Ichim? Join us and become one of the strongest demon types. I'll even take my poison from your system too. Izuku shook his head violently as he writhed on the ground. He noticed an object nearby but kept it hidden from Jitaro. No. I won't join you. Go to hell. Jitaro smirked. Fine by me. I'll just get one of your disgusting children to do it. Izuku looked at him in shock. Jitaro, you must be wondering how I know. Well, let's just say this. The League and the Yakuza aren't the only ones vying for power. Now that Izuku was so close, he could see the words and numbers etched onto Jitaro's eyes. Upper Jitaro, I'm a nice guy, so I'll give you one last chance. You or the kids? The mention of his unborn children sparked rage in Izuku instead of shock. He shook his head once more. Izuku, yelling, Alright. Neither. In a swift motion, he reached his right arm out to his side and grabbed the katana that Setsuno had dropped in his fight with Amajiki. In his rage, Izuku didn't notice as his flesh enveloped the sword. Out of pure instinct, he used the newfound blood vessels on the blade to ignite it and swung at Jitaro. The blade hit the man's neck and kept going. A millimeter, an inch, 2 inches. It began slicing through the hardened flesh like butter. Before he was decapitated, however, Jitaro managed to get his sickles around the sword, but that only stopped it. Both their thoughts were focused on completing one task. Jitaro, it can't be. Why aren't I regenerating? Just what is this brat? Izuku must cut his neck. They were locked in a stalemate, an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. Blood sickles versus flaming katana. Just then, both felt something wrap around the back of the blade. Izuku glanced over to see an exhausted Amajiki with his tentacles wrapped around the end of the sword. Amajiki, yelling, Give it all you've got, Deku. We can decapitate him. Jitaro, yelling, "What are you two planning?" For the first time since Izuku met him, Amajiki's eyes had no hint of fear and were full of confidence. Amajiki, yelling, "We're going for the win. Now." Izuku, "I have to push more. I have to go beyond." He ignited more blood on the blade, the flames becoming a force of their own with the blade barely visible. Amajiki, "I don't have much strength left, but I'll dredge up every ounce I do and push past my limits. Mirio would love to see this. Looks like I'm about to go beyond." Amajiki summoned every ounce of remaining strength in his body and yanked the katana in his direction. I/A, yelling, R/A/+ULT. The flaming blade pushed the sickles of blood out of the way and cleanly sliced through Jitaro's neck. A loud clap of thunder could also be heard, but none of the people in the room had the energy to process it. Jitaro's head rolled away from his body, and the last thing he saw was the severed head of Daki stop rolling as well. Daki, BB brother. Jitaro, S sister. With those last words, they passed on. Izuku stood, barely able to remain upright. He shrunk down to his normal size once again. He looked up and saw that Amajiki was passed out, his remaining strength gone. Izuku then looked to the sword in his hand, which retracted into himself, fully becoming part of him. A loud crash was then heard from far away. Gathering his thoughts, Izuku ran from the room and towards the others, determined to help some more. Izuku rushed towards the others and the loud crashing sound he heard. He passed by multiple unconscious Yakuza members on his way, including the headless body of Daki. After a couple of minutes of running, he came across one final hole, which he promptly jumped through. What he saw shocked him. Night Eye was missing an arm with a spike through his stomach, Agatsuma was trapped under rubble, and Togata was collapsed a mere 2 feet from the exit. What shocked him the most was the gigantic hole in the ceiling leading to the surface where Ashido was fighting a gigantic monster. He ran over to Night Eye, though just before he crouched next to the man, something caught his eye. Izuku, Night Eye, P-Pinky is fighting him. Cough. The girl's quirk is allowing her to go 100% by rewinding her, but even from here I can tell she's struggling to cough, keep up with the girl's quirk. Eraserhead is already up there, you need to help end the fight. Izuku focused and brought the sword back out. Izuku, Night, at this point, killing him might be for the best. Do what you must, Deku. Izuku nodded, crouched down, and jumped with all his might to the surface. Now he could see it clearly, the rewind was beginning to overtake the damage one for all was doing to Ashido, so he had to make this quick. He scratched his hand, smeared blood on the bottom of his feet, crouched down, wound his katana back, and waited. Using his enhanced sight, he was easily keeping track of the fight. Once he noticed them going in the right direction, he pounced. He jumped as high as he could and ignited the blood to take him higher and make him faster. In the blink of an eye, he was already at their height. Ashido, Midoriya? Izuku, He swung the blade, once again igniting it. It made contact with Overhaul's altered neck. Before it could cut all the way through, Izuku was pulled away by a large hand. Overhaul, yelling, I will not be defeated by the likes of you. And I will not be killed by a demon. Izuku couldn't break free of the hand's grip. Ashido noticed this and used air pressure to launch herself over to him. She punched the hand, which made it explode. They then began to fall. Ashido was about to launch herself back up when Izuku stopped her. They landed, but so did Overhaul. Ashido, what now? Izuku wrote on the asphalt they landed on. Izuku, you rest. I take from here. Ashido, no, She then buckled over in pain as the rewind overtook her. I can't stop it. Izuku smiled at her and nodded, comforting her as her quirk suddenly shut off and both girls fell unconscious. The two were taken by what looked to be Tsu's tongue, which now allowed Izuku to focus on the fight at hand. Overhaul, you cannot defeat me on your own. Izuku smirked, yelling, he's not. Godlike speed. Just then, a flash of yellow lightning appeared from the massive hole in the ground. After a second, a bruised and battered Agatsuma landed next to Izuku. Overhaul, I thought I killed you. She shook her head. Agatsuma, It's gonna take more than some rubble to keep me down. Right, Izuku? Izuku. Agatsuma. Right, the fight. I have a plan. Izuku, Agatsuma. If you can find an opening, I can use godlike speed again to finish him. But we can only do it once before all my strength is sapped. Izuku nodded, put away his katana, and charged forward. He ripped into his arms and covered his hands in blood. He then jumped and shot a blood bullet at the monster's main body. It was simply swiped away, but he ignited it anyway. The flames seemed to bother him. He landed on one of its arms and began running while tearing through Overhaul's flesh with his nails. As he did so, he left small amounts of blood that entered Overhaul's bloodstream. Overhaul, yelling, "Get off!" He then swiped at Izuku, who merely jumped onto the arm and began the process once more. It was then Overhaul did what Izuku was waiting for. He disassembled and reassembled himself to heal, inadvertently mixing Izuku's cells with his own. Izuku fell to the ground. Izuku, Ra! He then ignited the cells, causing several parts of the giant body to catch on fire. Overhaul, now screaming in pain, had no way to defend himself. Agatsuma, yelling, godlike speed. In a fraction of a second, Agatsuma blitzed through the monstrous man, her blade going through his neck so fast he didn't even feel it. When she landed, she sheathed her blade, and Overhaul's head fell from his body. Izuku walked over to her. Izuku, Agatsuma, yeah. He held his hand up in the air. She jumped up and gave him a high five. Their joyful mood didn't last long, however, as news crews quickly appeared on the scene. Izuku also remembered a news copter he had seen while in the air. One woman ran out with a cameraman right behind her. Reporter, the demon. Izuku already disliked this woman. Reporter, you claim to be a hero and yet you helped kill this man. Izuku was in for a chewing out from the media. Reporter, 2 more decapitated villains have been found within the headquarters of the Shie Hassaikai. Both are believed to have been killed by the so-called Demon of Light, Deku, and Thunder Hashira. We have been told an investigation is underway to revoke these 2 of them. The television was turned off. Izuku, muffled, It had been a few days since the raid. Now, Izuku was face down on the couch. Roomie was sitting next to him, ruffling his hair, and Tokoyami was examining the katana. Roomie, I know babe. They're all ignorant. It'll be okay. Tokoyami, incredible. Roomie, what is it? Tokoyami, this blade, it's made of metal and hardened flesh. Whatever happened, Midoriya was able to change the structure of the blade entirely. Izuku extended his hand for Tokoyami to hand him the blade, which he did. Once the handle touched the boy's palm, it was immediately brought back into his body. Tokoyami, fascinating. Just then, Aizawa walked over. Aizawa, we're going to have one hell of a time fixing this media mess. He felt his phone vibrate. He checked it to find he got a message. Midoriya, sorry mister. Aizawa. The man sighed. Aizawa, don't be. Just about any other hero would have done the same. It's just because it was you. Izuku, muffled, Aizawa, anyway, I wanted to tell you something before you go up to your room. Tokoyami can hear this too, I guess. It concerns that. Izuku sat up and looked Roomie in the eyes. She nodded, he nodded, and they both looked to Aizawa and nodded once more. Aizawa, all right. As you know, your children are due in a month. Tokoyami, wait wa? Aizawa, the UA School Cultural Festival is taking place in a month as well. Tokoyami, hold oh. Roomie, so Izuku will miss this year's, so what? Tokoyami, how low? Aizawa, yes. I want to know if he's okay with that. Are you? Tokoyami, plea. Izuku, ra. Izuku smiled and nodded. Aizawa, good. Now get to bed, you have makeup classes to attend. Izuku, Roomie, yeah. Let's go, Izuku. The 3 then left the room, leaving Tokoyami alone. Tokoyami, revelry in the dark. The next day, Izuku walked into his and Roomie's room after his makeup class, which took him and the other work-study students until 5 to complete. He sat down on their bed and laid back. After a couple more minutes, the door burst open, revealing Bakugo. Bakugo, hey! Izuku! Izuku sat up. Izuku, Bakugo, come on, move it. He grabbed Izuku by the shirt and dragged him down to the common space. Once they were down there, Bakugo dragged him over to where Roomie was sitting. Bakugo, brought your boyfriend. Roomie laughed. Roomie, thank you. You can go back to whatever you were doing before. Bakugo dropped Izuku, who quickly stood up. Izuku. Roomie, I know, not the best way to get you down here, but I saw how you walked in. You were gonna laze around in our room until dinner, then sit on your butt until bed. Izuku feigned offense. Roomie, don't give me that. They both laughed a little before calming down. She reached over and grabbed his hand. Izuku, I think we should tell your class. Tokoyami already knows, and we won't be able to hide it for much longer. Izuku smiled at her and nodded. He pulled out his phone to type. As long as you're okay with it. She nodded back. I am. Then it seemed like Izuku remembered something, and he began to type on his phone again. After this, we need to go see Nizu. It's important, really important. Sure. Now let's get this over with. She stood up, and the two walked over to the common space where a majority of the class already was. Hey, Ida. Yes. Call the others here. What for? You'll see. After a few minutes, the remaining students showed up. What's this all about? Kaminari asked. Yeah. I was in the middle of doing homework. Hagakure added. Well, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm PR'd with twins. That made the class go quiet, since I wasn't allowed to talk last time. How long? Tokoyami asked. Since the licensing exam. After that, the class exploded with questions, mainly about the PR'd itself, though a few were curious about why Tokoyami knew. After a minute, they quieted down, and Ida raised his hand. Yes. Forgive me if this is invasive, but when are they due? In a few weeks. But how? That would mean you were PR'd since before the school year began. Yayorozu pointed out. Roomie shook her head. With the amazing power of quirks, the PR'd time was shortened to 2 months. How? Yayorozu asked. Roomie shrugged. Ask Recovery Girl. A few hours later, Izuku and Roomie knocked on the door to Nizu's office. Come in. Nizu called. They entered and walked over to the desk before sitting down in chairs. Ah, if it isn't my favorite couple. How can I help you? Nizu asked. Izuku has something important for us. Well, let's hear it. Izuku pulled out a piece of paper he had already written on and handed it to Nizu. Now let's see. During the raid on the Shie Hassaikai, I came across some disturbing information. The demon-type Jitaro had the words upper 6 engraved into his eyes. He wanted me to join him and his sister to become one of the most powerful demon types. I refused, and he mentioned me and Roomie's unborn children. He also mentioned that the League and Yakuza weren't the only organizations vying for power. There is another organization, most likely comprised only of demon types, and they have a way to spy on people within UA. It's either that or one of the heroes at Naitai's meeting was a spy. This is disturbing. I don't care what this organization is made of. They can only hurt our kids once they're born. After they're born, I can fight again and I'll protect them if they try to touch them. While I do not doubt that, I'll have some heroes stationed in and around the DLVRY room. We'll teach them not to mess with us. It was the morning of the cultural festival, and all the UA staff, plus Izuku and Roomie, were having a meeting regarding the event and the organization Izuku had reported. Hello everyone. This is an important day for many, so I'd like to get this over as quickly as possible. As you all may know, we are on thin ice with this event. One alarm trip and we will lock down the entire campus as well as cancel any event that hasn't happened yet. Any questions? No one raised their hands. Good. Now to ensure security, we will have Hound Dog and numerous ectoplasm clones walking the perimeter. Snipe will be stationed at the top of UA to relieve Hound Dog for breaks. There is something else I need you all to look out for. If anyone has something along the lines of upper engraved on their eyes along with a number, call for a lockdown. What's the seasoning, pun intended, behind this boss? Lunch Rush asked. Nizu pressed a button, which turned on a projection of a slideshow. The first picture was of Jitaro. I apologize for the rather disturbing image, but Jitaro is the only subject we have. As you can see, his eyes have the exact engraving I mentioned. He was an incredibly powerful demon type who was only beaten once Midoriya was able to get his hands on a katana, and even then, the help of young Amajiki was needed. No offense, boss, but how can we call him powerful if 2 students defeated him? Snipe questioned. Let me put it this way. It took 2 pro-level individuals to bring this man down. His regeneration was too fast to just snap his neck to knock him out. These 2 had to not only work together to defeat him, but use so much strength that Amajiki passed out, and Midoriya had to take time to recover, even with his regenerative abilities. So basically, if we see anyone on campus with those markings, it's kill on sight? Aizawa asked. Nizu nodded. Unfortunately, now this meeting is over. You are all dismissed. Everyone got up to leave. Except you 2, Midoriya, Mirko. Izuku and Roomie sat back down, and Nizu walked over to them. What is it? Roomie asked. I just wanted to ask you 2 to stay near the gates. Obviously, you might not have your children today, but it would make everything much easier for everyone if you were at the exit instead of the other side of campus. I don't feel like having this known to the world, you know. Fair enough. Just a suggestion. He then walked out of the room. Roomie, peek. The rat's worried for nothing. It'll be fine. It was not fine. It was around halfway through the day, and both Roomie and Izuku were walking out of 1A's concert area after Izuku had finished helping with the cleanup. It was there, halfway across campus, that Roomie's water broke. Now they were in a hospital and on their way to a DLVOI room with a couple of nurses. Roomie, yelling, "Why didn't that rodent warn us?" She looked to Izuku, who just gave her a deadpan look. Roomie, yelling, "Don't look at me with that face." They reached the room and were about to go in when another nurse stopped Izuku. Izuku, Nurse, I'm sorry, but demons aren't allowed in here. Roomie grabbed the nurse by the shirt, giving him her famous murder rabbit stare. Roomie, you let him in, or I'm kicking your butt once this is over. Nurse, he'll eat your baby. Roomie, yelling, no, he won't. He wouldn't dare eat his own kids. The nurse seemed stunned, which gave the group enough time to rush inside without being stopped. Just before the door closed, Izuku looked back to see both Ryukyu and Edge Shot blocking the nurse from entering the room. It seemed Nizu wasn't joking around with the heroes he requested as security. As soon as Roomie was transferred from the gurney to the hospital bed, the doctor entered the room. Before he started the procedure, he nodded to Izuku, signaling that Roomie and the babies were in good hands. 19 hours later, both twins were born safely and screaming. The doctor carefully handed them to Roomie after tying the cords. They looked nearly identical, though the elder had 6 eyes and the younger had a dark red mark on his forehead that resembled fire. Roomie, they're appealing. Izuku, Doctor, 2 healthy baby boys. He grabbed a clipboard nearby and began writing on it before walking over. Doctor, do you 2 have names ready? They looked at each other, then the doctor, and nodded. Roomie, yes. We decided the older one would be Michikatsu Midoriya and the younger would be Yoriichi Midoriya. The doctor wrote on his clipboard more. Doctor, wonderful names. Then nurses walked in, wrapping Michikatsu in a purple blanket and Yoriichi in a red one. Before they were taken out of the room and checked for proper weight and airflow, the doctor stuck name tags onto them. Izuku and Roomie fell asleep shortly after due to exhaustion, Roomie from giving birth, and Izuku from constantly regenerating his hand, which Roomie kept breaking with her grip. The next morning, they awoke. Izuku, Roomie smiled and nodded. Roomie, yes, I'm okay, Izuku. She then pressed the call button on her bed, and a nurse came in after a minute. Nurse, oh, you're awake. I'll call the doctor in now. She then left and another doctor came in. Doctor, Izuku Midoriya and Roomie Usajiyama, right? Izuku/Roomie. Yeah. Doctor, great. I'll take you down to the nursery. Do you need a wheelchair or anything, Ms. Usajiyama? Roomie shook her head and got out of bed, though she stumbled a little. Roomie, guess I'm a little less rabbit than I thought. Izuku walked over and helped her walk. After a few minutes, they were in the nursery, standing over Michikatsu and Yorichi's heated cribs. Doctor, here they are. Now we've done a blood test on them. It seems little Michikatsu here already has his quirk, though the typing doesn't surprise me. Roomie, what is it? Doctor, he's a demon type. Hopefully one like his father here. Roomie, and Yorichi? Doctor, we don't know his. We know it's linked to that mark on his forehead, but nothing else. I'm happy to say that the DLVI was a complete success. We will need to keep you and the children here for another day for you to recover and for us to ensure they're completely healthy. After that, you're free to go. Izuku, Ra. Roomie, yeah, Izuku, we're gonna be the best parents ever. They shared a kiss before going back to Roomie's hospital room. Once they did, Izuku walked over to the window and looked to the sky, knowing his mother and grandmother would both be happy when they saw his little family. Nizu was out getting a snack when he passed a store with TVs in its windows. As usual, they had the news on, so he didn't pay them any mind. It wasn't until he heard what the news was reporting on that he stopped. Anchor, this just in. The number 5 hero Mirko, otherwise known as the woman dating a demon, has given BRTH to twins just 9 hours ago. Nizu stopped and looked to the TV, knowing this wasn't going to be good. Anchor, according to our sources, the twins are indeed fathered by the demon known as Izuku Midoriya, a wannabe hero in training at UA High. One has even inherited the demon genes of his father. Random civilian, yelling, what? This is ridiculous. They can't let him or those kids be set loose. RC2, yelling, what has society fallen to that we allow demons to protect us? Even our heroes are falling for his lies. Nizu turned around to find what he feared, hatred. The eyes of the people surrounding him were filled with rage and fear. He looked around and found a pile of boxes, quickly climbing to the top. Nizu, yelling, enough. RC3, yelling, and who are you? RC1, yelling, that's Nizu. Why'd you let that demon into you? Nizu, loudly, because he isn't a demon. He is a teenage boy that society has repeatedly stepped on and trampled, and he still wants to be a hero to protect it. RC2, yelling, and what if he turns? You can't guarantee he won't. Nizu shouted. You aren't scared of him turning. You're scared of what it means if he does. You're scared to face your actions head-on. You're scared that if he turns, it means it's your fault. Well, guess what? He won't. I can guarantee that he won't. RC2 yelled, how? Nizu replied loudly, because he would have already. The crowd grew restless and many began to yell. His words did nothing to ease their fears. Nizu leapt from the pile of boxes and ran back to the UA building while calling someone. Hello. Tsukachi answered. Tsukachi, get a helicopter to extract Midoriya, Mirko, and their twins as soon as they can leave. I want them nowhere near the front entrance of the hospital. On it. Why though? The public knows. And I doubt they'll stop until they get their hands on those 4. I need to make another call. Right. Good luck, Nizu. The call ended, and Nizu made another. Mera, he called. Yon, yes, Nizu? Mera replied. I need every hero whose public opinion of demon types is negative away from Muzutafu's Central Hospital. But, Yon dash. Look at the news. I need to get to my office. I'll call you back then. Alright, bye. He then made one last call. Aizawa, is this about the news? Aizawa asked. Yes. I need you, Mike, Vlad, and 13 as extra guards at the hospital. Right away. Good luck. The call ended, and Nizu picked up the pace. It took him nearly half an hour, but he made it. In front of the UA gates was a mob carrying signs. Been a while. Hope I haven't gotten rusty, he muttered. He ran into the crowd, using quick movements to weave through the people. He managed to reach the campus before the crowd could trigger the gate. Rushing to his office, he found he was getting a video call from the HPSC president. Nizu, did you know about this? She demanded. Please excuse me, Miss President, but you'll have to be a bit more precise than that. Don't give me that. You know I'm talking about Mirko and her children with that demon. Nizu feigned interest. Oh, that. Sorry, but I did know about it. Then why did I have to find out from the news? Because we both know what you would do with those children. You would take them and force them through your special courses to make them your assassins. You won't get away with this. We command every hero in the country. And how many will follow your lead? UA already has many powerful heroes employed here, not to mention all the students training here. We still have the top 10. That's the thing. You don't. Mirko herself will fight against you. Ryukyu is friends with both Mirko and Midoriya, so she's with us. Both Edgeshot and Best Jeanist share positive opinions of demon types. Endeavor wouldn't go against his son, Shoto Todoroki, and last I checked, Hawks almost got himself eaten, so I'm sure he'd stay away from this. The people are swayed by their favorites. The top 10 are the favorites of all of Japan. You try anything, and the public's faith in you disappears. He stared into the eyes of the president. Fine, you win this time. But remember, we fund you. The call ended, and Nizu slouched into his chair, letting out a stressed sigh. I haven't been this stressed since the experiments. He shuddered at the thought from his past. I will not allow those children to go through what I did. Never. He picked up his phone and dialed Mara once more. Mara? Yon, I did what I could, but it seems things have gotten a bit too out of control. I've got a few local heroes running crowd control, but other than that, nothing more can be done. That's right. Extraction is on its way. Roomie said, Ace? People got really upset over a couple of kids. The nurse choked, Let me. Jigo. Please. Roomie turned her head to face the nurse she was currently restraining for leaking information. She had just caught her trying to take Michikatsu and Yorichi from the nursery. Let me think about that. Actually, my arm is getting tired, so fine. She dropped the nurse, who fell unconscious. Then the doctor walked in. Your ride is here. Go to the roof. Hear that, Izuku? We're getting out of here. Roomie said, Ra. Izuku walked over to the heated cribs and picked up both twins before they walked out the doors, ready to face the storm this had created together. Izuku, Roomie, and their twins landed safely on the grass of UA's campus. As the helicopter blades came to a stop, they stepped off. Nizu approached the helicopter. Glad to see you four made it out okay, he said. Roomie smirked. It's gonna take more than an angry mob to break our spirits, you rat. Nizu chuckled. I never doubted that. May I see the twins? Ah. Izuku bent down and showed them to Nizu. He stepped forward to take a closer look. Well then, the six-eyed one is Michikatsu and the one with the mark is Yorichi, correct? Yep. Roomie confirmed. I'm excited to see how they grow. I'll let you two take them to the dorms. I have an angry mob to take care of, though please come see me later. Also, do not let them out of your sight. We weren't planning on it. Nizu smiled and walked away. The two parents then headed over to the dorms. As they entered, they noticed the entire class was waiting for them, including the small Eri, with a congratulations banner above. Class, congratulations. Eri, congatlatin. Tsu and Bakugo stepped forward first. Bakugo patted Izuku on the shoulder. Bakugo, looks like you're gonna have a lot more on your plate. Good luck. Tsu, I hope you two are ready, Karo Dash. Izuku smiled at them, then another voice was heard. Ashido, where are they? Let us see the adorable babies. She pushed through the class and rushed over to the couple. Upon seeing the two, she squealed in excitement. Ashido, oh my god. They're so cute. The class then collectively swarmed the couple. It took a few hours for them to calm down. Now, they were lounging in the common space. Yaoyorozu was holding Yorichi, and Tokoyami was holding Michikatsu. Yaoyorozu, little Yorichi looks like a ray of sunshine. It's like he absorbs the sunlight itself. Izuku, Tokoyami, this child seems to be drawn to the darkness, yet shares his brother's radiance, much like the moon. He handed Michikatsu to Roomie. Roomie, yep, he gets that from me. He'll be loyal to Mama, won't you? He began to cry and kick around. Roomie, lively like me too. Yaoyorozu. That reminds me, Yoriichi doesn't seem to be as vocal as Michikatsu. Roomie, yeah, he'll cry for food but that's about it. As if on cue, the boy began to cry too. Roomie, looks like I need to feed both. She began to bersifd both children in front of the entirety of one. Izuku laughed as the others either stared in bewilderment or looked away in embarrassment. Roomie, what? If you all can't handle a little action, then you'll never be prepared for hero work. This didn't change the atmosphere much but did lighten the sudden tension. Roomie and Izuku walked into Nizu's office, each holding a child. They sat down, and Nizu began to talk. Nizu, thank you too for coming. This is highly important. Roomie, then get on with it. Nizu nodded and cleared his throat. Nizu, as you know, a mysterious organization may be after you too and your children. They are not the only ones now. Izuku, Ra? Roomie, yeah, what do you mean? Nizu sighed. Nizu, as you may know, there is no government organization without a shady side, not even the Safety Commission. They often take in children with powerful or deadly quirks to act as their Black Ops agents. I do not know who their current agent is, but their previous agent was Lady Nagant. He looked up to see fear and anger on their faces. Roomie, you think they'll try to take them? Nizu nodded. Nizu, they won't act in the day, not when so many of the top 10 heroes are on our side, leaving only their Black Ops agent. This is also why I hired a couple of people to be guards. Loudly, you can come in now. One man walked in. He was tall and muscular, wearing a sleeveless tracksuit, 2 golden arm bands on his biceps, and a gem-covered headband. Twin swords covered in wrappings and connected by chains were held on his back. Nizu, Tengen Yuzui, otherwise known by his hero name, Sound Hashira. He's part of the lethal hero team, the Slayer Corps. His quirk, sound manipulation, allows him to amplify and utilize sounds in offensive attacks. Yuzui, I can assure you that your children will know just how flashy hero work can be. Izuku. Roomie, you said there were 2. Nizu, yes I did. He must be nervous. Loudly, come in burnout. Izuku recognized the name but couldn't place where he had heard it before. Roomie, yelling, no way. Not him. Izuku turned to see the last man he expected walk through the door. The man had black curly hair and freckles on his cheeks, with a freshly lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. He looked at Izuku with eyes that once held hatred but now only held guilty care. Hisashi, long time no see, Izuku. How ya been? Izuku froze. The last time he saw his father was during the Kamino incident, and they weren't exactly on good terms. Hisashi looked confused. Hisashi, I know we aren't exactly close, but does he usually just stop like that? Yuzui stepped over and waved his hand in front of Izuku's face, but the boy did not blink. Roomie, well, I wonder why Father of the Year. Hisashi chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Hisashi, yeah, I guess I should have expected this. He noticed Yoriichi in Roomie's lap. Hisashi, is that one of them? The twins. Roomie looked down at the child in her lap, then back up to Hisashi. Roomie, yes he is. A smile grew on the man's face, but it quickly turned to a frown as he stepped back. He looked over to Izuku and saw Michikatsu in his arms. Hisashi, they look a lot like you too. Roomie, I would hope so. Izuku, He stood from his seat and walked over to Hisashi. Hisashi, Izuku dash. A slap could be heard as Izuku smacked his father across the face. Hisashi brought a hand up to his chin. Hisashi, okay, I deserve that. Ow. He turned back to Izuku, who then held Michikatsu out to him. Hisashi, are you sure? Izuku smiled and nodded. Hisashi, but you don't even know why I changed my views. Izuku shook his head and held the infant out to his father again. Hisashi, okay, Izuku. He took the child from his son, looked down at him, and rubbed the boy's cheek with his thumb, beginning to tear up. Hisashi, I'm a grandpa. Izuku stood next to him, and they both started gushing about how cute Michikatsu was. While Hisashi and Izuku were having their bonding moment, Yuzui stepped over to Roomie. Yuzui, so what exactly is going on? Roomie, that's Izuku's dad, who was previously prejudiced against demon types. Apparently, he just betrayed the League of Villains to see his grandkids. Yuzui, you trust him? Roomie, Izuku does, and that's enough for me. He has a sixth sense for this kind of stuff. Like he can sniff out bad intentions. She stood and walked over to her boyfriend and his father. Roomie, as cute as Michikatsu is, both he and Yoriichi are better together than separated. She handed the child in her arms to Hisashi, who gladly accepted. Hisashi, I don't deserve this, but thank you. Roomie smiled. Roomie, Izuku trusts you. That's all the proof I need to know you're better than the person you were. The man merely nodded. Then, Nizu cleared his throat. Nizu, if I may continue. They all faced forward towards the small rodent. Nizu, perfect. Now, Sound Hashira and Burnout, you two will be tasked with being the bodyguards of the young Midoriya twins. You will be working at night as well. Is this okay with you too? Hisashi, nights? Days? Doesn't matter to me. Yuzui, the flamboyant god of festivals works best in the dark. Nizu smiled. Nizu, perfect. There is one more thing you must know. They both nodded. Nizu, your primary threat will be a single individual. I do not know who they are, but they are a hero. This hero has been trained by the Hero Public Safety Commission from childhood to be a Black Ops assassin. So if they do strike, be prepared because they will strike fast and hard. Hisashi, actually, I may know who it is. Nizu looked surprised. Nizu, how so? Hisashi, well, someone like that would have to have a highly dangerous quirk and be willing to do whatever it takes to take down the villains, even join them. Right? Nizu nodded. Hisashi, well, just before I left the league, Dabi had come into contact with Hawks. This surprised everyone in the room. Yuzui, Hawks? But he's the number 2 hero. Hisashi, yes he is. Which means he's dangerous. He might use his status to get close to the twins or someone who is unaware of the danger they're in. Roomie, oh please. He wouldn't try anything. Especially if it would upset Izuku. Hisashi, let's hope his common sense tops his loyalty to the commission. He handed the 2 children back to their parents and stepped forward. Hisashi, Burnout reporting for duty. I'll set his wings ablaze if he tries anything. Yuzui then stepped up. Yuzui, Sound Hashira ready for action. He won't stand a chance against my flashiness. Nizu smiled. Nizu, good. Mirko Midoriya, please lead these 2 to your extended dorm room. Izuku, He leapt up, grabbed Hisashi by the wrist, and dragged him out. Roomie and a confused Yuzui followed soon after. It had been a couple of months since the twins were born and Hisashi had returned. The small family had fallen into a routine. Hisashi and Yuzui would take shifts guarding the twins at night, letting Roomie take them in the day so they could properly rest. Izuku would also help Roomie however he could, though he couldn't do much on school days. Now, Class 1A was sitting in their classroom. The door pushed open to reveal an unusually awake-looking Aizawa. He walked over to the podium and stood there for a few seconds. Kaminari raised his hand. Aizawa, one moment. After a few more seconds, his tired demeanor returned. Aizawa, that's better. Kaminari? Kaminari, never mind, sir. Aizawa let out a small sigh before speaking once more. Aizawa, today will be a special lesson. All of your classes have been cancelled to make room for it. The class got excited. It wasn't every day they got to skip the hard stuff. Aizawa, today is joint combat training with 1B. The class nearly jumped out of their seats in celebration, though Aizawa's signature glare quickly shut it down. Kirishima then raised his hand. Aizawa, yes, Kirishima? Kirishima, sir, are we sure this is a good idea? We all know how judgmental and, well, with a lack of a better word, intense Monoma is. He would latch onto Midoriya the moment he sees him. Aizawa nodded. Aizawa, me and Vlad are aware. But we have also taken into consideration that Midoriya is strong and won't let Monoma get to him. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Izuku smiled and nodded. Aizawa, good. But we have taken precautions just in case. Now get your costumes and meet up at Ground Gamma. Remember, your winter variants may be more restrictive than you're used to. He then left the room and let the students do as he instructed. Class 1A walked up the path to the observation platform. Many of their costumes had been altered for comfort in the colder weather, with many adding fur and sleeves. Izuku's didn't change much. The only adjustments were a pair of boots and a white scarf that covered his mouth. The class stopped and stood in front of Aizawa. 1B was already standing by Vlad. Vlad, now that 1A is here, we can begin. Midnight, you mind if we watch? Everyone looked to the side to see Midnight and All Might walking up to the platform too. Behind them was Hisashi carrying Michikatsu and Yoriichi, both wrapped in thick blankets. Aizawa, Kayama, All Might. Why are you here? Midnight pointed behind her to Hisashi. Midnight, he wanted to watch Midoriya fight. Hisashi walked over to Izuku. Hisashi, Roomie was called in for something and left them with me. Yuzui's tailing her to make sure nothing happens. Izuku nodded, smiling under the scarf. The moment was promptly interrupted. Monoma, are those the demon brats? Do you think you're so much better than us that you'd show off your children? He took a step forward, only to be stopped by a wall of flames. Hisashi then ceased using his quirk. Hisashi, I am not above showing you your place. If you insult my son or grandsons again, ash is all that will be left of you. Aizawa placed his hand on Hisashi's shoulder. Aizawa, calm down. Let me handle this. Hisashi nodded, and Aizawa dragged Monoma away. They returned after a couple of minutes. Aizawa let Monoma go back to 1B and took his place next to Vlad. Aizawa, we're burning daylight. Vlad, right? Now, today you will be split into teams of 4. Aizawa, each team will consist of members of one class. Vlad, each team will face off against a team of the rival class. Aizawa, to win, you must either capture or immobilize each member of the opposing team. Murmurs of the similarities to the first combat training spread throughout the two classes. Vlad, however, to capture an enemy, you must take them to your team's jail. The screen behind them lit up to show multiple Niza-themed cages. Aizawa, and that's not all. Come out here. The students turned when they heard footsteps. They looked to a path that led around the corner to see Shinso appear. He was wearing the winter PE uniform, a mouthguard, and what looked to be Aizawa's capture tool. Shinso, hey. Aizawa. Shinso here will be joining this exercise. He's been training and preparing to join the hero course. While this may be training for you, it's his entrance exam, so do not hold back. This will also gauge his effectiveness against trained individuals. Vlad, Shinso will join 2 teams and thus will be fighting twice. Now, 2 carts appeared with boxes on them. Aizawa, come draw lots. Each class approached the boxes, one labeled A and the other labeled B for convenience. Each student pulled out a ball with a number on it. They then had to find 3 of their classmates with the same letter ball. Izuku found that Ashido, Mineta, and Uraraka were his teammates for the exercise. They would fight based on the team numbers. Aizawa, now for you, Shinso. He put 4 more balls in each box and beckoned his personal student over. The purple-haired boy reached into the boxes and pulled out a ball from each. He then showed them to Aizawa. Aizawa, Shinso will be joining B Team 5 and a Team 1. Vlad, 1 teams, please make your way to your starting points. The rest of you feel free to watch or socialize. Aizawa, though I do suggest you watch. Izuku watched as both teams left. As they disappeared from view, he turned around to find Hisashi and the twins and walked over. He sat next to his father and held out his hands. Izuku, Hisashi, here you go. He handed Yoriichi over to Izuku, who gladly took his son. They heard what sounded like a pair of hooves walking over to them. They looked up to see a girl Izuku heard being called Tsunatori approach. Tsunatori, What is name? Izuku looked at her confused as Kaibara walked over. Kaibara, forgive her broken Japanese, she's our American foreign exchange student. Hisashi. All right. Is this better, Tsunatori? The girl looked at him surprised, as did Izuku and Kaibara. Tsunatori, you know English? Hisashi nodded. Hisashi, what was your question? Tsunatori, I wanted to know their names. Hisashi turned to Izuku. Hisashi, she wants to know their names. He pointed to Yorichi. Hisashi, that one's Yorichi, and the one in my arms is Michikatsu. A few others then walked over and started talking to Izuku, Hisashi, and each other. The 4 teams returned from their battles. Aizawa, all right, last battle of the day. Get ready, teams. Vlad, let's show those 1A chumps how it's done. A pink mist made its way into Vlad's nose, and he promptly passed out. Midnight walked over and picked up the microphone he was holding. Midnight, much better. Now, as he was supposed to say, good luck to both teams. Izuku and the rest of his team made their way to the starting point. Uraraka, I wonder how we're going to win. Mineta, I know what you mean. That Shinso guy is spooky. Ashido, but Monoma's the real pain. Izuku, Izuku walked over to Mineta. Mineta, what is it, Midoriya? Instead of speaking, he mimed Mineta plucking a ball from his head, which he then did. Mineta, what now? Izuku dug into his arm and drenched it in blood. Mineta, so a sticky fireball? Izuku nodded. Mineta, cool. The buzzer then went off, signaling the start of the match. Izuku, rah. He rose his fist in a pose. Ashido, yeah. Let's win this. She raised her fist too, and the others joined in. The team then ran deeper into the training ground. After a couple of minutes of running, they came across the other team's plan. Suddenly, small barrels and pieces of pipes appeared from seemingly nowhere. One flew straight towards them and then grew in size. Izuku, rah. He jumped over it, only for it to suddenly change directions and head straight for him. The fight had just begun. Izuku spun around in the air and kicked the barrel, knocking it off course and sending it flying. He landed next to his teammates. The team quickly went back to back, waiting for the next round of projectiles. Ashido, what do we do? They could be anywhere. Due to the sudden silence, Izuku was able to hear something in the distance, the laughter of a certain 1B student. Izuku, He took off in the direction he heard it from, and his classmates followed. As they got closer, more and more shrunken objects could be seen attacking them. Uraraka, how close are we? Mineta, how should we know? The obnoxious laughter of Monoma was heard nearby. Mineta, never mind. Izuku stopped and held his arm out, signaling the others to stop as well. Mineta, Midoriya? What's going on? He put his finger to his lips and crouched down to write. Izuku, we still have the element of surprise. We should surround them. The others nodded. Izuku, you'll strike on my signal. You won't miss it. They then parted ways. Izuku slowly crept closer while staying hidden in the pipes. He noticed Kodai shrinking nearby barrels, but only some of them seemed manageable. Curious, he found a barrel near him and slashed it with his nails, causing oil to spill out. An idea sparked in his mind, and he smiled, pulling the barrel onto its side and rolling it out into the open towards heavier barrels, which he assumed held more oil. Only Shota seemed to notice. Shota, guys? Shinso, what? Shota brought out his katana, placed the blade near the oil, and struck it with his claws, causing a spark to fall onto the oil. The oil immediately ignited, quickly spreading to the open area. Shota, fire. Monoma, what? Izuku absorbed his katana once more and made his move. He leapt from his hiding place and kicked away a piece of pipe Yanagi was about to use to cut off the fire. Izuku, rah. Monoma, the demon. And he's alone. Get him. Izuku jumped to avoid a resized pipe. Before he fell back down, he bit his tongue and spat a blood bullet at Monoma, who managed to dodge it. Monoma, try again, demon scum. A large explosion rang out, The 1B students had forgotten about the oil. Now they had to attack Izuku while avoiding a rain of fire from the launched oil. Shinso threw his capture gear at Izuku, but that portion melted in the acid. Ashido landed in front of the tired boy. Ashido, quite the signal, Midori. The other two quickly joined the fight. Mineta, we can take these guys, Midoriya. Uraraka, take care of Monoma and Shota. Izuku, Ra. He nodded, dug his nails into his palms, and ignited his hands as the blood ran down them. Monoma, 2-on-1. You can't win. Izuku charged at Monoma, only for a broken piece of concrete to pop up and block his attack, shattering in the process. While Izuku recovered from the surprise, Monoma landed a few punches that made him stumble backwards. Izuku, Rara. He jumped up and rushed Monoma again, just for an invisible force to knock him back several meters. Monoma, you didn't think I only copied one quirk, did you? He grabbed one of his pocket watches, threw it, and made it grow. Izuku shrunk under it and ran at Monoma. Monoma, nah. Twin impact. Izuku grew back to his normal size, just as the large pocket watch came back and hit him in the head. Monoma quickly touched it, returning it to normal before putting it back. Izuku stood, took a deep breath, and ripped into his forearms, forming blood W's. Monoma looked startled. Monoma, when could he? He was interrupted as Izuku went on the offensive again. A pipe was thrown at Izuku, who swatted it away with a WHP. He jumped over another thrown watch and grabbed it with his WHPS. He swung it at Monoma, who put his arms up to block it. He shrunk it on contact but didn't see Izuku coming at him. A kick was delivered to his still raised arms, and a crack was heard as the bones broke. A scream followed. Izuku whipped his head around to see Ashido with what looked like black tendrils sprouting from her arm, going on a rampage. Izuku, Ra. He quickly turned around, hit Monoma in the head to knock him out, and took off towards Ashido. By the time he reached her, it seemed she had been brainwashed by Shinso, which made her calm down. The tendrils retreated back into her arm, and she fell. Izuku caught her and set her down. The fall awakened her from the brainwashing. Izuku, Ashido, I'm fine. Look out. Izuku whipped around to find many objects hurtling towards them. He took out his katana and easily cut through them. Izuku, Ra. Ashido, yeah. Let's win this. They charged back into the fight. Izuku, Roomie, and Ashido looked across the table at All Might. The twins were also there, being held by their parents. It had been just a couple of days since the joint training exercise, and the man had claimed he had news about what had happened to Ashido. Now, they all sat in one of the break rooms somewhere in the school. Roomie, and we're here why? All Might, as the two people young Ashido actually knows other than me who also know of One for All, it would be better if you two knew what was going on. Roomie nodded. Izuku, Roomie, he's right, we should hurry this up. All Might, right? Well, I did some digging through old hero and medical records. I was able to find the man young Ashido had told us about, Daigoro Banjo. As we already know, his quirk was Black Whip. He was in fact a hero many years before even Maemsur was born. Ashido, whoa. One for All really goes back. I mean, I already knew that, but this just makes it set in more. All Might chuckled. All Might, I felt the same. He then pulled out a notebook from his jacket. All Might, as I said, I did some digging. Using what I know of All for One's methods and how One for All's impact on people, I was able to narrow down the other 4 quirks. We already know of Black Whip and my MSDR's float. He placed the notebook down on the table and slid it towards Ashido. She opened it and began to flip through the pages. Wow. It's so detailed and organized. Ashido exclaimed. You can thank young Midoriya here. He may not seem it, but I believe he's the most analytical in your class. He helped put this small guide together, All Might said. Ashido looked at Izuku, who smiled and nodded. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to get this done so fast, All Might added. Really? Ashido turned to him again and hugged him. Thanks. Suddenly, she felt something tug rather hard on her hair. She yelped and jumped backward, causing a sudden pain in her head. Looking at Izuku, she saw that Michikatsu had accidentally pulled out a small handful of hair. Ah! Izuku exclaimed. Yikes, sorry, Roomie said. Ashido laughed it off and rubbed her head. No need, it's fine. A few strands of hair isn't too bad. That's not what they meant, All Might said. It was then that she felt how flat the side of her head was. She looked next to her to find a large amount of hair on the couch, along with a crescent-shaped object wedged into the couch. Izuku said. In the common space of their dorm building, Ashido sat at a table, staring into a mirror Aoyama had handed her at her request. Her fears were confirmed. The left side of her head was completely flat, except for her ear, which poked out from the remaining hair. Ugh! She let her head fall to the table, and her sparkling classmate took the mirror back from her. So what exactly happened again? Kirishima asked, raising his hand and extending his index finger into the air, stopping a slow-moving crescent moon. Me, Mirko, and Midoriya were talking about what Midoriya and I would do when work studies started back up. Midoriya helped me make a decision. I hugged him to thank him, and then Michikatsu decided that was the time for his quirk to activate, Ashido explained, her chin still resting on the table. These things, right? Kirishima asked. Yeah. And he's been making them almost non-stop, Ashido replied. Then Sue walked over. He has a lot of energy for a baby. Karo dash. You should have seen Izuku when he was a baby, Hisashi chimed in. The three looked under the table to find the grown man lying on his stomach. You good, man? Kirishima asked. Those moon things hurt, Hisashi replied. Well, if Michikatsu's is this strong, I wonder what Yorichi's will be like, Sue mused. A groan came from Hisashi. Just don't let his be fire. I'm not dealing with a fire quirk. But you have one, Ashido pointed out. Hisashi crawled out from under the table. Do you know how many tables my parents had to buy because I kept burning them? Too many. Siro then popped in, having overheard part of the conversation. You know, that mark on his head does look like a bunch of fire. Maybe his quirk could be covering himself in fire. If it is, I'm never holding him again, Hisashi said. Another moon came flying over and hit Hisashi in the back of his head, knocking him over. Come on, he exclaimed, and the group laughed as he stood back up. The rest of the day was spent trying to get Michikatsu to stop using his quirk. Months had passed, and now it was a bright, sunny winter morning when Izuku and Roomie appeared in the common space, neither carrying a child. While they were awake, they looked to be half asleep. The boys on the second floor and the girls on the third floor knew why. Despite their isolation on the girls' side of the second floor, the cries of the babies could still be heard if the room was close enough. The two dragged themselves into the kitchen area and downed some coffee. Ashido then approached them. Ish. You two look tired, what happened? She asked. Izuku replied. Michikatsu and Yorichi wouldn't stay asleep last night, Roomie explained. How so? Ashido inquired. It was like clockwork. First, Michikatsu wanted food and cried. Then an hour later, Yorichi did. The next hour, Michikatsu needed a diaper change. And you can figure out what happened next, Roomie detailed. Uraraka, who was walking by, spoke up. So how many hours of sleep did the two of you get? Izuku held up 3 fingers and Roomie chuckled. They're pains, but they're definitely worth the effort. Izuku nodded in agreement. So, who's with them now? Uraraka asked. Hisashi. Yuzui should be returning from a mission today too, right Izuku? Roomie said. Ah, Izuku replied. Roomie suddenly felt the need to stretch. When she did, a chill went through her body, causing her to kick her leg and accidentally kick Mineta, who no one had seen, out of the kitchen and over to the couches. Izuku held in a laugh. Just a few days after Christmas, Class 1A were back in the dorms. They were lounging in the common space, and both Michikatsu and Yorichi were playing with Roomie's hair. Aizawa walked over and cleared his throat to get their attention. Ahem, he said. The class all looked to him. Listen up. I know you're all still riding the Christmas high, but we need to get back to work. As of today, work studies are back in session. Also, they are mandatory this time around. For those of you who already did work studies, I suggest staying with them. For those who didn't or can't go back, Use your internship host if possible or call them and see if they can point you in the right direction. If that doesn't work, either ask your classmates, other Hero Corps students, or a staff about potential heroes. That is all. Be wise in your decision. With that, he began to walk. Roomie called out, "Hold on a sec, hobo." He stopped and looked at her. I think we both know that Izuku will be significantly harder to find a work-study for. Aizawa replied, "Yes, I am aware. I was going to say this to you two later, but Midoriya is allowed to not participate. We have arranged for the Night Eye Agency to list you as employed once more to keep the HPSC off your back and let you stay here with the kids. The choice is yours, Midoriya." Izuku stood up. Aizawa stayed quiet. Is that a yes you will stay or a yes you will participate? Sato asked. That was a yes? Izuku chuckled, pulled out his phone, and texted Aizawa. I want to do a work study. Aizawa nodded. Fair enough. Bring in the paper once you get it stamped. I'll be going now. With that, he left the room, presumably to find an isolated corner to rest. The next few hours were spent by Class 1A trying to figure out their individual work studies. Izuku was sitting at a table trying to think when Roomie walked over. Why can't you just go to Night Eye again? She asked. Izuku pulled out his phone. Sir is still in the hospital. He's lucky to be alive. Centipeder and Bubble Girl already have their hands full. Right. Then Todoroki walked over. Midoriya, could I ask you something? Izuku nodded. Would you be interested in coming with me to work study at my old man's agency? Roomie raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? Endeavor's never outright opposed to demon types, but I don't think he's the type to take in Izuku. He will, but only because I ask, Todoroki replied. Izuku stayed silent for a moment before nodding. Good. You, me, Ashido, and Bakugo will all go to my dad's. Roomie let out a laugh. That's a bit overkill, don't you think? Todoroki shrugged. Not really. My father already has so many sidekicks, what's for more? Roomie shook her head, realizing Todoroki didn't get what she meant. Never mind. So when are you four going to meet the symbol of compensation anyway? Compensation? Todoroki asked. Roomie groaned. You can't have flaming facial hair 24/7 without a reason. He must be compensating. For what? Todoroki inquired. Quietly, for the love of. Yelling, just tell me when. In an hour, Todoroki replied. Thank you. A knock could be heard. Endeavor looked up from his desk. Come in. He watched the door open to see his son, Shoto Todoroki, and 3 of his classmates walk in. Endeavor recognized them and realized all 4 of Class 1A's powerhouses had come for work studies. Shoto, don't you think this is a little overkill? Izuku snorted, holding back a laugh. What do you mean? Mirko asked the same thing. Was I wrong to bring them here? Todoroki asked. Endeavor shook his head. No. So, will you take them in? Todoroki pressed. Yes, I will. But only because it means you'll come too. With that, Izuku's work study was secure, and he didn't even have to lift a finger. It was the first day of the group's new work study. They stood on the roof of Endeavor's agency early in the morning, their flame-headed hosts standing in front of them. It was clear he disliked the morning as much as they did, appearing slightly grumpier than usual. All right, you 4 listen up. I asked Shoto here so I could further his training. He will be my priority, but as I am your teacher while you are here, I will ensure you all gain the information to become real heroes drilled into your heads. To do so, I need to know what I'm dealing with. Bakugo, you first. Bakugo grunted but complied. I sweat a nitroglycerin-like substance from my pores and exploded on command. I've focused on my hands and just recently started using my feet for propulsion. Endeavor nodded. Now, Midoriya. Bakugo stepped up again. He can't speak. We believe it's a sort of trade-off considering he doesn't need human meat. Other than that, he's your regular demon type. Strong regeneration, insane strength and speed, minor shapeshifting as well as his blood demon art, or whatever it's called. I see. And what is it exactly? Endeavor asked. Exploding blood. Despite the name, it's just fire. It only burns what he deems necessary, so if you're an ally, you're safe. He can ignite it at will and from any distance. He uses it to fly sometimes too. Oh, and then there's his sword. Endeavor looked confused. Sword? Bakugo gestured to Izuku, who nodded and pulled his sword from his arm. The half-metal, half-flesh blade reflected the sun's light easily. I don't know much about that. He tells his handler everything, so get that stuff from her. Handler? Endeavor asked. Ashido stepped in. The official term for why Mirko is in the dorms with us. Endeavor nodded. Right. How about you? Ashido then went on to describe the fact that she needs to work on her black whip control, while disguising it as a sudden manifestation of her quirk. Izuku had stopped paying attention due to the sunrise, which he began to watch. After a minute, their boss spoke up once more. Alright, during your time here, you will each learn how to control your abilities better. To prove to me that you have gotten stronger over your work here, you must stop a crime faster than me once. Bakugo smiled and punched his palm. Prepare to be disappointed. We'll do that before the day's over. Their earpieces suddenly crackled to life. Dispatch, out-of-control car at the intersection of Main and Clay. Endeavor flared his flames and flew off in the direction of the incident. In response, the 4 students immediately began to follow him. Todoroki was sliding on ice and using fire to boost himself. Ashido was running and jumping across rooftops alongside Izuku, and Bakugo was flying. Despite their speed, the car was stopped and the driver was safe before they arrived. As they landed, Endeavor looked to them and spoke. That is what you need to beat. Any slower, and many lives could have been lost. Understand? The 4 nodded, and he approached them. Good. We'll be patrolling until noon. Then we go back to the agency for an hour of training. After that, you 4 head back to UA. Another call came in, and Endeavor took off, leaving his students in the dust. We have a long way to go. Let's move, Todoroki said, and the group began to follow their host. Alert! A man is floating through the city stealing glass with his quirk. He claims that some darkness is coming. Move! Endeavor commanded. A couple of hours passed, and the group had not been able to keep up with Endeavor's speed. They rushed to the scene to see the man collecting glass and adding it to an orb he was floating on. Stop this! Endeavor shouted. The man turned to face him. Endeavor! Welcome. Just the man I wanted to see. It's your fire that's bringing this darkness after all. He began to send the liquid glass towards the hero, who avoided it and gave chase. The man quickly descended and started to run. Endeavor pursued him, but the man was faster than he expected. As they chased him through multiple alleys, the group revealed they had gone around and cut the man off. Just before any of them could touch the villain, Hawks swooped in and took him down. Endeavor shot out of the alley and stopped. Bakugo yelled, "We had that bird brain." Yeah. Ashido agreed. Hawks stood up and scratched the back of his head while chuckling. Yeah, sorry about that. I just couldn't help it. It was then he saw Izuku and took a few steps back. Izuku grew a smug look on his face and took a step forward, causing the winged hero to step back again. Endeavor stepped between them and faced. Hawks, your help is appreciated. Why are you here? Hawks shook off his fear and pulled out a red book. Oh, nothing really. Just wanted to give you this book. I think you'll really like it. I even highlighted my favorite parts. He handed it to Endeavor, who took it. Hawks then swung around the large man and handed more copies to Todoroki, Ashido, and Bakugo, carefully tossing one to Izuku from several feet away. How many do you have? Ashido asked. Kinda creepy, Bakugo muttered. Anywho, I should get going. Got somewhere to be. See ya, number 1. With that, he flew off into the distance. Endeavor and his students arrived back at the agency late one afternoon. Ashido complained about her feet hurting, Todoroki was overheating, and Bakugo's arms ached from pushing themselves to try and outpace their host. Izuku, of course, was only a little winded. The group flopped onto a small set of couches that Endeavor had in his office. This is impossible, Ashido exclaimed. I never knew how fast he was, Todoroki admitted. This weather isn't letting me go all out. Bakugo grumbled. Ah, Izuku said. It is so a valid excuse. Bakugo shot back. Todoroki looked at the two, confused. You can understand him? Yeah. It takes a while, but you can start to kinda get the vibe of what he's trying to say. Snoring could then be heard as the others quickly realized that Ashido had fallen asleep. Before they could wake their classmate, their flaming boss walked through the doors. He took note of the sleeping Ashido and sighed. You've all worked hard today. Don't overdo it, though. Can't have any of you giving out in the middle of a fight. He received vague sounds of acknowledgement. Alright, but you aren't going back to UA until late tonight. Why not? Bakugo asked. Fuyumi, my daughter, wishes to have us all at the house for dinner. At the mention of food, Ashido leapt from her spot and rushed over to the large man, an excited grin on her face. When do we leave? Endeavor squinted at her, making her back away. Half an hour. Be ready. Yes, sir. Ashido replied eagerly. Aha, Bakugo said. Sure thing, Todoroki added. Izuku agreed. They then left the room to change into their school uniforms and wait. A black car stopped outside the Todoroki house. Every door except the driver's opened, and out stepped the 4 UA students and Endeavor, now in civilian clothes. They closed the doors and the driver took off. Endeavor and Todoroki led them to the door and opened it. Fuyumi, we're here. Endeavor called out. As he said that, a young woman popped her head around the corner. Her hair was almost pure white, with small streaks of crimson. Oh good. Food's almost done, Fuyumi said. As the rest entered, they took their shoes off. Shoto gestured towards his sister. Guys, this is my sister, Fuyumi. Fuyumi, these are my friends from UA. The three stepped forward and began to introduce themselves. She eventually turned to Izuku. And you must be Midoriya, right? Nice to meet you. Izuku nodded. She then waved them towards her. Come sit. They followed her into the dining room to find a more traditional setup. As they sat at the table, the eldest Todoroki sibling rushed in with a large amount of delicious-smelling food. Then she called someone else. Natsuo, get in here. Soon after, a young man walked in. He noticed the people and felt a mix of nervousness and anger upon seeing Endeavor. He swallowed his emotions and sat down next to his sister. Fuyumi, Natsuo, these are Shoto's friends from UA. Natsuo, I know who they are. I remember the sports festival. The table fell silent for a moment before Fuyumi spoke again. Fuyumi, well, let's not waste any time. Dig in. Despite her efforts, the 3 non-family members could feel the tension in the air. Izuku was certain he could cut it with a knife. After several minutes, Natsuo seemed to reach his limit. Natsuo, I'm sorry sis, but I can't. I can't do it. Izuku glanced at Fuyumi and saw a pained expression on her face. Natsuo picked up his plate. Natsuo, thanks for trying. He then walked off to find somewhere else on the property to eat. The rest of dinner was even quieter than before, the only sound being the clinking of utensils. When they finished, Izuku was the first to start clearing the dishes, despite Fuyumi's insistence that he didn't have to. He began to help Endeavor clean up. Izuku, The man looked down at his student, who was typing something on his phone. Izuku, she tried really hard. I wish he could have stayed. Endeavor sighed. Endeavor, don't blame Natsuo. It's my fault. I haven't been the best father, something I'm sure you've already realized. It's something I'm trying to atone for. His feelings towards me will likely remain as part of my atonement. Don't turn out like me, Midoriya. Izuku nodded. The two remained quiet during the rest of their dishwashing duty. As Izuku helped his teacher, he kept thinking about how to ensure he would be a good father, hoping Natsuo would one day be able to move forward. Little did he know, he would see Natsuo again very soon. Natsuo exited the Todoroki estate an hour after leaving the dinner table. While he was resistant to the cold, he preferred to stay warm and wore a winter jacket. His backpack, stuffed with school supplies, hung over his shoulders. He sighed, looking forward to getting to his dorm room at college. He began to walk towards the empty road. Just as he reached the sidewalk, he heard a rustling behind him and smirked. Natsuo, you can come out now. You aren't very good at hiding. A man stepped out of a nearby bush, dressed in civilian clothing but wearing a mask with a vertical, crosswalk pattern. Natsuo, and who are you? Someone here to hurt dear old dad? On the contrary, I want him to hurt me. Natsuo looked confused and chuckled nervously. Natsuo, whatever you say, man. You guys keep getting weirder. What's your name? You can call me Ending, as tonight will be mine. Before he knew it, he was being wrapped in something from behind. Izuku put the last plate in the drying rack and dried his hands. Endeavor had stepped away to make a couple of phone calls about the students' late returns. As Izuku finished, a loud scream echoed through the air. He rushed out of the kitchen. When he reached the door, he noticed the others were already outside, except for Endeavor, who was behind him. The two ran over to the group. Endeavor, what's going on? Is Natsuo okay? As he pushed past Izuku, they saw Natsuo on the ground, unharmed. The middle Todoroki child looked at the group. Natsuo, sorry I tripped. He stood up and dusted himself off, sending one last look of anger at Endeavor before walking away. Bakugo, well, that was strange. Ashido, yeah. I've never heard someone scream like that over tripping. Fuyumi, Natsuo always was the loudest. Todoroki, yeah. Izuku remained silent, watching Natsuo walk away. He then noticed that the road was missing its white lines. He walked over to Bakugo and tugged on his sleeve. Izuku, Bakugo, yeah? What do you need, Deku? He turned around to see Izuku pointing at the road. Bakugo noticed the missing lines as well. Izuku, Bakugo, yeah, they were definitely there when we got here. Hey, Endeavor. The large man turned towards Bakugo and Izuku, seeing them both pointing at the road. Bakugo, something's up. The road lines disappeared. Endeavor looked and confirmed Bakugo was right. Endeavor, weird. He walked out onto the road and looked. Endeavor, no one here though. Midoriya, can you smell or hear anyone hiding nearby? Izuku shook his head. The only thing he could smell was the fading scent of their dinner and the cold air. The only thing he could hear was distant cars in the city. Endeavor, I'll have someone investigate later. For now, we should get you four back to UA. As he said that, their driver pulled up again. Ashido, I second that. I'm beat. She opened the back door and climbed in first. The other three students followed her lead. Endeavor got in the passenger seat. Endeavor, take us to the train. Driver, of course, sir. Izuku closed the door of the extended dorm room he shared with Roomie and the twins. He noticed Roomie sitting on the couch, looking tired. He took off his shoes and walked over, climbing onto the couch and resting his head on her lap. She looked down at him. Roomie, hey babe. How was today? He gave her a thumbs up. Izuku, then. She chuckled. Roomie, tell me tomorrow? He nodded. He looked to the door that led to the twins' room. Roomie, they did good today. Michikatsu didn't use his quirk at all. Yurichi was a bit more vocal today, but that's not that big a deal. Izuku smiled and sat up. He brought his hand up and touched her cheek. Izuku, Roomie placed her hand over his. Roomie, I love you too. They shared a kiss. Roomie, we should get to bed. Come on. They both got up and walked to their room, ready to sleep. Outside, a winged figure floated outside the dorm window, looking into the twins' room. Hawks, I have eyes on the kids. President, get them. Hawks, no. President, you don't get to disobey, you know what happens when you do. Hawks, I'd rather go to prison than die. President, and how would you die? You're the number 2 hero. Hawks, the demon brat can kill me by himself. If you add Mirko, his father, and an elite member of the Slayer Corps, which you refuse to actually rank, I wouldn't make it 5 feet. Get me an actual opening. He turned off his comms and flew off, a scowl on his face. Natsuo entered his dorm room late at night. He dropped his bag, and just before it hit the floor, the room became covered in ice. Natsuo, That hero. How dare he think I need his help? And of course he brought that traitor with him. He launched his frozen wall and felt a rush of anger. It had been a few days since the Endeavor Agency work-study students had been invited to dinner at the Todoroki estate. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He looked to his side to find Roomie had already gotten up. She was back in action as a hero after all. He got out of bed and quickly dressed in his UA uniform. He opened the bedroom door to find Yuzui on the other side. Yuzui, Midoriya. He grabbed Izuku by the arm, picked him up, and began to carry him under his arm. Izuku, Ra. Yuzui, Nizu wants to see us. Izuku hit Yuzui in the back as the man carried him out of the dorm, to little effect. As they passed by the common space, Yuzui walked past Hisashi, who was holding Yorichi. Hisashi, have fun, Izuku. Izuku sent him a small glare as Yuzui pulled open the front door and walked out of the building. After a few minutes of running, the two arrived at Nizu's office. Yuzui opened the doors and walked in, putting Izuku down in front of Nizu's desk. The rodent looked up from his computer as he heard the two enter the room. Nizu, Mr. Yuzui and Midoriya, right on time. Izuku looked at him curiously. Izuku, Nizu, I apologize, Midoriya, I don't quite understand you. I'll try and learn, but I have many responsibilities. Izuku then pulled out his phone, typed a sentence, and showed it to Nizu. Izuku, what do you want from us? Nizu, straight to the point? Understandable, you two have responsibilities back at the dorms and as a student. I'll get right to it then. You remember the demon types with the numbered eyes? Izuku nodded and stepped forward, now very intrigued. Nizu gestured towards Yuzui. Nizu, the Slayer Corps, the team of lethal heroes Yuzui here is a part of, have been investigating demon-type-related crimes, including old cases, for a few months now. They believe they've found a lead on whatever organization they're a part of. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he slammed his hands on the desk. Izuku, Ra. Yuzui, whoa. What's he all riled up about? Nizu, may I? Izuku nodded. Nizu, when Midoriya first encountered these demon types, the one called Jitaro mentioned the twins, though they hadn't been born yet. So as you can imagine, he has all the reason to be aware of any updates. Yuzui nodded. Yuzui, I see. Well, have no fear, Midoriya. Me and the other flashy slayers will take care of these guys no problem. Izuku looked at him and smiled. Nizu, I understand your abilities and how capable the Slayer Corps is, but be careful. It took Midoriya and a member of our Big Three, Tamaki Amajiki, to stop just one of them, and both of them are easily able to take on top pros. Yuzui, understood, sir. I'll pass your warning on. Nizu, that's good. Now, Midoriya, I have one more thing to tell you. Izuku looked back at Nizu. Izuku, Nizu, Endeavor Agency has volunteered to aid the Slayer Corps in further investigations. Since the Corps is undoubtedly getting closer to the truth, this organization will most likely pick up the pace of their plans, which means becoming more proactive in fending off heroes. Endeavor will ask if you want to help, and I know you want to, but please think it over. Izuku nodded. Nizu, good. Now, you should be getting to class. Yuzui, resume your duties. Both Izuku and Yuzui nodded and left the office. Roomie was standing on top of a small two-story building in the middle of the city, a couple of hours away from UA, tapping her foot on the ground in boredom. Roomie, come on. Where's the action? Muzutafu is more dangerous than this, and UA sits right next to it. She kicked a stone and sat down. Roomie, not even a purse snatcher. It's not like the cold ever stopped crime before. As she sat there, waiting to hear even a hint of trouble, an empty tin can hit her square in the forehead, bouncing off. She looked below her to find an older man, probably in his 40s, glaring at her. Man, yelling, "Some hero you are. Siding with those demons like you." An annoyed grin made its way onto her face. Roomie, yelling, "Do you want to come up here and say that to my face, you punk?" Man, yelling, "Punk? I'm older than you." Roomie, yelling, says the man too scared to fight a bunny girl. The man grunted and walked off, leaving Roomie to smirk and relax in victory over the common civilian. Roomie, well, that just made my day worth it. I wonder what Izuku's up to. The next day. Roomie, you're gonna what now? She was standing in Endeavor's office with Izuku and Yuzui. Izuku, Ura. Roomie groaned. Roomie, I heard you the first time. I just want to make sure you know what you're doing. Endeavor, I talked it over with him earlier before you arrived. I went over all the risks I could think of, and he still said he wants to do it. He wants to help the Slayer Corps. Roomie looked back at Izuku, a bit of worry on her face. She then sighed. Roomie, all right. She put her hands on his cheeks. Roomie, when you find those guys, you kick their butts and come back safe, you hear me? Izuku smiled and nodded. Roomie, good. They shared a kiss. Roomie then turned to Yuzui. Roomie, could you do me a favor? Yuzui, sure. Roomie, keep that Agatsuma brat under control. Yuzui laughed. Yuzui, I'll try, but that girl gives me a run for my money in terms of flashiness. Roomie, what is with you? She shook her head, turned around, and walked over to the door. Roomie, wanna get back, Izuku? Izuku, He caught up to her, and they left, leaving Endeavor and Yuzui. Yuzui, she might kill me. Endeavor, I know. Izuku was seated in the back of a car, near a window with both Yuzui and Agatsuma beside him. Thankfully, Yuzui sat between the two students. They had been traveling for a couple of hours, both he and Agatsuma in their school uniforms. Yuzui, so Midoriya, heard you've picked up a sword. Izuku turned to look at the large, flashy man and nodded. Yuzui, thinking of joining us? Izuku tilted his head in curiosity. Yuzui, well, I'd say it's possible. You're strong and with training, you could be nearly unstoppable. Izuku pulled out his phone. Izuku, I'd rather avoid killing if possible. You Slayers are all lethal, right? Agatsuma, not at all. The Slayer Corps does all kinds of jobs. It's just that they don't shy away from doing what they need to stop strong villains. Yuzui, but it's still a big part of our overall image. There are ranks among us since, in general, any heroes in our group are unranked by the commission. My rank, Hashira, has the least amount of people, but we're the ones sent on the most dangerous missions. Izuku, how many people have that rank? Yuzui, only 9. Izuku, really? Why? Yuzui shrugged. Yuzui, don't really know, never cared to ask anyway. All I know is that 9 is the average number. Some come and go, but the boss likes to keep it a nice and not so even 9. Izuku, and who is this boss? Agatsuma, that's who we're gonna go see. Well, him and the other Hashira. Yuzui nodded, noting that they were now driving through a forest. Yuzui, shouldn't be too much longer. He swatted away Agatsuma's hand as she tried to pat Izuku's head. Agatsuma, come on. Yuzui, nope. He sighed. Yuzui, man, I miss my wives. Both students looked at him wide-eyed. Yuzui, what? Izuku, Ra? Agatsuma, yelling wives? Multiple? 30 minutes later, the car pulled into a large gravel driveway off the side of the road. At the end was a small roundabout with a large estate at the end of it. The border walls were easily 20 feet high and made of stone. The front gate was just as tall and made from wood with decorative pieces of metal on it. The structure looked traditionally Japanese in architecture. All three got out. Izuku, Yuzui, nice and flashy, right? Just screams, come and get me. It's hidden deep in the forest because, well, we get a lot of enemies. Let's go. He strolled over to the gate with Izuku and Agatsuma following him. He banged his fist on the gate. Yuzui, yelling, open up. My dazzling self can't stay out here. I've got a flashy new helper to introduce. After a few seconds, both sides of the large gate opened up. The group walked inside, and Izuku took note of his surroundings and the estate. The people who opened the gates wore similar tracksuits to Yuzui and Agatsuma, though the material itself was customized to fit the heroes that wore them. He smiled and waved at them, but they didn't return the gesture. The estate sat on a large piece of land and appeared to be where wealthy landowners might have lived several centuries ago. A single-story mansion with multiple smaller buildings at its sides. The ground was covered in stones, and there was a koi pond in the courtyard. All in all, it was peaceful. Then Izuku fell flat on his face. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move his legs. Actually, he couldn't feel them. Looking down at where they should be, he saw nothing beneath his knees. Did you seriously just let this thing in? Izuku felt someone pick him up by the back of his collar and lift him into the air. The same voice was suddenly right next to his head. Izuku, ah. He was facing Yuzui and Agatsuma, the latter reaching for her sword, which she didn't have. Yuzui, all right, Shinazugawa, put Midoriya down. He heard the man speak again. Shinazugawa, oh, I'll put him down all right. All of a sudden, Izuku was thrown into the air. Now free, he regenerated his leg and spun himself around to get a good look at his attacker. A man with white hair wore a black tracksuit with the front open, a white belt, and a white jacket. He didn't have a sword, so how did he cut Izuku? Die! Sanemi yelled. The air around his feet swirled just before he jumped. Wind manipulation. He wound his arms back as if about to swing a sword, but there was no blade. Izuku wasn't about to take any chances. He lifted his hand near his neck and partially extended his own sword to protect himself. The man swung, and something made contact, sending Izuku backward. They landed about 50 feet apart. So you have some tricks. You're still not leaving here alive. Sanemi shouted. Whirlwind cutter. The air boosted Sanemi again as he began to spin at high speeds. He quickly became a cyclone of wind and stone. Izuku spotted it, the thin line in the middle where Sanemi's arms were, as if everything in that spot was being cut away. Sanemi was using a sword made of air. Izuku equipped his own sword and ignited it. Ra, he yelled. He crouched down and leapt into the incoming storm, planning to clash blades to stop him. Both rocketed towards each other at high speeds. For them, it seemed like time slowed down as they closed the distance. For a fraction of a second, their eyes met, and all Izuku could see was anger. Just before their swords clashed, as Izuku's flames began to mix with Sanemi's wind, something big and heavy landed between them. They both hit and bounced off, only catching a glimpse of an oversized axe head before its owner pulled it back. Now is not the time to fight, the newcomer said. They heard a sound like wooden beads being rubbed together and turned to see who spoke. The emsir will not be pleased.